Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗬𝗂𝗃 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. The forest air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a world away from the concrete sprawl of Musutofu. Izuku Midoriya trudged behind his mother, Inko, his sneakers sinking slightly into the soft trail. The backpack slung over his shoulders felt heavier than it should, burdened not just by clothes and snacks but by the words that still echoed in his mind: "You cannot become a hero." All Might's voice, kind yet firm, had carved a hollow space in his chest. At 14, quirkless, it seemed he was now dreamless. Inko had insisted on this trip, a week-long retreat to a quiet campground in the mountains, a chance to clear their heads. Izuku knew she was worried. She'd seen the light dim in his eyes after that rooftop conversation, noticed how his hero notebooks gathered dust on his desk. So here they were, hiking through a forest so dense that sunlight barely touched the ground, her soft hums filling the silence as she led the way. Izuku tried to smile for her, but his heart wasn't in it. The world felt grayscale, like the vibrant colors of his childhood aspirations had faded. The trail opened to a clearing, where their campsite awaited, a small patch of earth ringed by towering cedars, with a fire pit at its center. Inko set to work unpacking, her movements brisk yet gentle, while Izuku wandered to the edge of the clearing, staring at the sky. Dusk was creeping in, painting the horizon in hues of amber and violet. He shoved his hands into his pockets, feeling the familiar sting of tears he refused to let fall. What now? He thought. If I can't be a hero, what's left? A sudden streak of light sliced across the sky, sharp and bright, like a blade cutting through the twilight. Izuku's breath caught. A meteor. No, it was too fast, too deliberate. It arced downward, a blazing comet trailing green fire, and before he could call for his mom, it plunged into the forest with a muffled boom that shook the ground beneath his feet. Birds scattered from the trees, their cries echoing in the sudden stillness. Inko's voice trembled as she called out, her head snapping up from the tent she was assembling. She asked what that was. Izuku replied, uncertainty filling his voice as he moved toward the tree line. His heart pounded, not with fear but with something else, curiosity, perhaps, or the faint flicker of hope he hadn't felt since All Might's words. He urged his mother to stay put, declaring he would check it out. Inko's voice chased him, but his legs were already carrying him forward, weaving through the underbrush. The forest seemed to hum with energy, the air buzzing against his skin. He didn't know why he was running toward the unknown, only that he had to see it, to know what had fallen from the sky. The crash site wasn't far. He stumbled into a small crater, the earth scorched and smoking, trees bent outward as if pushed by an invisible force. At the center lay something impossible, a metallic pod, no bigger than a soccer ball, its surface glinting with an otherworldly sheen. Green light pulsed faintly from its core, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Izuku's mouth went dry. This wasn't a meteor. This was something else. He crept closer, his analytical mind kicking into gear despite the awe gripping him. The pod was smooth, unmarred by the impact, its surface etched with strange, angular symbols that glowed faintly. He reached out, hesitating, his fingers hovering inches from the metal. What if it's dangerous? He thought. But then, what if it's not? His hand brushed the surface, cool and slick, and with a soft hiss, the pod split open like a blooming flower. Inside was a device unlike anything Izuku had ever seen. It resembled a watch, but bulkier, with a wide face displaying a glowing green hourglass symbol. Its band was black with green accents, and it thrummed with a low, almost imperceptible vibration. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd seen enough hero tech to know this wasn't UA equipment or some pro's gadget. This was alien. He glanced back toward the campsite, half expecting Inko to come crashing through the trees, but the forest was silent. His fingers twitched, drawn to the device. A small voice warned him not to touch it, but another, louder one, the one that had spent years scribbling hero analyses in notebooks, urged him on. He picked it up, the weight surprisingly light in his hands. The moment his skin made contact, the device moved. With a mechanical whir, the band snapped open and clamped around his left wrist, locking into place with a soft click. Izuku yelped, tugging at it, but it wouldn't budge. The face of the device lit up, the hourglass spinning, and a holographic interface flickered to life above it. Strange symbols scrolled past, too fast to read, before a voice, calm, synthetic, and distinctly not human, spoke directly into his mind. It confirmed that his DNA was verified and the Omnitrix was activated. Izuku whispered the name, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. The hologram shifted, displaying a silhouette of a muscular, humanoid figure wreathed in flames. He turned the dial on the device instinctively, and the image changed, a sleek, insect-like creature with multiple limbs, then a hulking figure with rocky skin. Each twist of the dial brought a new form, each more bizarre than the last. His mind raced. This is a transformation device. It's like a quirk, but, he stopped, his breath hitching. But it's not a quirk. It's something more. He pressed the dial, more out of curiosity than intent, and the world exploded into green light. When the light faded, Izuku wasn't himself anymore. He was taller, broader, his body encased in molten rock that glowed with veins of magma. Heat radiated from him, warming the air, and when he moved, the ground beneath his feet sizzled. He stumbled, catching himself on a tree that immediately ignited under his touch. His voice was deeper, resonant, like it came from the heart of a volcano. He stared at his hands, massive, glowing, and utterly alien. Panic and exhilaration collided in his chest. He was something else, something powerful. He flexed his fingers, and a burst of flame shot out, singeing a nearby bush. He muttered to himself, trying to steady his breathing. This is real. This is happening. He turned the dial again, fumbling with unfamiliar hands, and pressed it. Another flash of green, and he was himself again, sprawled on the forest floor, the Omnitrix humming softly on his wrist. Inko's voice cut through the haze, sharp with worry. She burst into the clearing, her eyes wide as she took in the smoldering crater and her son sitting in the dirt, clutching a strange device. She asked what happened, if he was okay, and what was on his wrist. Izuku scrambled to his feet, his mind still reeling. He held up his wrist, the Omnitrix glinting in the fading light. He explained that he found something called the Omnitrix, which allowed him to turn into things. Aliens, he thought, though the words felt too big, too impossible. Inko's face paled, but her eyes flickered with something else, resolve. She stepped closer, her hands trembling as she reached for his wrist but hesitated before touching the device. Izuku's heart raced as he acknowledged the situation, recognizing the incredible potential yet understanding the risks involved. He expressed his determination, revealing his longing to become a hero. Inko's expression softened, a mix of fear and pride evident on her face. She had seen that spark in his eyes before, the one that drove him to pursue his dreams despite the obstacles. She embraced him, promising that they would figure things out together, but urged him to be cautious. He assured her he would, feeling the weight of the Omnitrix on his wrist, a silent reminder of the power now connected to him. As the stars began to twinkle above the forest, Izuku sensed a change within himself. All Might's words still resonated, but they no longer felt like an end, they felt like a challenge. The week at the campsite passed in a blur of quiet moments and tentative hope. Izuku and Inko spent their days hiking through the lush forest, enjoying evenings by the crackling fire, and sharing laughter over charred marshmallows. The Omnitrix remained a constant presence on Izuku's wrist, its green glow a beacon amidst his doubts. He hadn't dared to touch it since that first intense transformation, the memory of heat and chaos still fresh in his mind. Instead, he focused on his notebook, jotting down theories about the device's origins, sketching the alien he had become, and cataloguing the holographic forms that flickered across its interface. Each page served as a lifeline, anchoring him to the extraordinary reality that he now possessed a piece of the cosmos. Inko observed him closely, her smiles tinged with concern. She refrained from pushing him to discuss the Omnitrix, but her glances at his wrist conveyed her worries. Izuku understood her internal conflict, proud of his resilience yet fearful of the unknown power he wielded. He wanted to reassure her, to promise he would be careful, but curiosity gnawed at him. The Omnitrix was a puzzle, and he had never been one to leave puzzles unsolved. On the final night of their trip, with the stars shining brightly above the clearing, Izuku sat cross-legged by the fire, his notebook resting on his lap. Inko was inside the tent, humming softly as she packed for their return to 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 the next day. The Omnitrix hummed as well, its faint vibration syncing with his heartbeat. He flipped to a new page, his pencil poised above it, contemplating the device. He wondered about its origins and purpose, the questions igniting a fire within him. He whispered to himself, ensuring Inko was occupied, and decided to try one more transformation, something small and safe. His fingers brushed the dial, and the interface sprang to life with a soft chime. The hologram cycled through various forms, a massive creature with crystalline skin, a sleek figure with dragonfly-like wings, before settling on a tiny, humanoid silhouette with an oversized head and large eyes. It appeared harmless, perfect for his experiment. Taking a deep breath, Izuku felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. He pressed the dial, and the world around him dissolved into a surge of green light. His body transformed, shrinking and shifting until he was no longer human. He stood just 6 inches tall, his skin a mottled grey, smooth and cool like polished stone. His head felt heavy, and his large, reflective eyes absorbed the world with astonishing clarity. Every blade of grass appeared as a towering spire, and each ember in the fire resembled a miniature sun. His fingers, thin and agile, twitched with newfound precision. He felt like a creature of intellect, his mind buzzing with ideas that had just emerged. In his new form, he marveled at the campsite from a fresh perspective. The fire pit loomed like a volcanic crater, and his notebook, now enormous, beckoned him. He scampered toward it, amazed at how effortlessly he moved, his body designed for agility despite its size. Inko's voice broke through his excitement, filled with alarm as she searched for him. She emerged from the tent, her eyes scanning the clearing. When she spotted the diminutive alien standing on his notebook, her face paled in shock. She dropped to her knees, hesitant to touch him, astonished by his transformation. Izuku reassured her, climbing onto the edge of the notebook for a better view. He explained that he wanted to try another transformation, emphasizing that this one felt different, smaller but with a heightened sense of intelligence. He gestured at the Omnitrix, now a tiny band on his wrist, and expressed his belief that this form was meant for thinking, not fighting. He felt capable of understanding how the device worked. Inko's expression shifted between awe and concern. She reminded him of his promise to be careful and expressed her worry about his transformation in the middle of the night without informing her. Izuku acknowledged her concerns but insisted that he felt fine and that this new form allowed him to see patterns and connections he had never noticed before. He believed he could analyze the Omnitrix more effectively in this state. Inko sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. She expressed her fear that he would give her a heart attack before they even returned home and asked if he could change back. Izuku, however, was already distracted, hopping off the notebook and approaching the Omnitrix's interface, which glowed softly even in his current form. He tapped the dial, his tiny fingers moving with precision. The hologram flickered, revealing a stream of data, symbols, numbers, and diagrams that had previously been incomprehensible but now made sense to him. He marveled at the realization that the Omnitrix was not merely a transformation device. It was a database, a genetic archive storing DNA from countless species. Excitement surged through him as he turned to Inko, his eyes wide with wonder. He explained that this discovery could change everything, emphasizing that it was not just about strength but about understanding, adapting, and solving problems that others could not. Inko's frown softened as she searched his tiny face, recognizing the spark in his voice that she had not heard in a long time. She acknowledged that he sounded like himself again, and Izuku climbed onto a nearby rock to bring himself closer to her eye level. He understood her fears but was determined to explore the possibilities that lay ahead. Inko expressed her fears, but she also recognized the significance of the Omnitrix. It felt as though it was meant for Izuku, offering him a chance to become what he had always aspired to be. With a gentle touch, she brushed her finger against his small shoulder, her concern evident. She just wanted him to be safe, regardless of his hero aspirations. Losing him to some cosmic device was not an option. Izuku reassured her, his voice steady despite its youthful tone. He affirmed that he would remain himself, no matter what transformations he underwent. He was determined to navigate this new reality, step by step, for both their sakes. Inko smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, remarking on his stubbornness, a trait he inherited from his father. Izuku grinned, his oversized head nodding in agreement. He felt confident, especially with the intelligence of his new form. He tapped the Omnitrix again, cycling through its features. He explained that his current form was called 𝗧𝗵𝗃, a member of the 𝗲𝗵𝗃 species known for its intelligence and problem-solving abilities. He noted that the Omnitrix had a timer, which would revert him back after about 10 minutes to prevent any potential strain. Inko teased him about sounding like a scientist, her worry momentarily lightened by amusement. Izuku laughed, a high-pitched sound, and mentioned that he could probably build a rocket in this form if he had the materials. However, he quickly shifted his focus to a new idea, realizing that the Omnitrix had a diagnostic mode. If he could access it, he might learn more about its capabilities and limitations. Inko gently interrupted him, reminding him to take things one step at a time. He sighed, feeling the weight of her concern, but he understood her point. It was challenging to slow down when his mind was racing with possibilities. She encouraged him to change back, wanting to embrace her son without the fear of accidentally hurting him. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed and hopped back to the ground. He pressed the Omnitrix-a's dial, and the familiar green light enveloped him once more. When it faded, he was back to his human form, sprawled on the grass with his notebook held close. He sat up, a sheepish grin on his face, assuring her that he was fine. Inko pulled him into a tight embrace, her breath catching in her throat as she expressed her fears about his adventurous spirit. He returned the hug, feeling the coolness of the Omnitrix against his skin. He apologized for causing her worry, but he felt this was just the beginning of his journey. He was ready to become a hero. She cupped his face, affirming her belief in him. She reminded him that he didn't have to face this alone. They would figure out the Omnitrix together. Izuku nodded, his heart swelling with determination. They would tackle this challenge side by side. As they sat by the fire, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, and the night buzzed with potential. The Omnitrix hummed softly, a reminder that Izuku's world had expanded infinitely, and he was eager to explore every aspect of it. Upon returning home, the familiar sounds of Musutafu welcomed Izuku as he entered his room. The distant noises of the city filtered through the open window, and the week spent in the mountains felt surreal, with the Omnitrix on his wrist serving as the only tangible proof of his experiences. His room remained unchanged, adorned with hero posters and All Might's smiling face, but everything felt different, as if the world had shifted slightly due to the alien device now part of him. He dropped his backpack by the bed, feeling the lingering fatigue from travel, and sank into his chair, his gaze fixed on the Omnitrix. Its green glow cast soft shadows across his desk as he turned the dial, activating the holographic interface. Silhouettes of alien forms cycled before him, each representing a mystery, a promise, a challenge. The fiery figure of Heat Blast flickered past, followed by 𝗧𝗵𝗃, whose intellectual prowess still resonated in Izuku's mind. The Omnitrix had revealed 10 forms in total, each with unique strengths and purposes. His fingers tingled with the longing to explore another transformation, curiosity outweighing caution. He had promised Inko to be careful, but the allure of discovery was too strong. Downstairs, the sounds of cooking and Inko's gentle voice mingled with the aroma of simmering miso soup. She was preparing dinner, a comforting routine to help them readjust to city life. Izuku glanced at his door and then back at the Omnitrix, feeling a surge of excitement. He thought about trying one more transformation, something different and wild. He cycled through the silhouettes until one caught his eye, a large, canine-like figure, muscular and instinctual, with no visible eyes. It appeared fierce and primal, a stark contrast to the cerebral 𝗧𝗵𝗃 or the fiery Heat Blast. His heart raced at the thought of this new form. He called for his mother, bounding down the stairs, the Omnitrix humming beside him. Inko stood at the stove, stirring a pot, flour dusting her apron from the bread she was preparing. She looked up, her smile warm but tinged with concern. Dinner was nearly ready, and she mentioned the simple meal she had planned: miso soup, rice, and the fish cakes Izuku loved. He responded with enthusiasm, but then he revealed his longing to try another transformation, explaining that he had found one that looked intense yet safe. He assured her he would do it in his room and promised not to break anything. Inko's smile faltered, her hand pausing mid-motion. She expressed her worries about the timing, reminding him that they had just returned home and still didn't fully understand the Omnitrix. What if something went wrong? Izuku stepped closer, his green eyes earnest as he acknowledged her concerns. He felt he was beginning to understand the device, noting its safety protocols that would revert him after a few minutes. He reassured her that he would be right upstairs and would change back immediately if anything felt off. She sighed, crossing her arms, recognizing his curiosity. Ultimately, she relented but insisted on accompanying him to see this intense form for herself. Izuku's relief washed over him as they made their way upstairs together, her footsteps heavy with apprehension. In his room, Izuku cleared a space by pushing his chair aside. The Omnitrix-a's interface glowed as he selected the canine-like silhouette. He explained that this form was called Wildmutt and asked if she was ready. Inko muttered that she was never truly ready for this, leaning against the doorframe with concern etched on her face. She urged him to be careful. With a nod, Izuku took a deep breath and pressed the dial. A burst of green light enveloped him, transforming his body as he felt himself expand and shift. His limbs thickened, muscles coiling beneath orange, leathery skin, ready to embrace this new adventure. His face transformed into a fierce muzzle, sharp teeth gleaming as his eyes disappeared, replaced by slits that pulsed with heightened senses. Claws emerged from his hands, gripping the floorboards, while a powerful tail lashed behind him. When the light dimmed, Izuku was gone, replaced by a creature that filled the room with a raw, animalistic presence. His fur bristled, and a low growl emanated from him, with the Omnitrix-a's symbol glowing on his shoulder, a stark contrast to his primal form. Inko gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, and stepped forward, her voice trembling yet steady as she asked what he was. She urged him to nod if he could understand her. Wildmutt tilted his head, the slits on his face quivering as he processed her voice through his heightened senses. He dipped his muzzle in a slow nod, his movements deliberate despite the feral energy radiating from him. Inko exhaled shakily, relieved that he was still in there, though he looked fierce, like something out of a nightmare. She asked if he could talk. Wildmutt opened his jaws, a guttural rumble escaping, but no words formed. He shook his head in frustration, his claws flexing against the floor. Inko's eyes widened at the realization that he couldn't talk. She encouraged him to move around and show her what this form could do. Wildmutt crouched, muscles rippling, and sprang onto the bed with surprising agility, the frame creaking under his weight. His head swiveled, the slits on his face glowing faintly as he mapped the room through scent and sound. He leaped to the floor, landing silently, and prowled toward the window, his tail brushing against the wall. Every movement was fluid and predatory, a stark contrast to the analytical precision of grey matter or the explosive power of heat blast. Inko expressed her awe at his speed and strength, warning him to be careful with his claws to avoid scratching the floor. Wildmutt froze, tilting his head as if he understood her concern. He stepped back cautiously and sat on his haunches, the Omnitrix symbol pulsing steadily. Inko approached, her hands outstretched but hesitant, admitting her mixed feelings about his transformation. He looked like he could take on a bear, yet it was hard for her to see him like this without hearing his voice. Wildmutt whined softly, nudging her hand with his muzzle in a gentle gesture that unmistakably reminded her of Izuku. Inko's expression softened as she stroked his fur, affirming that he was still her boy, even in this form. She sat on the bed, her eyes never leaving him, contemplating the implications of the Omnitrix. It was incredible yet overwhelming, and she worried about what it meant for him and for them. He wasn't just playing with powers, he was carrying something that could change his life, perhaps even the world. Wildmutt tilted his head, listening intently, clearly absorbing her words. He shifted closer, resting his massive head on her knee, grounding them both. Inko continued, her voice quieter, expressing her belief in him and her fears about the magnitude of his transformation. She urged him to keep thinking and to remain true to himself, no matter what form he took. Wildmutt let out a soft huff, his tail thumping against the floor. Inko smiled, brushing away a tear, and remarked that he was her answer. She added that he needed to change back soon because she missed his face. As if on cue, the Omnitrix beeped, its green light flashing. In a burst of radiance, Wildmutt dissolved, and Izuku reappeared, sprawled on the floor, his chest heaving. He looked up at Inko, his eyes bright with exhilaration, excitedly sharing his experience of sensing everything. Sounds, smells, vibrations, as if seeing without eyes. Inko pulled him into a hug, her laughter shaky as she acknowledged that he was going to drive her crazy but began to believe that the Omnitrix might indeed make him a hero. Izuku grinned, the Omnitrix warm against his wrist, declaring his determination to figure everything out and make her proud. Inko affirmed that he already did, ruffling his hair and urging him to come downstairs for dinner, which was getting cold. As they headed to the kitchen, the Omnitrix's glow lingered in Izuku's mind, a reminder that his journey was just beginning, and the beast within was only one piece of the puzzle. The bell signaling the end of the school day echoed through 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝙢𝙢𝗢 Junior High, sending students spilling into the halls like a burst dam. Izuku lingered at his desk, his notebook open to a page filled with meticulous sketches of the Omnitrix's alien forms. His pencil danced across the paper, detailing the sensory slits of Wildmutt and the fiery veins of Heatblast, each slide a connection to the extraordinary secret he carried. The classroom, bathed in the golden slant of late afternoon light, felt like a sanctuary, until it wasn't. A sharp, mocking voice cut through his focus as Tsubasa and Koneko, Katsuki Bakugo's ever-present lackeys, leaned against the doorway. Tsubasa's smirk was cutting, and Koneko's crossed arms radiated menace as they taunted him about scribbling in his little hero diary. Izuku tightened his grip on his pencil, his heart racing. He had faced their taunts before. Years of being the quirkless kid had hardened him to their words, but the Omnitrix on his wrist changed everything. It was a quiet power, a hidden defiance, yet he hesitated. He shoved his notebook into his bag, stating that he was just studying and asking them to leave him alone. Koneko stepped closer, his shadow looming over Izuku's desk, questioning what he was studying and mocking his aspirations of becoming a hero without a quirk. Tsubasa laughed, snatching Izuku's bag from the desk before he could react. He dumped the contents onto the floor, pens clattering, and Izuku's notebook landed with a thud, pages splaying open to reveal his sketches. Izuku lunged to reclaim his notebook, but Koneko shoved him against the desk, pinning him down. The classroom was empty now, the other students long gone, and the hallway outside buzzed with fading chatter. Izuku's eyes darted to his notebook, his secrets exposed, and anger flared within him, hot and unfamiliar. He shouted for them to give it back, surprising them both with his sudden ferocity as he twisted free of Koneko's grip and grabbed his notebook. For a moment, shock froze them, Deku, the quirkless nobody, fighting back. Then their faces hardened, and Koneko growled a threat, cracking his knuckles and suggesting they teach him a lesson. Izuku didn't wait. He bolted, clutching his bag as he sprinted through the classroom door and into the hall. Their footsteps echoed behind him, their shouts bouncing off the lockers. The school was a labyrinth of empty hallways, and Izuku's sneakers squeaked as he turned corners, his mind racing faster than his legs. He felt powerless to confront them as himself, but the thought of the Omnitrix sparked a reckless hope. He burst through the exit into the schoolyard, the late afternoon sun blinding him. The streets beyond were quiet, the city settling into its evening rhythm. Izuku veered toward an alley across from the school, its narrow entrance offering a chance to hide. His pursuers were close, he could hear their taunts and feel the heat of their pursuit. One of them yelled that he couldn't run forever. The alley was a shadowy passage, cluttered with crates and overflowing bins. Izuku ducked behind a dumpster, his breath coming in quick gasps. His fingers found the Omnitrix, its familiar hum a lifeline. He whispered to himself, twisting the dial without looking. The holographic interface flared, cycling through silhouettes. He didn't have time to choose, he needed help. He pressed the dial down. Green light enveloped him, and his body transformed in a way that felt both alien and exhilarating. His form shifted, and his vision changed, the world taking on a violet hue. When the light faded, Izuku was no longer human. He had become a wraith, a translucent figure of grey and black, with a single glowing eye peering from a skull-like face. Ethereal chains coiled around his limbs, and when he tried to speak, his voice emerged as a hollow whisper. His pursuers entered the alley, searching for him. They called out, demanding he show himself. Inko's warnings echoed in his mind, but the thrill of his new form drowned them out. He floated upward, weightless, phasing through the dumpster as if it were air. Hovering above the bullies, he realized they couldn't see him, and a surge of confidence replaced his fear. One of the bullies kicked a crate, splintering it and sending wood shards flying. They insisted he was hiding and needed to come out. Izuku focused, gliding forward, his spectral form rippling like smoke, and passed through one bully's shoulder. The boy stumbled back, startled. The other dismissed his concerns, insisting he was imagining things. Izuku felt a grin form on his ghostly face as he darted forward again, brushing through another bully's arm. The boy flinched, dropping a crumpled page from Izuku's notebook. Fear crept into their bravado as they decided the alley was too creepy. One of them insisted they wouldn't let him escape so easily, claiming he was probably hiding behind a bin. Izuku's confidence swelled. He phased through the alley wall, emerging behind them, and let out a low, eerie sound that echoed off the bricks. Both bullies froze, their faces paling. They whispered about what they had heard, trying to convince themselves it was just the wind, even as they grew increasingly anxious. Izuku followed them silently, blending with the shadows. He reached out, his clawed fingers grazing one bully's back, causing him to spin around in panic. They shouted that something was there, voices rising in fear. One insisted they needed to leave, while the other argued they had to confront him. Izuku moved again, phasing through the ground and rising behind one of the boys. He let his chains rattle, creating a sound that felt sharp and unnatural. The boy screamed, stumbling into his friend, who looked ready to flee. They decided it wasn't worth it and scrambled out of the alley, their footsteps fading into the street. Izuku waited, hovering until he was sure they were gone. The Omnitrix beeped, its timer ticking down, and in a flash of green, he returned to his human form, sprawled on the cold pavement, his heart racing. He picked up his notebook page, smoothing it out with trembling hands. The experience had been exhilarating, and he couldn't help but smile at the power he had just wielded. The Omnitrix glowed steadily on his wrist, a reminder of the surprises it held. The walk home was quiet, the city's hum a soothing contrast to the earlier tension. Inko was waiting at the door, her face lighting up when she saw him. She expressed her concern about him being late, and he reassured her that everything was fine, just taking the long way home. He chose not to mention the bullies or Ghost Freak, at least not yet. As he sat at the dinner table, the Omnitrix warm against his wrist, he felt a shift within himself. He was no longer just Deku, he was something more, someone who could stand up, even in the shadows. Inko set a steaming plate of katsu curry before him, encouraging him to eat and share about his day, jokingly hoping there were no aliens involved. Izuku laughed, feeling lighter than he had in weeks, and lied about the aliens, his eyes gleaming with secrets. The Omnitrix pulsed softly, reminding him that tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities to prove himself. The dawn broke over Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, but the shoreline below was cluttered with refuse. Piles of rusted appliances, shattered glass, and discarded tires choked the sand, a testament to years of neglect. Izuku stood at the edge of the mess, his breath visible in the chilly morning air, the Omnitrix gleaming on his wrist. With 10 months until the UA entrance exam looming ahead, he felt the weight of the challenge before him. All Might's words still stung, but the Omnitrix was his defiance, a cosmic gift whispering of possibilities. He had chosen this beach as his proving ground, a place to sculpt his body, sharpen his mind, and MSTR the alien powers now at his command. No one would help him here, just him, the trash, and the 10 aliens within the Omnitrix. Heat Blast, 4 Arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, and Upgrade. Izuku adjusted his gloves, his notebook tucked into his backpack alongside a water bottle. He scanned the debris and muttered to himself, preparing to begin. He twisted the Omnitrix's dial, the interface flaring with the silhouette of 4 arms. He pressed the dial, and green light enveloped him. His muscles swelled, his frame expanding into a towering, four-armed figure with crimson skin and unyielding strength. When the light faded, he transformed into a 𝗧𝗵𝗲, his four fists clenched with determination. 4 arms declared his ownership of the beach, demonstrating his strength by effortlessly tossing a rusted refrigerator onto a designated metal pile. The first month was challenging. Izuku spent his mornings clearing trash as 4 arms, his 4 hands making quick work of heavy items like car engines, broken furniture, and even a half-sunken boat. He encouraged himself to push harder, sweat dripping despite the alien's endurance. In the afternoons, he became Diamond Head, whose crystalline form allowed him to slice through tangled nets and shattered glass with precision. He reminded himself to stay focused, knowing that every piece mattered. Evenings were dedicated to his studies, where he hunched over textbooks in his room, equations and hero laws blurring together under the glow of his desk lamp. Inko made sure he had nutritious meals, protein-packed bento boxes, vegetable stir-fries, and smoothies, but left the training to him, her trust a quiet source of support. She urged him to eat well, reminding him that he was expending a lot of energy. He assured her that he was fine, though his smile was tired. By the 3rd month, the beach began to transform, patches of sand re-emerging like hidden treasures. Izuku experimented with different alien forms, testing their limits. As XLR-8, a speedster resembling a velociraptor, he zipped across the shore, collecting scattered debris in a blur of blue and black. He pushed himself to be faster, exhilarated as he dodged obstacles. Stinkfly's insectoid wings allowed him to hover over piles too treacherous to navigate on foot, using his corrosive slime to dissolve plastic into manageable clumps. He found humor in the mess, laughing as he worked. One evening, Inko noticed him returning home, his clothes covered in sand. She expressed concern, acknowledging that people were noticing the cleaner beach, attributing it to his efforts. Izuku felt a flush of pride, modestly admitting he was just trying to make a difference. She reassured him that he already was, reminding him to rest, as heroes needed sleep too. Month 5 brought a significant breakthrough. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄, he dove into the shallow waves, retrieving sunken debris like a bicycle frame and a tangle of fishing line. He felt at home in the water, his webbed claws gripping the ocean floor. On land, Wildmutt's keen senses helped him track buried trash through scent and vibration, his energy palpable as he dug with determination. After reverting, Izuku whispered to himself to keep going, despite his aching body. By the 6th month, the beach was transformed beyond recognition. The sand gleamed under the sun, free of debris, a canvas of possibilities. Izuku stood at its center, his breath hitching as he surveyed his hard work. He realized that while he had accomplished much, the entrance exam was still 4 months away, and mastering the Omnitrix required more than just physical strength. He needed strategy, control, and finesse. Determined, he swayed to grey matter, feeling the surge of intellect as he analyzed his training. He understood that the exam would test combat, rescue, and problem-solving skills. He needed to combine his forms, speed with strength, stealth with precision. He spent hours devising tactics, considering how to use each alien effectively. Inko noticed his shift in focus and acknowledged that he was preparing for something bigger than just cleaning the beach. Izuku affirmed his goal of showing that he could be a hero, with the Omnitrix as his chance. She encouraged him to make it count while reminding him not to lose sight of who he was beyond the device. The final months became a crucible of training. As heat blast, he ignited controlled fires to burn organic waste, his flames dancing with precision. He remained focused, ensuring no stray sparks escaped. As upgrade, he merged with abandoned machines, transforming a rusted bulldozer into a sleek tool for smoothing the beach. He reveled in the experience, his excitement evident. Ghost Freak's ability to phase through solid objects allowed him to scout hidden corners, ensuring no trash remained. His studies never wavered. Late nights blurred into early mornings, his desk cluttered with notes on hero ethics, physics, and combat strategy. He resolved to outthink and outwork his opponents. Inko continued to support him with nutritious meals, teasing him about needing to eat for multiple aliens. He expressed gratitude, determined to keep pushing forward. On the eve of the exam, Izuku stood on the pristine beach, the Omnitrix glowing softly on his wrist. He cycled through the 10 silhouettes, each representing a part of his journey: Heat Blast's fire, Forearm's strength, Diamond Head's resilience, Stinkfly's flight, Wildmutt's instincts, Ghost Freak's stealth, 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏 speed, Ripjaw's aquatic prowess, Grey Matter's intellect, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 versatility. He felt ready for the challenge ahead. Inko called from their apartment, reminding him that dinner was ready and to not stay out too late before the big day. He responded cheerfully, his gaze fixed on the stars. The Omnitrix pulsed with potential, symbolizing his transformation. He was no longer quirkless, he was a hero in the making, shaped by hard work, determination, and cosmic power. The towering facade of UA High loomed before Izuku Midoriya, its glass spires glinting in the morning sun like a beacon of dreams. The air buzzed with the chatter of examinees, their voices a mix of bravado and nerves. Izuku stood at the edge of the courtyard, his heart racing. The Omnitrix on his wrist pulsed faintly, a reminder of the 10 alien forms that had reshaped his world over the past 10 months. His training at Dagobah Beach, clearing mountains of trash, honing his body, and mastering the Omnitrix-a's powers, had led to this moment. The UA entrance exam was his opportunity to prove he could be a hero, quirk or no quirk. He adjusted his backpack, feeling the worn cover of his hero notebook inside. He reassured himself that he was ready. The crowd of aspiring heroes surged around him, their quirks sparking and shimmering, flashes of light, bursts of wind, and a boy with vines coiling from his fingertips. Izuku observed their abilities, but his focus snapped back as a familiar presence approached. Katsuki Bakugo strode forward, his expression unmistakable. The tension in the air was palpable as he confronted Izuku, his palms already sparking with energy. Izuku felt the tension rise as Bakugo confronted him, a challenging glare exchanged between them. Despite the tremor in his chest, Izuku stood firm, determined to face the situation. He wasn't there to ponder, he was there to compete. Bakugo's laughter rang out, sharp and dismissive, as he belittled Izuku's aspirations. He claimed that Izuku was insignificant, a mere pebble beneath his boot, and warned him against entering the exam hall, insisting it would only lead to embarrassment for them both. Izuku, fists clenched, dismissed Bakugo's words. The Omnitrix pulsed with energy, providing him with a sense of encouragement. He declared his intent to take the exam and succeed, demanding Bakugo to step aside. Bakugo's expression darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he threatened Izuku, suggesting that he would make him regret his decision. Memories of past taunts and injuries flashed through Izuku's mind, but he was no longer the same boy. Empowered by the Omnitrix and strengthened by his experiences, he resolved to confront Bakugo. He stated that he was finished with running away and was determined to move forward. Bakugo's smirk turned colder, but he retreated, hands crackling with energy, and warned Izuku to prepare for failure. With a final scoff, he walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Izuku stood still, his breath shallow but his determination unshaken. He closed his eyes, focusing on the steady rhythm of the Omnitrix, reminding himself of his training. He was ready. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the imposing doors of UA, each step heavy with purpose until he crossed into the revered halls. Inside, the written exam awaited him. Izuku settled into a desk in the expansive room, the atmosphere filled with the sounds of pencils scratching and papers rustling. The questions challenged him, covering topics from hero ethics to physics and tactical analysis. However, months of training as grey matter sharpened his mind, allowing him to tackle the questions with clarity. Equations fell into place, ethical dilemmas became clear, and strategies unfolded seamlessly in his thoughts. He found the exam easier than he anticipated, his pencil moving swiftly across the answer sheet. By the time the proctor called for pencils down, Izuku's confidence burned steadily within him. Next, the examinees were ushered into a grand auditorium, a vast space filled with tiered seating and a brightly lit stage. Izuku chose a spot near the back, scanning the diverse faces around him, some anxious, others brimming with confidence. The weight of the Omnitrix felt more pronounced now, a secret he held close. He couldn't help but contemplate how his alien forms would perform in the upcoming practical exam. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗶cie burst onto the stage, his spiky blonde hair and booming voice capturing everyone's attention. He welcomed the future heroes with enthusiasm, announcing that they had successfully completed the written test and were now ready to demonstrate their abilities in the practical exam. Present MIC explained the rules, detailing that they would be dropped into a mock city to face robotic enemies, each worth different points based on their difficulty. The challenge was to defeat these bots and showcase their hero spirit. Excitement rippled through the auditorium as Izuku's mind began to strategize. He considered which of his alien forms would be best suited for the task: Heat Blast for ranged attacks, 4 arms for strength, and XLR8 for speed. He felt a surge of determination. He had to succeed. Present MIC then revealed a twist. A 0-point bot would also be present, a formidable challenge designed to test their instincts. While it wouldn't yield any points, it presented an opportunity to shine. The room buzzed with anticipation, some students appearing apprehensive while others seemed eager for the challenge. Izuku contemplated the implications of this twist, recalling his training with various alien abilities. He could adapt and make the right choices under pressure. As Present MIC continued, he announced that the examinees would be divided into groups and assigned different testing sites to ensure fairness. He encouraged them to use their quirks to the fullest, emphasizing that there were no limits as long as they didn't endanger others. Questions arose from the crowd, but Izuku remained focused, his mind racing ahead to the mock city and the strategies he would employ. With a final rallying cry, Present MIC urged the examinees to prepare for their assigned sites, encouraging them to gear up and show their potential as future heroes. The auditorium erupted in cheers, and Izuku joined in, his voice blending with the crowd, his resolve unwavering. The Omnitrix hummed with energy, a steadfast ally in his journey. The weight of Bakugu's taunts and the uncertainty of the exam faded away. He was ready to embrace his future. The mock city lay before Izuku, a complex maze of concrete and steel under a cloudy sky. The practical phase of the UA entrance exam was about to commence, and excitement filled the air as examinees gathered at the gates of testing Site B. Adjusting his wristband, Izuku felt the familiar weight of the Omnitrix grounding him amidst the chaos of nervous chatter and flexing quirks. His green eyes scanned the crowd, his mind sharp from months of training and the intellectual boost he had gained. He was prepared, ready to demonstrate his worth, ready to assess the 10 aliens at his disposal: Heat Blast, 4 arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, and Upgrade. His attention was drawn to a girl a few steps away, her brown hair bobbing as she shifted nervously, her cheeks flushed with a constant blush. She clasped her hands together, her eyes darting to the towering gates, and something about her anxious demeanor tugged at Izuku's heart. He sensed her fear and felt an instinctive urge to help. He took a step toward her, words forming in his mind. He wanted to check on her, but a stern voice interrupted him. A tall examinee with glasses and a rigid stance approached, raising his hand like a traffic cop. He admonished Izuku for distracting others with his fidgeting, insisting that this was a serious exam where everyone needed to maintain focus. Izuku blinked, momentarily taken aback but resolute. He calmly asserted that he wasn't fidgeting. He was merely concerned about someone who appeared nervous. The bespectacled boy dismissed him with a sharp retort, adjusting his glasses and declaring that if Izuku couldn't conduct himself properly, he had no place at UA High. Izuku's jaw tightened, but he remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. He declared that he was there to be a hero, just like everyone else, and that helping someone didn't diminish his seriousness. He glanced at the brown-haired girl, hoping to catch her eye, but she was focused on the ground, her shoulders hunched. Before he could say more, a deafening clang echoed as the gate swung open, and Present MIC's voice boomed over the speakers, urging the examinees to show what they were capable of. The crowd surged forward, a wave of quirks and ambition, but the glasses-wearing boy shot Izuku a final glare before sprinting ahead, taunting him about already failing. Izuku brushed off the comment, sharpening his focus as he joined the rush. With no countdowns, he felt he had time to strategize. He navigated the mock city's streets, his sneakers pounding the pavement while he analyzed the terrain. The villain bots, robotic adversaries worth 1, 2, or 3 points, clanked into view, their red optics glowing. He chose not to activate the Omnitrix just yet. He wanted to prove his capabilities without it. Spotting a rusted metal pole leaning against a wall, he seized it, twirling it with practiced ease from his training. With determination, he charged at a one-pointer bot, ducking under its swinging arm and striking its joint with the pole, metal screeching as it collapsed in a shower of sparks. He celebrated his first victory, then faced a two-pointer that fired RBB projectiles. Rolling behind a crate, he vaulted forward and jammed the pole into its optic sensor, causing it to sputter and crash to the ground. The city transformed into a battlefield, filled with explosions and shouts as examinees unleashed their quirks. Izuku kept moving, his polar blur as he took down another one-pointer and then a second two-pointer, his muscles burning but his resolve unyielding. He was accumulating points, but his gaze kept drifting to the brown-haired girl, who was struggling nearby, dodging a one-pointer's clumsy swipe. He sensed her fear and felt a strong urge to protect her. Before he could act, the ground shook, and a mechanical roar split the air. The zero-pointer emerged, a colossal bot towering over the mock city, its treads crushing the pavement, its arms swinging like wrecking ball. Examinees screamed and scattered, but the brown-haired girl froze, her eyes wide as the bot's shadow loomed over her. A chunk of debris fell, pinning her leg, and she cried out in panic. Izuku reacted instantly, dropping the pole. His hand flew to the Omnitrix, the dial clicking under his fingers as he called upon XLR8. Green light enveloped him, transforming his body into a streamlined form, his legs elongating into powerful limbs, and his face sharpening into a velociraptor-like snout with a black visor. Blue and black scales covered his skin, and a spiked tail balanced his form. When the light faded, he was XLR8, a 𝗵𝗃 built for speed, his clawed feet sparking against the ground. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝐼𝐶's voice crackled from a distant speaker, marveling at XLR8's incredible speed. In an instant, he blurred forward, the world slowing around him as he reached the girl, scooping her up effortlessly. He instructed her to hang on as he zipped through the city, dodging falling debris, and set her down behind a collapsed wall, ensuring she was safe from the zero-pointer's rampage. He asked if she was okay, and she nodded, her blush deepening as she expressed her gratitude, relieved to be safe. XLR8 told her to stay put, already turning to confront the zero-pointer, which was swinging its massive arm toward a cluster of examinees. He knew it wasn't worth points, but it posed a significant threat, and he couldn't allow it to harm anyone. He skidded to a halt, the bot's red optics locking onto him. He waved his arms, calling out to the giant machine to draw its attention. The zero-pointer shifted, its treads grinding as it lumbered toward him. Izuku's heart raced, but he was ready. He pressed the Omnitrix-a's faceplate, reverting to his human form in a flash of green, standing defiantly before the towering machine. With determination, he whispered to himself, his fingers hovering over the dial. As the bot's arm descended, aiming to crush him, he twisted the dial, selecting a new form, and slammed it down, calling upon upgrade. Green light erupted, and Izuku's body transformed into a liquid metal entity, reshaping into a biomechanical form. His skin became a sleek, black and green plasma, fluid yet solid, with glowing circuits pulsing across his surface. A single, circular eye glowed at his center, and tendrils of nanotech extended from his limbs, ready to merge with any machine. When the light faded, he was upgrade, a galvanic metamorph, his body humming with technological potential. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝐼𝐶's voice boomed with awe as he commented on the unexpected transformation. Upgrade lunged forward, his liquid form stretching to envelop the zero-pointer's arm. His nanotech fused with its circuits, infiltrating its systems. He muttered that he had it under control, rewiring the bot's targeting and forcing its arm to halt mid-swing. He declared that it wouldn't crush anyone today as he redirected the bot's treads, steering it away from the examinees and toward an empty lot. The zero-pointer groaned, its systems resisting upgrade's control, but he held firm, his tendrils spreading deeper. He urged the bot to cooperate, diverting its power to disable its weapons. The bot staggered and then collapsed, its lights flickering out as upgrade disengaged, sliding off in a fluid wave and reforming on the pavement. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝐼𝐶 exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing that Izuku had taken down the zero-pointer without earning any points, but that act alone showcased true hero material. Izuku reverted to his human form in a final flash, collapsing to his knees, breathing. The brown-haired girl rushed to him, her eyes wide with gratitude, expressing her heartfelt thanks for saving her. That was truly remarkable, Izuku thought, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. He had faced the 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵, saved someone, and proved his worth, not just to UA, but to himself. As the timer on the Omnitrix reset, his spirit soared. Present MIC's voice echoed in the distance, urging the heroes to keep pushing for more points. With renewed determination, Izuku rose, scanning the city for more robotic foes. The Omnitrix hummed with energy, ready for the next challenge, and he sprinted forward, his heart ignited by the passion of a budding hero. The apartment was bathed in the gentle glow of evening, the distant sounds of Musutafu's cityscape creating a soothing backdrop. A week had passed since the UA entrance exam, and Izuku Midoriya sat cross-legged on his bed, the Omnitrix casting a soft green light across his room. The weight of anticipation pressed on him, each day feeling longer as he awaited the results that would determine his future. Dinner, a delicious spread of Inko's homemade yakitori and miso-glazed eggplant, settled warmly in his stomach, but his mind was restless, replaying memories of the mock city, the 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵, and the girl he had saved while using XLR8 and upgrade. Downstairs, the muffled sounds of Inko's favorite drama show floated up, occasionally interrupted by her sniffles. The show, a heartfelt tale of star-crossed lovers, always left her emotional, and Izuku could easily picture her curled up on the couch with a box of tissues. A faint smile crossed his face as he absent-mindedly touched the Omnitrix-a's dial. Out of boredom, he turned it, and the holographic interface sprang to life. Silhouettes of his 10 aliens, Heatblast's fiery form, 4 arms massive build, Diamond Head's crystalline edges, Stinkfly's wings, Wildmutt's wild appearance, Ghostfreak's spectral figure, XLR8's sleek speed, Ripjaw's aquatic jaws, Grey Matter's small stature, and Upgrade's liquid metal sheen, cycled before him, each representing the power he had wielded at Dagobah Beach and beyond. He gazed at them, pausing on Ghostfreak's shadowy outline. It was hard to believe they were real. Leaning back, he glanced at the All Might poster on his wall, its grin offering silent encouragement. Did he do enough? Was saving that girl the right decision? Doubt lingered in his mind. The exam had been a whirlwind, 45 villain points from defeating robots, the 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵's defeat, the girl's grateful expression. But was it sufficient to secure a place at UA? A knock at his door startled him upright. Inko peeked in, her eyes bright with urgency despite being red-rimmed. She exclaimed that the envelope from UA had arrived in the mail. Izuku's heart raced, excitement replacing his earlier boredom. He scrambled off the bed, eager to see the envelope. Inko held up a sleek, silver envelope adorned with UA's crest, her hands trembling slightly. She explained how she had found it sitting on top of the mailbox, as if it had been waiting just for him. She urged him to open it. He followed her to the living room, his pulse quickening as she handed him the envelope. Its smooth surface felt almost surreal, as if it carried the weight of his dreams. Inko stood nearby, her drama show forgotten, the soft glow of the television illuminating her hopeful expression. She encouraged him to see what it said, confident that he had done his best. With trembling fingers, he tore open the seal. A small, metallic disc slipped out, glinting in the lamplight. Confused, he turned it over, and before he could ponder its purpose, the disc hummed to life, projecting a beam of light that formed a holographic figure. A small, white-furred creature with a bear-like face, dressed in a sharp suit. Principal Nezu, UA's enigmatic headmaster, appeared before them, his beady eyes sparkling with intelligence. He greeted Izuku warmly, acknowledging the anticipation surrounding the results of the entrance exam. Izuku nodded, his throat tight with emotion. Inko gripped his shoulder, her breath hitching with excitement. Nezu continued, praising Izuku's performance on the written exam, noting that he had achieved a perfect score across all sections, including hero ethics, physics, and tactical analysis. Even the optional question, designed to challenge the brightest candidates, had been answered with remarkable insight. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, a flush creeping up his neck as he glanced at Inko, whose radiant smile revealed her pride. Nezu then shifted the focus to the practical exam, where heroes truly shine. He commended Izuku for amassing 45 villain points by neutralizing robotic enemies, a score that would secure his admission. He praised Izuku's strategic use of the environment, particularly his skillful handling of a metal pole, which was impressive for someone without a conventional quirk. Izuku's heart soared, but he sensed that Nezu had more to say. The principal's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he revealed that UA sought more than just combat skills. They valued the spirit of heroism. Izuku's courageous act of saving a fellow examinee from the 0-pointer had earned him an additional 70 rescue points. Inko gasped in astonishment, her hands flying to her mouth as she processed the news. Izuku nodded, recalling the grateful expression of the girl he had saved. He had acted instinctively, not wanting her to get hurt. Nezu clapped his tiny paws together, the sound echoing in the quiet room. He announced that the combined total of 115 points placed Izuku first among all examinees across all testing sites. Congratulations poured forth as he informed Izuku that he had been accepted into UA High's hero course. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, tears welling in his eyes as disbelief washed over him. First place. He had actually made it in. Inko erupted with joy, pulling him into a tight embrace, her tears dampening his hair. She expressed her pride, exclaiming that he was going to UA. He returned the hug, his heart racing with joy and disbelief. The Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist, a silent companion in his victory. However, Nezu's hologram flickered, drawing his attention back. The principal's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice, revealing that there was one more thing to discuss. His curiosity had been piqued by Izuku's unique performance, and he invited him to UA in 2 days for a private meeting to discuss his future and the remarkable device he wielded. Izuku froze, a mix of joy and apprehension flooding through him. Did Nezu know about the Omnitrix? Inko's eyes darted to him, concern etched on her face as she questioned the nature of the meeting. Nezu expressed a rare honor to Midoriya, his smile reassuring. He mentioned that Izuku had potential beyond what had been seen, and he wished to understand it better, promising further details soon. For now, he encouraged Izuku to celebrate his achievement, as UA awaited him. As the hologram vanished, Izuku stared at it, his mind racing with thoughts of first place, UA, and a meeting with Nezu. The Omnitrix hummed quietly beneath his sleeve, a reminder of the secret he carried. He wondered what Nezu wanted with him, his voice barely above a whisper. Inko cupped his face, her eyes shining with pride and concern. She reassured him that whatever it was, he would handle it, reminding him of how far he had come and how strong he truly was. He nodded, clutching the disc tightly, his gaze drifting to the Omnitrix. In just 2 days, he would have a one-on-one meeting with the principal, and the path to heroism had taken an unexpected turn, leaving Izuku feeling the weight of the unknown pressing against his newfound victory. The morning sun cast long shadows across the UA campus, its towering spires gleaming like sentinels of ambition. Izuku Midoriya, dressed in a simple green hoodie and jeans, stood at the edge of the entrance plaza, his sneakers scuffing the pavement. 2 days had passed since the holographic message from Principal Nezu, and the weight of that invitation, a private meeting with UA's enigmatic headmaster, sat heavy in his chest. The Omnitrix pulsed faintly beneath his sleeve, a reminder of the secret he carried. He stared at the massive gates, their steel surface unyielding, and doubt crept in as he wondered how he was supposed to get in. Before he could overthink further, the gates groaned, parting with a mechanical hum to reveal a small, white-furred figure in a tailored suit. Principal Nezu stood there, his beady eyes twinkling with mischief and intelligence, a wide smile stretching across his bear-like muzzle. He called out to Izuku, expressing appreciation for his punctuality and inviting him to follow without delay. Izuku blinked, his nerves jangling. He hurried forward, his backpack bouncing against his shoulders as he followed the diminutive principal through the gates. The campus was quieter today, the exam frenzy replaced by an almost serene stillness, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Nezu explained that a personal invitation deserved a personal welcome and expressed eagerness to meet the examinee who had turned their 0-pointer into a glorified paperweight. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment, nervously laughing as he explained that he hadn't meant to break it. He just wanted to keep everyone safe. Nezu acknowledged this, glancing back with a knowing glint, and urged Izuku to follow him to his office, where he had prepared something special for their chat. They wound through UA's pristine halls, the walls lined with portraits of legendary heroes and display cases gleaming with trophies. Izuku's eyes darted everywhere, cataloguing details until they reached a polished wooden door. Nezu pushed it open, revealing a cozy office bathed in warm light. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes and trinkets, while a large window overlooked the campus. At the center sat a small table adorned with a chessboard, its pieces meticulously arranged, flanked by 2 steaming cups and a teapot shaped like a smiling cat. Nezu welcomed Izuku to his sanctuary and invited him to take a seat, offering tea from his special 𝗬𝗵𝗲 blend that calms the nerves and sharpens the mind. Izuku slid into the opposite chair, resting his backpack by his feet, and accepted a cup, appreciating the soothing floral aroma even as his pulse raced. Nezu's smile widened as he poured his own tea and asked if Izuku had ever played chess. Izuku recalled that his mother had taught him when he was younger, mentioning that he enjoyed the strategy of figuring out how all the pieces worked together, likening it to analyzing heroes. Nezu's enthusiasm was infectious as he suggested they have a game, declaring Izuku would be white and inviting him to make the first move. Izuku hesitated but then pushed a pawn forward, the soft clack of the piece echoing in the quiet room. As the game unfolded, each move became a dance of calculation and instinct. Izuku's mind, honed by months as grey matter, saw patterns on the board, potential traps, openings, and sacrifices. He countered Nezu's aggressive bishop with a defensive rook, feeling his confidence grow. Nezu complimented Izuku's tactical skills, noting his perfect score on the written exam, but then inquired about the curious device on his wrist. Izuku's hand froze mid-move, the Omnitrix glinting under the officer's light. He stammered about his watch, taking a breath to steady himself. Nezu leaned forward, his smile unreadable, pressing for more information about the extraordinary watch. Izuku's mind raced as he sought a way to satisfy Nezu's curiosity without revealing too much. He moved his queen, buying time, and met the principal's gaze, explaining that it was a regulator that helped him control his body and keep his abilities from going haywire. Without it, he would be unstable and potentially dangerous. Nezu's eyes narrowed, but his smile remained. He expressed fascination with the device, suggesting that a regulator for such remarkable abilities must be sophisticated. He probed further, asking where Izuku had acquired it. Izuku countered with a pawn to protect his position, explaining that it was a gift from someone who believed in his potential as a hero and that he was still learning how it worked. Nezu found the explanation intriguing, noting that a gift allowing him to shift forms and adapt to challenges was quite a tool for a hero in training. He declared check as Izuku's heart skipped, realizing the gravity of the game and Nezu's questions. Izuku moved his king, trying to balance the game with his longing to help people, just as he had done during the exam. Nezu acknowledged his impressive rescue points and the power that raised questions, leaving Izuku to ponder the path ahead. UA had to ensure the safety of its students and understand their abilities. Izuku felt a mix of curiosity and determination as he engaged in a chess match with Principal Nezu. He wanted to be open about his thoughts but needed time to sort through his feelings. Nezu, with a sly chuckle, captured one of Izuku's pieces and encouraged him to keep playing, suggesting that answers would emerge as they continued. Izuku focused intently on the board, aware that each move reflected the stakes of their conversation. The Omnitrix on his wrist hummed quietly, a secret he guarded closely, while Nezu's sharp intellect posed a challenge. Izuku was resolute, advancing his pieces with confidence. Nezu's enthusiasm sparked a competitive spirit in him, and the game unfolded with tension and unspoken questions. Izuku's heart raced, not just for victory but for the uncertain future ahead, where the Omnitrix and Nezu's scrutiny would influence his path. As the day faded, Izuku stood alone on the sand of Dagobah Municipal Beach, reflecting on his journey. The beach, once cluttered, now gleamed with cleanliness, mirroring his own growth. The Omnitrix glowed softly on his wrist as he gazed at the horizon, where the sea met a vibrant sky. Tomorrow marked his first day at UA High, a moment filled with both excitement and apprehension. The memory of his meeting with Principal Nezu lingered, along with the weight of the Omnitrix's mysteries. He whispered to himself, acknowledging his achievement of getting into UA, yet questioning what lay ahead. Turning the Omnitrix's dial, he saw the silhouettes of his 10 alien forms, each representing a facet of his potential but also a puzzle he needed to solve. He resolved to embrace his identity beyond the power of the Omnitrix. The tide rolled in, brushing against his sneakers, prompting him to step back with a sense of determination. Tomorrow would be the beginning of a new chapter, and he felt ready to face it head-on. The next morning, the Midoriya household buzzed with anticipation. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his UA uniform. Grey blazer with blue-green trimmings, a red tie against a white shirt, and dark blue-green breathes, complemented by his signature red shoes. His backpack, filled with supplies, waited by the door, a reminder of the challenges ahead. Inko moved briskly in the kitchen, preparing a bento box filled with nourishing food for her son's big day. She called out to him, her voice warm yet emotional, as she set a plate of pancakes on the table. Her eyes softened as she looked at him, pride evident in her smile. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of nerves and readiness as he sat down. He acknowledged his apprehension but reassured himself that he was prepared for the day ahead. Inko reached across the table, squeezing his hand and affirming his readiness. She reminded him of his accomplishments, cleaning the beach, passing the exam, and saving someone in need. Her words anchored him, and he expressed his gratitude, vowing to make her proud. She embraced him tightly, her eyes glistening with emotion, encouraging him to show UA his true self. As he stepped out the door, Izuku felt the weight of his mother's encouragement. The journey to the train station was a blur, the city alive with activity. On the train to UA, he reflected on the challenges awaiting him: classes, training, and the need to be strategic with his abilities. He understood the importance of being cautious and prepared. Upon arriving at Musutofu Station, he joined the throng of students heading toward UA. The campus loomed ahead, its gates inviting yet intimidating. He noticed other first years, some confident and others anxious, and felt the competitive atmosphere. A girl with pink hair and goggles caught his attention, playfully commenting on his nervousness. She introduced herself as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵 from the support course, offering her assistance with inventions. Izuku, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension, introduced himself and mentioned the complexity of his quirk. Mai's enthusiasm was infectious, and as she bounded off, Izuku felt a flicker of hope amidst his anxiety. He approached the gates, the Omnitrix-a's hum providing a sense of reassurance. He acknowledged the challenges ahead, knowing he had trained for this moment. Izuku Midoriya felt the power of Heat Blast's fire, 𝗬𝗪𝗡, and Grey Matter's intelligence coursing through him. He took a deep breath, his determination sharpening. He had to manage it. A teacher at the gate checked his identification and waved him through, instructing him to go to Class 1A on the 3rd floor. He promised he wouldn't be late as he stepped onto the campus, the weight of his mother's kiss and his own resolve propelling him forward. The Omnitrix pulsed gently, a silent promise that he would confront whatever challenges UA presented, not merely as a boy with a mysterious device, but as a hero ready to forge his own destiny. The halls of UA High buzzed with the energy of a new beginning. The polished floors gleamed under the morning light as Izuku navigated the intricate corridors toward Class 1A. His UA uniform felt both unfamiliar and empowering, the red tie a bold statement of his place among aspiring heroes. The Omnitrix, hidden beneath his sleeve, hummed softly, its presence a quiet anchor amidst his swirling nerves. His mother's parting words, "Be safe, be smart, be yourself," echoed in his mind, grounding him as he approached the imposing door marked 1A. The weight of his first day pressed against him, a blend of excitement and anxiety, but he squared his shoulders, prepared to face whatever awaited him. He opened the door, and a chorus of voices enveloped him. The classroom was a vibrant mix of personalities, students chatting, quirks sparking, the air alive with potential. Izuku's gaze swept the room, landing on a familiar figure slouched at a desk by the window. Katsuki Bakugo, with his unmistakable spiky blonde hair, had his feet propped up, his fierce glare fixed on an empty space. The sight twisted Izuku's stomach, memories of their earlier confrontation surfacing. He forced himself to look away. Before he could find a seat, a tall figure approached, the same bespectacled student from the testing site, standing rigidly. He addressed Izuku with authority, pointing out his earlier fidgeting before the exam and acknowledging his achievement in making it into Class 1A, though he questioned Izuku's behavior. Izuku blinked, his nerves tingling but his determination unwavering. He clarified that he hadn't been fidgeting, he had been trying to assist someone. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. The boy adjusted his glasses, his expression softening slightly as he introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 from the 𝗍𝗪 family, known for their heroic legacy. He apologized for his hasty judgment and praised Izuku for his extraordinary performance in the exam, securing first place with 115 points. He expressed admiration for Izuku as a model of excellence. Izuku felt his cheeks warm, instinctively covering the Omnitrix as he stammered that he had just done what he thought was right, saving that girl and fighting the bots on instinct. Ida emphasized that Izuku's instinct was born from preparation, his eyes shining with respect. He admired Izuku's unprecedented rescue points and aspired to match such selflessness in his own hero journey. Before Izuku could respond, a bright and familiar voice called out to him. He turned to see the brown-haired girl from the exam, her cheeks flushed and her smile warm. She bounded over, her UA skirt swishing, expressing her joy at being in the same class and thanking him for saving her from the giant robot. Izuku's heart raced at her gratitude. He returned her smile, relieved that she was okay and explaining that he couldn't let her get hurt. She praised him for his amazing actions during the exam, describing how he had zoomed in and taken down the giant bot, making her feel like a goner until he had swooped in like a real hero. Bakugu's voice cut through their conversation, demanding silence and criticizing Izuku for being foolish. He sneered at Uraraka, telling her not to admire someone he deemed unworthy, claiming Izuku had merely gotten lucky. Izuku's fists clenched, but he held Bakugu's gaze, asserting that he was not quirkless and that he had earned his place in Class 1A just like everyone else. Bakugu's eyes narrowed, sparks flickering in his palms as he dismissed Izuku's claim, vowing to crush him. Ida intervened, asserting that the classroom was not a battlefield and that they were there to become heroes, not to squabble like children. Bakugu scoffed and returned to his seat, telling Ida to stay out of his way. Uraraka leaned closer to Izuku, whispering encouragement not to let Bakugu get to him and affirming that he was cooler than Bakugu. Izuku managed a small laugh, feeling some of his tension ease. He focused on the day ahead. The classroom door opened with a soft thud, silencing the chatter. A disheveled man entered, his black hair tied back and eyes shadowed with fatigue, a scarf coiled around his neck. Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, exuded an aura of quiet authority. His gaze swept the room, landing on Izuku, who felt a chill despite the warmth of the Omnitrix. Aizawa instructed everyone to sit down, introducing himself and warning them that if they were there to play hero, they should leave. His words sent a wave of seriousness through the class. Izuku settled into a desk near Uraraka, his pulse quickening as Aizawa's sharp gaze assessed him. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku as the top scorer in the exam, his tone unreadable. Izuku confirmed his name, sitting up straighter. Aizawa's lips twitched, not quite forming a smile as he commended Izuku's impressive score but reminded him that points alone do not make a hero. He pulled out a stack of gym uniforms, tossing them onto a desk and announcing a quirk assessment test outside. He instructed them to change and warned against whining or making excuses. Uraraka gasped at the thought of a test on the first day, while Ida stood up, clutching his uniform tightly and emphasizing the importance of demonstrating their capabilities. Bakugu declared it his chance to prove he was the best, warning Izuku not to think he could compete with him. Izuku ignored Bakugu, his mind racing at the prospect of the quirk assessment. The Omnitrix hummed with the potential of its 10 aliens, ready to assist him. However, Aizawa's scrutiny felt like a spotlight, and Izuku knew he was being closely observed. He murmured to himself that he could do this and that he had to. Aizawa commanded everyone to head outside, giving them 10 minutes to prepare. The class erupted into motion as they rushed for the changing rooms. Izuku followed, his heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and determination. Uraraka walked beside him, her smile both nervous and encouraging, reminding him that they could show what they were capable of. Izuku agreed, his expression hardening with resolve. However, as they reached the field, Aizawa's gaze locked onto him once more, presenting a silent challenge that sent a shiver down his spine. The Omnitrix pulsed, a promise of power, But the test ahead would demand more than aliens, it would demand everything he had. The UA training field sprawled under the midday sun, a vast expanse of turf and equipment buzzing with the energy of Class 1A. 20 students stood in their gym uniforms, quirks crackling and muscles tensing as Shota Aizawa, their stern homeroom teacher, outlined the quirk assessment test. His scarf fluttered in the breeze, his tired eyes scanning the group with predatory precision. Izuku Midoriya felt the weight of that gaze, the Omnitrix hidden beneath his sleeve pulsing like a second heartbeat. His classmates, each a unique blend of talent and ambition, surrounded him. Rikido Soto flexing his muscular arms, Tsuyu Asui's frog-like stance poised, Mizu Shoji's extra limbs folded neatly, Koji Koda whispering to a nearby bird, Kyoka Gyro twirling an earphone jack, Tenya Ida standing rigid with purpose, Minoru Mineta fidgeting with his sticky ball, Denki Kaminari sparking with nervous energy, Hiro Kirishima grinning with infectious enthusiasm, Mina Ashido bouncing on her toes, Momo Yoirozu adjusting her ponytail with calm confidence, Okako Uraraka offering Izuku a reassuring smile, Toru Hagakure's invisible form betrayed by her floating uniform, Masahiro Jiro swishing his tail, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗍 Tokoyami's dark aura brooding, Yuga Amr sparkling with flair, Shoto Todoroki's icy demeanor unyielding, Hunter Zero stretching his tape-like elbows, Katsuki Bakugo glaring daggers, and Izuku himself, heart-pounding with resolve. This was not a game, Aizawa stated, his voice a low growl. 8 tests would measure their quirk's potential, speed, strength, endurance, and more. Perform poorly, and they would be out. Understood. Yes, sir, Ida responded, chopping the air. They would demonstrate their utmost capabilities. Sounds tough, but Kirishima was pumped, fist-bumping Mina, declaring they would make this manly. Totally, Mina chirped, her pink skin gleaming, saying she would melt this test. Quiet, Aizawa snapped, his scarf twitching. First up was the 50-meter dash. They were to pair up and move to the starting line. Izuku's eyes flicked to the Omnitrix, his mind racing. XLR8 for speed. 4 arms for strength. He needed to save energy between tests. He paired with Bakugo, whose smirk was sharp. Ready to lose, Deku. Bakugo sneered, sparks popping in his palms, claiming his explosions would leave Izuku in the dust. They would see, Kaken, Izuku replied, his voice steady. He twisted the Omnitrix-a's dial, selecting XLR8's sleek silhouette, and slammed it down. Green light erupted, his body streamlining into a velociraptor-like form, blue and black scales glinting, a spiked tail balancing his frame, and a visor shielding his eyes. When the light faded, he was XLR8, a Kiniceleran built for velocity, his clawed feet sparking against the ground. Kaminari gasped, pointing and exclaiming that Midoriya's quirk was wild. Magnifique, Amr said, striking a pose, praising the flair and speed. Focus, Aizawa barked. On his mark, go. Bakugo blasted forward, explosions propelling him like a rocket, his grin triumphant. Eat this, Deku. He shouted, the air rippling with heat. XLR8 smirked, his visor glinting. Not today. He surged, the world blurring as he hit top speed, his claws tearing into the turf. The finish line loomed, and he crossed it in a single second, skidding to a halt with effortless grace. Bakugo stumbled across a moment later, his time a respectable 4.2 seconds, but his face twisted with shock. 1 second. Gyro exclaimed, her earphone jacks twitching. That's insane. Ribbit, he's super fast, Tsuyu said, tilting her head, comparing him to a frog on a hot plate. Bakugo's eyes blazed, his fists sparking. You cheated, Deku. He roared, lunging forward, demanding to know what Izuku's deal was. Before Izuku could react, Aizawa's scarf lashed out, wrapping Bakugo's arms and pinning him in place. Enough, Aizawa said, his voice icy. Control yourself, Bakugo, or you're done. Bakugo growled, wrenching free as the scarf released him. This isn't over, Deku, he spat, storming off. Izuku tapped the Omnitrix-a's emblem, reverting to human form in a flash of green, his breath steady. He wasn't there to fight Bakugo. The tests continued, each showcasing the class's diversity. Soto crushed a grip strength test with sugar-fueled power, Shoji lifted weights with his extra arms, Koda coaxed animals to aid his endurance run, Gyro used sound waves to disrupt a target, Ida sprinted with engine-driven speed, Mineta stuck ball to obstacles, Kaminari electrified a circuit, Kirishima hardened his skin for durability, Mina melted barriers with acid, Yoroyorozu crafted tools on the fly. Uraraka floated objects for a throwing test. Hagakure sneaked past sensors, Ojiro used his tail for balance, Tokoyami's dark shadow cleared hurdles, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗃 dazzled with his laser, Todoroki froze a track for precision skating, and 𝗬𝗪 swung across gaps with tape. Izuku watched, his notebook itching for notes, but his focus remained on the Omnitrix. For the strength-based ball throw, Izuku stepped up, the class's eyes on him. 4 arms, he whispered, dialing the Omnitrix. Green light flared, his body swelling into a crimson, 4-armed colossus, muscles rippling with tetramand might. When the light faded, he was 4 arms, towering and unyielding, the Omnitrix emblem glowing on his chest. Holy CRP, his huge. 𝗬𝗪 exclaimed, his tape dangling. That's a quirk. Such strength. Ida said, nodding approvingly, declaring it a fitting form for the task. 4 arms gripped the ball, his forehand steady. Here goes, he rumbled, hurling it with a grunt. The ball soared, vanishing into the sky, and Aizawa's device beeped. 2 kilometers. The class erupted in gasps. That's nuts. Kirishima said, grinning. You're a beast, Midoriya. Very impressive, Yoroyorozu said, her eyes analytical, commenting on his remarkable versatility. Bakugu's glare burned, but he stayed silent, his fists clenched. Izuku tapped the Omnitrix, reverting to human form, his muscles aching but his spirit soaring. Just doing my part, he said, catching Uraraka's thumbs up. The tests rolled on, endurance, agility, precision, each student pushing their limits. Izuku conserved the Omnitrix, relying on his trained physique, his Dagobah Beach grit shining through. By the final test, a combat simulation against training bots, he was the last to go, the class watching intently. He reached for the Omnitrix, ready to dial up Diamond Head for durability, when Aizawa's voice cut through. Hold it, Midoriya, Aizawa said, stepping forward, his eyes narrowing. He had been suching forms all day. Let's see what he could do without that device. No tricks. Just him. Izuku froze, his hand hovering over the Omnitrix. The class murmured, eyes darting between him and Aizawa. Bakugu smirked, leaning forward, taunting him to show what a quirkless nobody had. Silence, Aizawa snapped, his scarf twitching. Midoriya, what's it going to be? Izuku's heart pounded, the Omnitrix's hum urging him to act. Without it, he was just Izuku, quirkless, ordinary. But he had trained, fought, and saved. He was more than the Omnitrix, he thought, his jaw tightening. Yet Aizawa's challenge hung heavily, and the bots whirred to life in the arena. The bots' red optics glowed, their mechanical limbs whirring, but Izuku's focus was fixed on Aizawa, his heart racing not from fear but from a fire ignited by years of being underestimated. The Omnitrix pulsed beneath his sleeve, its 10 aliens, Heat Blast, 4 arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, Upgrade, ready to respond, but Aizawa's challenge required more than just power. It called for defiance. Izuku stepped forward, his green eyes blazing with determination. He expressed his thoughts with steady conviction, questioning why he was the only one being told to fight without his quirk while others were allowed to use their support tools. A collective gasp rippled through the class. Yuga 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗃 flinched, his sparkling demeanor dimming, while Katsuki Bakugu's smirk faltered, his eyes narrowing. Okako Uraraka covered her mouth in surprise, and Tenya Ida leaned forward, intrigued. Aizawa's expression remained impassive, but his scarf twitched, hinting at surprise. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's boldness but clarified that his test was not unfair. He was assessing Izuku's reliance on the device, emphasizing that a hero who depends solely on a tool risks losing everything if it fails. Izuku countered, asserting that this was about utilizing what he had, just like everyone else. He was ready to demonstrate his abilities. Twisting the Omnitrix-a's dial, he transformed into Diamond Head, his body hardening into jagged, emerald-hued crystal, his arms sharpening into blade-like edges, becoming a fortress of strength. When the light faded, he stood as Diamond Head, the Omnitrix emblem embedded in his chest. His classmates reacted with awe, expressing their admiration for his transformation. The bots charged at him, but Diamond Head moved with precision. He declared his readiness and unleashed crystal shards from his fist, slicing through a bot's chassis, sparks flying as it collapsed. Another bot lunged at him, but he transformed his hand into a shield, deflecting the blow. He proclaimed that they wouldn't get through him and fired a volley of crystal spikes, pinning a second bot to the ground. His classmates watched in amazement, impressed by his control and versatility. Bakugo, though scowling, felt a flicker of unease at Izuku's display. Diamond Head spun and smashed a final bot, its circuit sizzling. He let out a heavy sigh, then tapped the Omnitrix emblem, reverting to Izuku, his gym uniform slightly rumpled but his stance unwavering. He approached Aizawa, his steps deliberate, with the class's eyes on him. He declared that he refused to be underestimated, recounting how he had dealt with being called quirkless and useless for years. He was there to be a hero, not a pushover, and he wanted to be judged by his actions, not his tools. Aizawa narrowed his eyes but allowed a hint of a smirk to appear. He acknowledged Izuku's point, at least for the moment. The class murmured, impressed and unsettled by his boldness. Izuku managed a small smile as Aizawa dismissed them. He collected his curriculum papers, outlining Class 1 as rigorous schedule, and headed for the exit. The school's halls were quiet now, the day's intensity settling into a hum of exhaustion. As he reached the gates, a familiar voice called out to him. Okako Uraraka approached, her cheeks flushed with excitement, praising his performance against the bots and his courage in standing up to Aizawa. Ida joined her, commending Izuku's resolve and passion for heroism. Izuku felt his cheeks warm as he thanked them, explaining that he couldn't let Aizawa think less of him, he had much to prove. They encouraged him, expressing their belief in his potential as a hero. As they parted ways at the train station, Izuku made his way to Dagobah Beach, the place where his journey had begun. The sun dipped low, painting the waves in shades of amber and indigo. He stood at the water's edge, the Omnitrix glinting, letting the tide's rhythm calm him. He reflected on the day, recognizing it as just the beginning of his journey, realizing he needed to be smarter and stronger. Suddenly, a beep interrupted his thoughts, sharp and unfamiliar. The Omnitrix flashed yellow, its interface flickering erratically, a garbled voice crackling through static, mentioning a priority signal and calibration before cutting off. The light snapped back to green, leaving Izuku staring, his heart racing. He whispered to himself, questioning the meaning of the signal and from whom it originated. Scanning the empty beach, he found no answers, only deepening questions about the device and the path it was forging for him. The weeks at UA High blurred into a whirlwind of chalk dust and ambition, each day a step deeper into the crucible of hero training. Class 1A settled into a rhythm, their mornings filled with academic lessons while afternoons pushed their physical limits in gym drills. Izuku thrived in the academic grind, his mind sharpened by grey matter's lingering clarity, but the Omnitrix on his wrist constantly reminded him of the extraordinary path he was on. The cafeteria became a sanctuary, filled with delicious meals crafted by Lunch Rush, UA's culinary hero. Izuku savored every bite, the flavors providing a brief respite from the intensity of his new life. His classmates expressed their delight over the food, with Kirishima exclaiming about the incredible katsu curry and Asui agreeing about the energy it provided. Momo noted the strategic advantage of proper nutrition for enhancing their quirk performance. Izuku nodded, his tray piled with rice and teriyaki chicken, but his thoughts wandered as he contemplated the challenges ahead. The Omnitrix hummed softly, its 10 aliens, Heat Blast, 4 Arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, Upgrade, awaiting their moment. Izuku glanced at Okako Uraraka, who sat across from him, her cheeks full of rice. She tilted her head and expressed concern for him, noting his quiet demeanor. Izuku offered a small smile, explaining that he was just deep in thought about classes, training, and everything else going on. Denki Kaminari chimed in, waving a chopstick and praising Izuku for his achievements, mentioning his top score on the entrance exam and his boldness in calling out Aizawa. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment and quickly looked away, catching Katsuki Bakugu's glare from a nearby table. The tension from Bakugu's earlier taunts lingered in his mind. Tenya Ida, sitting beside him, adjusted his glasses and commended Izuku's focus, emphasizing the importance of striving for excellence in both academics and heroics. Hunter Zero, grinning as he twirled soba noodles, expressed eagerness for action, wanting to fight villains and save people. Mina Ashido, her pink skin glowing with excitement, echoed his sentiment, wishing to take on some bad guys. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 Tokoyami reminded them that true heroism required discipline. The cafeteria chatter faded as Aizawa entered, his scarf trailing behind him. He instructed Class 1A to finish their meals and head to the lecture hall for their first heroic lesson in 20 minutes. The class buzzed with excitement, and Kirishima celebrated the upcoming opportunity to showcase their skills. Kyokujiro wondered who would be teaching, and Uraraka expressed her enthusiasm for the lesson. Izuku's heart raced as he followed his classmates to the lecture hall, a spacious room filled with tiered seating and a large screen. Anticipation filled the air, but his stomach twisted when the door opened to reveal a towering figure in a blue and red costume, his blonde hair styled into iconic antennae. All Might, the symbol of peace, strode in, his grin illuminating the room. Izuku's breath caught, and he lowered his gaze, haunted by All Might's earlier words that echoed in his mind. All Might welcomed the young heroes with booming enthusiasm, announcing that he would guide their heroic lessons. Today's focus would be on combat and rescue fundamentals. The class cheered, with 𝗂𝗵𝗲 sparkling with delight at the honor of learning from the symbol of peace. Ida emphasized the importance of All Might's expertise in shaping them into exemplary heroes. All Might's gaze swept the room, pausing on Izuku, who remained focused on his desk, gripping the Omnitrix. The hero spoke softly, reminding them that heroism was not just about strength but also heart, strategy, and sacrifice. He promised to discuss the principles of saving lives under pressure. Izuku listened intently, his notebook open, but his heart was a storm of emotions. All Might's presence inspired him yet reminded him of his doubts. He scribbled notes on rescue tactics, reflecting on how All Might was unaware of the Omnitrix and his own journey to prove himself. Kaminari leaned over, noticing Izuku's distracted expression and checking if he was okay. Izuku forced a nod, insisting he was just focused. Uraraka reassured him that All Might was there to help, encouraging him that he would excel. Tokoyami added that All Might's presence demanded they rise to the occasion. The lecture unfolded, filled with All Might's charisma as he shared tales of heroism alongside practical advice. Izuku absorbed every word, his notes a tapestry of strategies, though he avoided meeting the hero's gaze. When the bell rang, Aizawa returned, curtly informing them that their hero costumes were in their lockers and that they would wear them for their first combat training the following day. The class buzzed with excitement as students scattered to see their costumes. Izuku lingered, his heart pounding as he made his way to the locker room alone. Bakugu brushed past him, growling a warning not to think he was special just because he got into UA. Izuku quietly but firmly replied that Bakugu should keep dreaming, his resolve strengthened by the Omnitrix-a's hum. The locker room was quiet and cool as he approached his assigned locker. Inside awaited his hero costume, designed to complement the Omnitrix-a's versatility, a tangible step toward his dream. He reached for the handle, anticipation coursing through him, the weight of All Might's words and his own determination colliding. What lay within would define his next challenge, and the Omnitrix pulsed, ready to meet it. The UA training ground loomed under a heavy sky, its mock city a jagged maze of steel and concrete, prepared for Class 1's first combat training. The air crackled with anticipation as the students donned their hero costumes, each a bold declaration of their identities. Izuku adjusted his dark green, long-sleeve jacket, its left sleeve cut shorter to reveal the Omnitrix, glowing with promise. His black military-style breathes hugged his legs, tucked into sturdy combat boots that grounded him against the pavement. The weight of All Might's presence and the impending battle pressed against him. All Might stood atop an observation tower, his blue and red costume a beacon as he scanned the teams, lingering on Izuku. The boy who had once trembled before him, claiming to have no quirk, now radiated a quiet strength that intrigued the symbol of peace. All Might pondered how Midoriya had topped the exam despite his profile showing no quirk. In the preparation area, teams huddled to strategize. Izuku glanced at Uraraka, her sleek pink and black suit gleaming. He asked if she was ready, and she responded with excitement, confident they could outsmart 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and Kaminari. Izuku emphasized the importance of strategy, noting 𝗵𝘃𝗃's aggressive nature and Kaminari's electrical abilities. They agreed to focus on capturing the bomb or their opponent's bands. Nearby, Tenya Ida, clad in a sleek armored suit, strategized with Momo Yororozu, whose elegant yet practical outfit was ready for action. They discussed the need to secure the bomb swiftly, aware of their opponent's strengths. A hero Kirishima, in his gear-like costume, fist-bumped 𝗵𝗃𝗃, whose agile, tape-themed suit was ready for action. The atmosphere buzzed with determination as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Ida was fast, but they were tougher. Zero grinned, flexing his tape elbows, confident that he would swing circles around their opponents. Tsuyu Asui, dressed in a green aquatic suit, teamed up with 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 Tokoyami, whose dark cloak billowed behind him. Tsuyu suggested they use the shadows, her tongue flicking as she added that Mina and 𝗬𝗲𝗄 wouldn't see them coming. Tokoyami agreed, stating that darkness was their ally and that their opponent's flashiness would be their downfall. Mina Ashido sparkled in her pink, acid-resistant suit as she danced beside Yuga 𝗬𝗲𝗄, whose glittering cape caught the light. Mina twirled, declaring they would dazzle and melt their enemies, while 𝗬𝗲𝗄 winked and proclaimed that his laser would blind them with brilliance. Rikido Soto, clad in a tank-like costume, partnered with Mizu Shoji, whose imposing multi-limbed suit added to their strength. Soto cracked his knuckles, ready to smash through obstacles, while Shoji prepared to scout, confident that Ojiro and Koda wouldn't expect their reach. Masahiro Ojiro, wearing a martial arts-inspired suit tailored for his tail, nodded to Koji Koda, whose earthy costume blended with nature. Ojiro suggested they use the terrain, asking Koda if his animals could assist. Koda nodded shyly, a bird perched on his shoulder, signaling that they would warn them of danger. Kyoka Gyro, in her punk rock suit wired for sound, teamed with Minoru Mineta, whose grape-themed costume was absurdly sticky. Gyro rolled her eyes as she mentioned tracking with her jacks, warning Mineta to avoid getting stuck. Mineta squeaked in response, tossing a sticky ball and expressing excitement about surprising Shoto and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Shoto Todoroki, in his half-ice, half-fire suit, stood beside the invisible Toru 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, whose gloves and boots floated in the air. Shoto stated that he would freeze their traps, instructing 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 to scout ahead. She agreed, her voice cheerful as she promised to be sneaky. All Might's voice boomed over the intercom, announcing the start of the battle between heroes and villains. The objective was to defend or capture the bomb, and losing the bands on their arms would mean elimination. The mock city erupted into chaos as Ida and Yororozu charged a building, Ida's engines roaring while Yororozu crafted a net launcher. They were ambushed by Kirishima's hardened fists and Zero's tape. Tsuyu and Tokoyami moved through the shadows, skillfully dodging Mina's acid sprays and 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄's dazzling beams. Soto and Shoji barreled through walls, countered by Ojiro's tail strikes and Koda's bird swarm. Gyro's sonic waves clashed with Todoroki's ice walls, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 slipped past Mineta's sticky traps. Izuku and Uraraka sprinted into their building, where the bomb, a glowing prop, was located on the 5th floor. Izuku scanned the stairwell, aware that their opponents would come hard and fast. He advised Uraraka to stay light and use her quirk to float obstacles. Uraraka responded promptly, touching a crate to send it hovering, suggesting they block the halls. Footsteps thundered below as 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃's explosions echoed through the building. He burst through a door, Kaminari at his side, electricity crackling around them. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃 shouted at Izuku, declaring he was finished. Izuku warned Uraraka to stay sharp as Kaminari unleashed a surge of electricity. Uraraka floated a table to block the blast, while Izuku dove behind a pillar, his training kicking in as he dodged and weaved, using the environment to evade 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃's relentless attacks. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃 shouted for Izuku to stand still, his palms blazing with energy as he threatened to destroy Izuku's quirk. Izuku retorted that his quirk was not fake and that he was there to win. He grabbed a metal rod to deflect a spark, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 charged at him with a fierce determination. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 roared that Izuku was nothing, and his explosion grazed Izuku's jacket, knocking him back and causing pain. Uraraka gasped, floating a chunk of wall to shield him while insisting they needed a plan. Izuku's resolve hardened as the Omnitrix hummed. He declared that if 𝗵𝗃𝗃 wanted his all, he would give it. He twisted the dial, selecting 𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗧𝗵𝗵, and slammed it down. A green light erupted, hardening his body into jagged emerald crystal, his arms sharpening into blades, transforming him into a fortress of unyielding might. When the light faded, he stood as 𝗵𝗃𝗃, towering over the rubble, the Omnitrix emblem gleaming on his chest. All Might's eyes widened in the observation tower, his heart racing as he whispered about the impossibility of Izuku being quirkless. The power he exhibited was beyond anything he had seen before. Kaminari stumbled back in shock, exclaiming that Izuku had transformed into a crystal giant. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 snarled, his eyes blazing with fury, insisting that he wouldn't lose regardless of Izuku's transformation. He unleashed a massive explosion, shaking the building, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 raised a crystalline shield, scattering the blast harmlessly. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 acknowledged 𝗵𝗃𝗃's strength but asserted that he wouldn't back down. He fired a volley of crystal shards, forcing 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to dive for cover. Kaminari attempted to flank them with electricity, but Uraraka floated a pipe, knocking him off balance. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 charged at 𝗵𝗃𝗃, swinging a crystalline fist, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 dodged, his explosions relentless, each blast a refusal to yield. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 shouted that he would crush 𝗵𝗃𝗃, insisting that he was not better than him. All Might watched, torn between awe and disbelief, wondering what Izuku was hiding. The battle raged on, 𝗵𝗃𝗃's durability clashing with 𝗵𝗃𝗃's ferocity, while Uraraka's gravity tricks countered Kaminari's shocks. The bomb loomed, and victory hung in the balance as Izuku's crystalline form stood firm, a testament to the hero he was becoming, though the cost of revealing his power cast a shadow he could not yet see. The mock city trembled as 𝗵𝗃𝗃's explosions tore through the air, each blast a thunderclap of rage. The training ground, a labyrinth of shattered concrete and twisted steel, became a battlefield where Class 1's first combat exercise spiraled into something primal. Izuku, in his 𝗵𝗃𝗃 form, stood as a crystalline bulwark, his emerald facets glinting under flickering lights, the Omnitrix emblem pulsing faintly on his chest. Okako Uraraka fought beside him, her pink and black suit scuffed, using her gravity-defying quirk to keep debris aloft as a shield against 𝗵𝗃𝗃's relentless assault and Kaminari's crackling volleys. The bomb, their objective, glowed tantalizingly close, but victory felt distant as 𝗵𝗃𝗃's fury consumed the space. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 roared that Izuku was nothing, his eyes wild and sweat darkened his ash-streaked face. His gauntlets glowed as he unleashed a barrage of explosions that scorched the walls, forcing 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to raise a crystalline shield, the impact jarring his sturdy frame. He threatened to burn Izuku's quirk to ashes. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 urged Uraraka to focus and get to the bomb while he held them off. He fired a salvo of crystal shards, aiming to pin 𝗵𝗃𝗃, but the blonde dodged with feral agility, propelled by his explosions. Uraraka sent a floating beam toward Kaminari, who yelped and dove aside, his electricity fizzling against the obstacle. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 charged, slashing at 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who countered with a point-blank blast, the heat searing even through 𝗵𝗃𝗃's durable form. The Omnitrix beeped ominously, its timer ticking down, a warning Izuku couldn't ignore. He realized he was running out of time as All Might gripped the railing in the observation tower, concern etched on his face. The other battles had concluded, 𝗤𝗫𝗄𝗏 and Momo Yororozu skillfully outmaneuvering 𝗧𝗪𝗓 𝗏𝗪𝗔 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 with their precise teamwork, 𝗬𝗪𝗎𝗓𝗓 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 overwhelming 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Ashido and 𝗬𝗪𝗎𝗓 through stealth, Rikido Soto and Mizu Shoji overpowering 𝗪𝗪𝗎 and Koji Koda with sheer strength, and Shoto Todoroki and Toru Hagakure outsmarting Kyokujiro and Minoru Mineta with icy precision. However, Izuku's fight was different, raw and personal. All Might's mind raced, haunted by his own words to the boy not long ago. You cannot become a hero. Yet here was Izuku, wielding a power that defied logic, facing a furious 𝗵𝗃𝗃. All Might murmured, his voice tight, questioning what Izuku truly was. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 unleashed a powerful explosion, shattering Diamond Head's shield into sparkling fragments. He shouted, filled with rage, claiming superiority over Izuku and vowing to defeat him. The Omnitrix emitted a screech, its green light flashing red, and Izuku's form dissolved in a burst of energy. He stumbled as he reverted to his human state, his dark green jacket torn, his combat boots scraping against the floor. Pain shot through his ribs, bruises blooming from 𝗵𝗃𝗃's relentless attacks, but he stood firm, his jaw set and green eyes burning with defiance. He declared that he was not finished and that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 did not intimidate him. Uraraka, concerned, floated a chunk of concrete to block Kaminari's next electric surge, urging Izuku to finish the fight. Izuku acknowledged her urgency, dodging as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 lunged, his palm sparking with energy. The Omnitrix was in cooldown, its red glow a stark reminder of his limitations. Now quirkless, just Izuku, he relied on the strength he had built during his training at Dagobah Beach. He grabbed a broken pipe and swung it to deflect 𝗵𝗃𝗃's fist, the impact jarring his arms. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 sneered, blasting the pipe into fragments and asserting that Izuku was nothing without the Omnitrix. He seized Izuku's collar and slammed him against a wall, the concrete cracking behind him. Pain radiated through Izuku's shoulder, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. Uraraka intervened, using her quirk to make a section of the floor weightless, causing 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to stumble. She reached for the bomb's capture band, her fingers brushing its surface, declaring that they had won. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, consumed by rage and desperation, ignored the victory signal, aiming his gauntlet at Izuku, who was slumped against the wall with a cut on his cheek. He proclaimed that the fight was not over and that Izuku would not win. All Might's voice crackled over the intercom, urgently commanding 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to stand down, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was deaf to reason, his fury a raging fire. Izuku's heart raced, not from fear of pain, but from the realization that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was fighting with a personal vendetta. Izuku shouted for 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to stop, emphasizing that this was not the way of heroes. All Might prepared to intervene, but before he could act, the Omnitrix flared, its red light shifting to a pulsating yellow. A distorted voice crackled through, unintelligible yet urgent, as the device beeped wildly, green light surging without Izuku's command. He gasped in shock as the Omnitrix dial moved on its own and activated. Green light enveloped him, but this transformation felt different, cold and invasive, as if something else was guiding it. His body dissolved into a spectral mist, unraveling into a translucent shroud of grey and black, ethereal chains coiling around his limbs. A single glowing eye burned in a skull-like face, and when the light faded, he had transformed into 𝗏𝗃𝗃, a ghostly ectonurite. A chill gripped his soul, and his thoughts felt distant, clouded by a foreign presence whispering for control. All Might froze, his breath catching in disbelief. He murmured that this was no quirk, questioning what Izuku had become. 𝗏𝗏𝗃's voice emerged as a hollow rasp, not entirely Izuku's own, as he phased through the wall, reappearing behind 𝗵𝗃𝗃. The blonde spun around, his explosion blasting harmlessly through 𝗏𝗏𝗃's intangible form. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 challenged 𝗵𝗃𝗃, narrowing his eye and declaring that he was ready for a fight. Uraraka, filled with fear, shouted for Izuku, questioning what was happening and if that was truly him. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 did not respond, lunging forward and phasing through 𝗵𝗃𝗃's next blast. He seized 𝗵𝗃𝗃's arm, his touch icy, and hurled him against a pillar, the impact echoing. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 gasped, his gauntlet sparking, but 𝗏𝗏𝗃's presence was overwhelming, his spectral form a nightmare made real. He declared that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 did not get to decide his worth any longer. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 scrambled to his feet, demanding to know what 𝗏𝗏𝗃 was. He fired again, but 𝗏𝗏𝗃 vanished, reappearing above and using his chains to pin 𝗵𝗃𝗃's arms, forcing him to his knees. All Might's voice boomed, commanding the battle to end as he leaped from the tower, landing with a thud that shook the ground. He ordered Izuku to stand down. 𝗏𝗏𝗃's eye flickered, Izuku's while fighting through the haze. He released 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who slumped to the ground, breathing, his eyes wide with shock and fury. The Omnitrix beeped, flashing red, and 𝗏𝗏𝗃 let out a sigh, a sound like wind through a graveyard, warning that next time, he would not hold back. The light engulfed him, and Izuku reappeared, collapsing to his knees, his chest heaving, his mind reeling from the alien influence. Uraraka rushed to his side, her hands hovering as she asked if he was okay, expressing her fear over what had just happened. Izuku gasped, clutching the Omnitrix, its red glow a stark reminder of the danger it posed. All Might approached, concern etched on his face, stating that they needed to discuss the device immediately. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 staggered to his feet, fists clenched, but Aizawa's scarf lashed out, pinning him down. Aizawa warned 𝗵𝘃𝗃 that he was done, and if he lost control again, he would face expulsion. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 spat in frustration, wrenching free but storming off, his rage simmering. Uraraka helped Izuku stand, her touch steadying him as she softly acknowledged that he had won the fight but questioned whether that was truly him. Izuku admitted that something was wrong with the Omnitrix, the memory of 𝗬𝗪𝗃𝗃's cold grip lingering in his mind. He had won, but at what cost? The other teams gathered, their battles over, voices filled with awe and unease. Kirishima exclaimed how intense the battle had been, while Yoiorozu analyzed the power displayed, noting its instability. Tsuyu expressed her fear, likening it to something out of a horror movie. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm, stating that he was dismissed for now but that they were not finished discussing the extraordinary yet dangerous power he possessed. Izuku nodded, throat tight, and followed his classmates out, the Omnitrix's red glow weighing heavily on him. The victory felt hollow, overshadowed by the alien presence that had taken control. As they departed from the training ground, Uraraka's voice cut through Midoriya's thoughts. She complimented him on his performance, her smile uncertain as she affirmed their teamwork. He responded with a forced nod, expressing gratitude. However, as he walked away, the earlier yellow flash from the Omnitrix and its mysterious voice lingered in his mind, casting a shadow over his victory. Questions swirled within him. What was controlling it, and what would it demand next? The UA campus was enveloped in the tranquility of late afternoon, the sun setting low and casting golden rays across the polished halls. Izuku Midoriya's combat boots echoed as he approached Principal Nezu's office, his dark green hero costume jacket slightly scuffed from the morning's intense training. The memory of the battle, 𝗵𝘃𝗃's relentless aggression and the unsettling transformation of the Omnitrix into Ghost Freak, clung to him like a shadow, his heart still racing from the alien's chilling presence. The summons to Nezu's office felt like an impending storm, and the Omnitrix, now silent and red on his wrist, offered no reassurance. Its 10 aliens, Heat Blast, 4 Arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, Upgrade, were a growing mystery, and Izuku's encounter with All Might's skeletal form from a year ago loomed in his mind, reopening old wounds. He reached the office door, its polished wood imposing, and hesitated, his hand hovering. Thoughts of Nezu and All Might twisted his stomach with anxiety. He knocked, the sound sharp, and Nezu's cheerful voice called for him to enter. The door swung open, revealing Nezu's cozy sanctuary, filled with bookshelves and a large window overlooking the campus. Nezu sat at his desk, his bear-like muzzle curved in a welcoming smile, a chessboard and teapot already set on a nearby table. Beside him stood All Might, his heroic form towering, his blue and red costume gleaming, yet his eyes scrutinized Izuku with an intensity that pierced through him. Izuku's breath caught, the memory of All Might's earlier dismissal stinging anew. Nezu welcomed Midoriya with enthusiasm, hopping from his chair with surprising agility and gesturing for him to take a seat. He expressed delight at Midoriya's presence, acknowledging the challenges he had faced that day. Izuku, easing into the chair, brushed his fingers against the Omnitrix's red faceplate, thanking Nezu for the invitation. All Might's gaze softened, though a flicker of curiosity remained as he noted the bond between Midoriya and Nezu, remarking on the unusual closeness for a first-year student. Nezu chuckled, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he spoke of Midoriya's achievements, topping the entrance exam, wielding an extraordinary device, and facing challenges with heart. Izuku felt his cheeks warm, but before he could respond, a faint hiss filled the room. All Might's form deflated, muscles shrinking, his iconic grin fading into a gaunt, skeletal face, blonde hair drooping, eyes shadowed. Toshinori Yagi revealed himself, coughing softly, his suit hanging loosely. Izuku's expression remained unchanged. He had witnessed this transformation before, the day his dreams had been shattered. Nezu tilted his head, his smile unwavering as he addressed Midoriya, confirming his awareness of All Might's secret. Izuku nodded slowly, his voice steady as he admitted to recognizing Toshinori even in his hero form. Toshinori's eyes furrowed, a cough catching in his throat as he leaned forward, surprised that Izuku had kept the secret. Izuku explained that it was not his secret to share, just as his own quirk was not for Toshinori to question. Nezu, intrigued, gestured to the Omnitrix and invited Toshinori to elaborate on his concerns regarding the device. Toshinori straightened, his skeletal frame rigid with determination as he questioned Midoriya about the origin of the Omnitrix. He recalled the time Izuku had stood before him quirkless, pleading to know if he could be a hero, only to be told no. Now, he was transforming into creatures Toshinori had never seen, excelling at UA, and overpowering Bakugo. It was not just unusual, it was impossible. He pressed for answers about the device's origin. Izuku's heart raced, the weight of the Omnitrix heavy on his wrist. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts of the meteor and the aliens. He decided to keep that information to himself for now. He replied that it was complicated, unable to divulge more. Toshinori pressed further, questioning whether Izuku couldn't or wouldn't share the truth, suggesting he might not even understand what the device was. Nezu interjected, his tone sharp as he defended Midoriya, asserting that he was a first-year student, not a suspect. He emphasized Midoriya's remarkable potential, suggesting that pressuring him was unproductive. Toshinori's jaw tightened, raising his voice as he expressed concern over Midoriya's sudden acquisition of such power, deeming it reckless and insisting they needed to understand the situation better. Izuku clenched his fists, his voice cutting through the tension as he asserted that he was not reckless. He explained that he had trained for months, risking everything to reach this point. The device represented his chance to be a hero, to prove his worth. He admitted he didn't know everything about it, but he was learning and using it to help others, which he believed was what truly mattered. Nezu's smile returned, soft yet approving, as he acknowledged Midoriya's heartfelt words. He turned to Toshinori, firmly requesting that he leave so he could speak with Midoriya alone. Toshinori hesitated, his skeletal hands flexing, but Nezu's unyielding tone left no room for argument. With a sigh, Toshinori cast Izuku a conflicted glance before exiting, the door clicking shut behind him. The room fell silent, save for the gentle sound of Nezu pouring herbal tea into 2 cups, the soothing aroma of chamomile filling the air. He offered a cup to Midoriya, explaining it was his favorite blend, perfect for calming nerves after intense discussions. Izuku accepted the cup, feeling the warmth against his fingers as he sipped, the gentle flavor easing the tension in his chest. He expressed regret for causing trouble. Nezu dismissed his concerns, hopping onto his chair and gesturing toward the chessboard. He expressed his fascination with Midoriya, likening him to a puzzle he adored. He had observed Midoriya's combat training and noted his ferocity and control, even when the device acted unexpectedly. To lighten the mood, he proposed a rematch in chess, recalling their previous thrilling game. Izuku managed a small smile, feeling the tension ease as he agreed to the rematch. He set his tea down, determined to improve upon his last performance. Nezu arranged the pieces, and the game commenced, the board transforming into a battlefield of strategy and wit. Izuku opened with a pawn, his mind sharpened by grey matter's lingering clarity, each move calculated yet bold. Nezu countered with a knight, his plays deceptively playful but sharp. He complimented Midoriya on his improvement, noting his remarkable focus, especially after the day's ordeal. Izuku thanked him, sliding his rook to challenge Nezu's position. He explained that he had been practicing, not just in chess but in all aspects, preparing for whatever challenges UA might present. Nezu captured a pawn with a sly grin, affirming Midoriya's resolve against Bakugo and his defiance with all might as inspiring. Izuku Midoriya found himself reflecting on a recent encounter with Ghost Freak, a transformation that had left him feeling unsettled. The memory of that cold, alien presence lingered, and he admitted to himself that it had been frightening. The transformation had occurred unexpectedly, as if the Omnitrix had acted independently, leaving him feeling disconnected from his own identity. Nezu observed him with a softened gaze, advancing his pawn on the chessboard. He expressed fascination at the notion of a device with autonomy, noting Izuku's ability to fight through the experience and regain control, a true mark of a hero. Izuku moved his queen, feeling his heart steady as he expressed his longing to understand the Omnitrix better, emphasizing the importance of safety in its use. Nezu encouraged him, reminding Izuku not to let the device define him, affirming that he was more than just the Omnitrix. As the game progressed, Izuku's focus remained unwavering, each move reflecting his determination. The match culminated in a stalemate, a testament to their mutual respect. Nezu praised Izuku's growth, acknowledging that he had nearly bested him. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for the tie. Nezu, sipping his tea, recognized Izuku's limitless potential and urged him to keep pushing forward. As Izuku left the office, the Omnitrix glowed red on his wrist, a silent reminder of the challenges ahead. He was aware that the journey to becoming a hero was filled with secrets and trials, and he understood that the next step would require all of his strength and resolve. As night enveloped 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, the city outside fell into a gentle hush. Moonlight illuminated Izuku's desk, revealing a collection of notebooks filled with detailed diagrams of the Omnitrix's various aliens. He was dressed in a worn green tank top and black sweatpants, diligently performing push-ups on his floor. The Omnitrix glowed green on his wrist, a constant reminder of the power it represented and the limitations he faced without it. He pushed through the exercise, acknowledging his need for improvement. He realized that to keep pace with his classmates, he needed to be smarter, not just stronger. His gaze fell on the Omnitrix, its emerald light inviting him to explore its potential. He understood that while it was an advantage, he could not rely solely on it. Rising from the floor, he approached his desk, where his hero notebook lay open. It contained extensive notes on the Omnitrix's functions, enhanced by grey matter's analytical insights. He pondered the possibility of unlocking additional aliens, excitement mingling with apprehension. The thought of tampering with the Omnitrix filled him with dread, as he considered the potential consequences of a malfunction. As he flipped through his notes, he spoke to the Omnitrix, treating it as if it could hear him. He questioned its origins and purpose, particularly in light of his recent transformation into Ghost Freak. The need for answers weighed heavily on him, but he knew he had to tread carefully. Suddenly, the Omnitrix emitted a beep, its green light shifting to a pulsing yellow. Izuku froze, his heart racing as a distorted voice broke through the static. The voice called for the user of the Omnitrix to respond, and Izuku leaned in closer, his curiosity piqued. He introduced himself, asking who was on the other end. The static cleared, revealing a calm and precise voice that identified itself as Azmouth, the creator of the Omnitrix. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed this revelation. Azmouth explained that the Omnitrix was designed to foster understanding across species and preserve the DNA of countless worlds. He had been tracking its signal since it activated on Earth, confirming that Izuku was its current wielder. Izuku's mind raced with questions, particularly about why he had been chosen. Azmouth clarified that nothing about the Omnitrix was accidental. It had chosen Izuku because his actions demonstrated a spirit aligned with its purpose. Izuku expressed his concerns about the dangers of the Omnitrix, particularly the incident with Ghost Freak, fearing he might lose control again. The Omnitrix flickered as Azmouth reassured him that its complexity included failsafes, but emphasized the importance of mastering it. Izuku felt a surge of determination, affirming his commitment to training and improving himself, even as he grappled with feelings of inadequacy. Azmouth reminded him that strength was not solely defined by power, it was also about courage and intellect. He encouraged Izuku to prove doubters wrong through his actions, reinforcing that the Omnitrix was a tool for peace in the right hands. Izuku, filled with resolve, asked Azmouth if he could teach him how to control the Omnitrix and unlock its secrets. The device beeped in response, the yellow light flickering as the conversation continued. Time and distance limit this connection, Azmouth explained, his voice gradually fading. But I will guide you when I can. For now, trust your instincts. The Omnitrix responds to your will. Strengthen that will, and it will obey. Izuku began to ask a question, but the Omnitrix flashed green, cutting off the signal and leaving him in silence. He stared at the device, its familiar glow restored, while his heart raced with the weight of Azmouth's words. He whispered about the creator, feeling a tremor in his voice, realizing that Azmouth was out there, somewhere, watching him. He stood and paced his room, his exercises forgotten. He tested the name Azmouth, recalling that grey matter was a galvan. He pondered the purpose of the device, built for peace. Glancing at his notebook filled with theories, he considered the possibility of more aliens. However, he shook his head, recognizing the risk of tampering with it. He needed to focus on what he had: 10 aliens, his training, and his mind. Sitting down again, his gaze drifted to his All Might poster, the hero's grin contrasting sharply with the skeletal figure he had seen earlier. He murmured that All Might didn't trust him. Nezu believed in him but was still curious, and Bakugu's presence weighed heavily on his mind. He clenched his fists, recalling the chilling control of Ghost Freak. He vowed not to let that happen again, determined to MSTR the Omnitrix. As night deepened, the city's hum became a distant lullaby. Izuku opened his notebook, pen in hand, and began sketching Ghost Freak's form, noting its strengths, intangibility, invisibility, and its dangers. He asserted his authority over the Omnitrix, promising to prove himself to Azmouth, All Might, and everyone else. The Omnitrix glowed silently, a cosmic enigma tied to his destiny. Azmouth's voice lingered, a mix of hope and fear, and Izuku understood that the path to heroism had just become more complex, a journey where his will would be tested against forces beyond his world. The morning sun blazed over UA High, but the gates were swarmed with reporters, cameras flashing like vultures. News of All Might joining the faculty had ignited a media frenzy, with vans clogging the streets as journalists clamored for scoops. Izuku Midoriya, dressed in his UA uniform, pushed through the throng, his backpack slung tight and the Omnitrix hidden under his sleeve. Microphones were moved toward him, voices overlapping in a chaotic din. One reporter shouted for him to spill the details about All Might and what he would be teaching. Izuku ducked, his heart racing. He quickly thought of something to say, blurting out that he was in general studies. The reporters scoffed at his response, dismissing him as unimportant and moving on to flashier targets. The dismissal stung, but Izuku bolted inside as the infamous UA barrier, a high-tech security gate humming with energy, sealed behind him. Aizawa watched from afar, muttering under his breath about the reporter's futility as he walked toward his students. In Class 1A, the room buzzed with post-combat energy. Aizawa slouched at the podium, his yellow sleeping bag half unzipped, scanning the printed results. He noted that some students showed promise, particularly Midoriya and Uraraka, who demonstrated solid teamwork and smart use of the environment. He acknowledged their impressive restraint during the villain simulation. Izuku flushed, sinking lower in his seat as Okako beamed beside him. However, Aizawa's gaze sharpened as he addressed Bakugu, critiquing his aggression as sloppy. He emphasized that victory should not come at the expense of teammates or objectives, warning him to control his impulses or face consequences. Bakugu slammed his desk in frustration, accusing Izuku of cheating. Aizawa snapped back, reminding Bakugu that he was on thin ice and needed to get his act together. He then announced that they needed to choose a class president, instructing them to vote without any complaints. Excitement erupted in the room, with Kirishima declaring his intent to lead. Ida insisted on orderly elections, emphasizing democracy in action. As ballots were cast and results tallied, Izuku found himself elected class president, with Momo Yororozu as vice president. He stared at the board, feeling his stomach churn. Momo approached him, reassuring him that he had earned the position and that they would handle it together. Izuku exhaled, feeling reassured by her support. During lunchtime, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter and clinking trays. Izuku, Okako, and Tenya claimed a table, their bento boxes steaming. Okako expressed her confidence in Izuku as class president, though he admitted to feeling unsure about leading everyone. Tenya encouraged him, citing his calmness under pressure as evidence of his potential as a leader. Izuku smiled faintly, appreciating Tenya's words. Okako playfully teased Tenya about his formality, while he explained his prestigious family background and the legacy of heroes. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked about the Ida family's innovations, leading to a discussion about his brother, Tensai Ida, and his heroic feats. Suddenly, a piercing siren wailed, and chaos erupted in the cafeteria as students pushed and scrambled to evacuate. Izuku and Tenya rushed to a window, realizing the commotion was caused by reporters at the gates. Izuku formulated a plan, spotting Uraraka in the chaos. He called for her to float him, and, as she activated her quirk, he scrambled with the Omnitrix, hoping for a favorable transformation. With his heart pounding, he randomly slammed the dial, and a green light flared as his body transformed into 𝗵𝗃, an insectoid form with iridescent wings. Hovering above the courtyard, he amplified his voice, urging everyone to remain calm and form orderly lines. The crowd froze and complied, murmurs spreading as they recognized him. As 𝗵𝗃 descended and transformed back into his human form, Izuku sighed in relief, realizing that his plan had worked. Back in Class 1A, he stood with Momo as they discussed the day's events, suggesting a re-vote for president. The ballots were recounted, and Izuku's vote soared, prompting Ida to declare that he had calmed the chaos and deserved the position. Izuku rubbed his neck, expressing gratitude as he resolved to try his best. In the faculty lounge, screens flickered with news updates. The barrier disintegrated, and Aizawa noted the grim reality of the situation. Someone had breached it. Nezu's eyes narrowed as he remarked that it was not reporters but an element of evil that orchestrated this, suggesting a declaration of war. In an empty classroom, Izuku and Momo were busy organizing their duties. Izuku scribbled down ideas, contemplating roles like secretary and treasurer. Momo reassured him that they would manage, but her curiosity was piqued by his wrist device. Izuku hesitated before explaining that it temporarily altered his DNA, allowing for transformations without any pain and keeping him stable. Momo's eyes widened in fascination as she considered the implications of molecular reconfiguration. Izuku's enthusiasm grew as he praised her creation quirk, marveling at her ability to convert lipids into objects through bioanalysis. Momo blushed at the compliment and suggested assigning 𝗵𝗃 for morale. Despite the looming shadow of the breach, Izuku's resolve hardened, his leadership forged in the face of crisis. As the clock struck 12:50 p.m. on Wednesday, Class 1A gathered in UA's Heroics Lecture Hall, the air thick with anticipation. The room buzzed with energy, mirroring the students' excitement. Izuku sat among his peers, his dark green hero costume jacket slightly rumpled and his black combat boots scuffed from morning drills. The Omnitrix glowed green on his wrist, a quiet pulse beneath his sleeve, while sweat beaded on his forehead, a testament to the pressure of being class president. Late-night meetings with Momo had drained his energy, yet his determination burned brighter than ever. Shota Aizawa stood at the front, his scarf coiled like a serpent as he scanned the class with tired eyes. He announced that today's lesson would focus on foundational rescue skills, supervised by a three-man team, himself, All Might, and another. Their task was the trial of rescue, which involved saving lives in disaster scenarios, whether floods, fires, or worse. He cautioned them not to get cocky, emphasizing that this was not a game. The class erupted in cheers, with a hero 𝗵𝗃 expressing his excitement about rescue missions, declaring he would save everyone in a manly style. Mina Ashido bounced with enthusiasm, ready to melt any obstacles in their way. Aizawa's glare silenced them, reminding them that their costumes might not be suitable for rescue and urging them to choose wisely. They would be heading to a remote training area by bus, and he instructed them to prepare and move. In the locker room, Izuku adjusted his jacket, feeling exhaustion tug at his limbs as he joined his classmates. Okako Uraraka approached him, concern etched on her face as she noticed his weary appearance. She expressed her worry, suggesting he was overdoing it and needed to take care of himself. Before he could respond, Momoyorozu tapped him on the shoulder, reminding him not to overextend himself and offering to handle some meetings in the future. Izuku gave a tired salute, playfully acknowledging her as Ma'am Vice President. Momo's sternness softened as she urged him to get some rest that night, or she would enforce it. Her laughter drew a glare from Katsuki Bakugo, who adjusted his gauntlets across the room. Izuku chose to focus on the task ahead. Outside, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗃 blew a whistle, instructing everyone to form 2 orderly lines by their student numbers for efficient boarding. Izuku took the whistle from 𝗧𝗏, giving him a weary look and suggesting they simply board the bus and sit wherever they liked. 𝗧𝗏 protested, emphasizing the importance of order, but Izuku reassured him that it was fine and they had it under control. The bus ride was chaotic, with seats filled randomly, and 𝗧𝗏 continued to grumble about the unorthodox arrangements. Izuku laughed, feeling his exhaustion fade, when 𝗬𝗎𝗎 tapped him on the shoulder. She inquired about the Omnitrix, curious about its function and how it allowed him to transform. Before he could answer, Kirishima leaned over, excitedly asking about the numerous quirks he seemed to possess. Shoto Todoroki's curiosity was evident, even as he maintained his icy demeanor. Izuku forced a smile, carefully explaining that the device allowed him to transform by altering his DNA, making the changes quick and painless. Tsuyu nodded, her expression thoughtful, while Kaminari chimed in, calling him a shapeshifter superhero. Aizawa's voice interrupted their chatter, announcing their arrival at the unforeseen simulation joint USJ. The massive dome loomed ahead, housing various disaster scenarios, flood zones, fire pits, and earthquake rubble. Space Hero 13 greeted them warmly, emphasizing the importance of using their quirks to save lives rather than just fight. Her words stirred the class, igniting a sense of purpose in Izuku. However, a black portal swirled open at the dome's center, and villains began to pour through, grimy thugs and masked bruisers, their malice chilling the air. Kirishima tensed, questioning whether this was part of the training. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he instructed 13 to protect the students and ordered everyone to huddle together. A villain with hands plastered across his body taunted them, revealing that they had come to confront All Might and were willing to harm students to draw him out. Fear gripped the class, but Izuku's gaze remained locked on Aizawa, who donned his goggles, ready to nullify quirks. The Omnitrix pulsed on his wrist, urging him to take action, but doubt clawed at him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lives were at stake. Okako whispered to him, asking what they should do. Izuku instructed everyone to stay close as he stepped toward Aizawa, acknowledging that this was the moment that truly mattered. Aizawa charged forward, using his scarf to lash at the villains while nullifying their quirks. 13 ushered the students back, but the villain's words echoed ominously in Izuku's mind, a declaration of war. His hand hovered over the Omnitrix, his heart pounding with the realization that this moment would define him, for better or worse. The unforeseen simulation joint was a crucible of chaos, its sprawling dome fractured into zones of disaster, floods, fires, and landslides, each a test of heroism now twisted by the League of Villains' ambush. Class 1A huddled near the entrance, their hero costumes a patchwork of vibrant defiance against the encroaching threat. 13 urged the students toward the exit, but a swirling black mist materialized, blocking their path. Kurogiri, a villain cloaked in shadowy elegance, loomed. Before them, his yellow eyes glinting with menace. Aizawa cursed under his breath as he fought against a swarm of thugs in the plaza below. The mist villain had evaded Izuku's attention. He had neutralized a villain's quirk with just a glance, but more enemies pressed in, their weapons and fists relentless. Izuku thought about the children, feeling a surge of urgency. Kurogiri's voice cut through the chaos, eerily polite. He introduced himself as a member of the League of Villains, stating their singular goal was to eliminate All Might, the symbol of peace. Unfortunately, All Might was absent, but the students would serve as a message. Okako Uraraka, her pink and black suit scuffed, felt a chill run down her spine as she realized the seriousness of the situation. 13, muffled by their helmet, commanded the students to stay together and prepared to unleash their black hole quirk. However, hero Kirishima and Katsuki Bakugo acted first. Kirishima, his skin hardening, charged at Kurogiri, while Bakugo unleashed an explosive attack that rocked the air. But when the smoke cleared, Kurogiri remained unharmed, his misty form untouched. Kurogiri dismissed their efforts with disdain, declaring their attacks futile. 13 shouted for the two to move, but Kurogiri's mist expanded, enveloping the class in a suffocating vortex. Students screamed as they were pulled into portals, scattered across the USJ's various zones. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗃's engines roared to life as he grabbed 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗁, determined to hold the line. 𝗎𝗪's extra arms reached out, rescuing 𝗵𝗃 𝗎𝗪𝗧 and 𝗎𝗪𝗿𝗪𝗧 from the mist's grasp. Their combined strength kept most of the class together, but not everyone was so fortunate. High above the flood zone, a portal expelled Izuku Midoriya into the air, his dark green jacket flapping as he fell into the turbulent water below. The cold shocked him, but he quickly oriented himself and kicked toward the surface, his mind racing. He recalled Kurogiri's words about targeting All Might and realized they had planned this ambush, knowing the layout of the USJ. His hand brushed the Omnitrix, its green glow steady, and he wondered what the villains were truly prepared for. A shadow loomed beneath the surface, a shark-like villain with gleaming teeth surged toward him. Just as Izuku's fingers grazed the Omnitrix, Tsuyu Asui, in her aquatic suit, tackled the foe, Minoru Mineta clutched in her arms. Her tongue lashed out, wrapping around Izuku's waist, and she swam, pulling him to the surface near a half-sunken ship in the shipwreck zone. She gently deposited him on the deck, still holding Mineta. Mineta grinned, rubbing his head against Tsuyu. However, she quickly hurled him onto the deck, narrowing her eyes and insisting he call her Zu and not to do that again. Izuku coughed, water dripping from his hair, and thanked her for saving him. Zu acknowledged his gratitude but warned that they were in serious trouble. The villains had anticipated their presence, and it was no coincidence. Mineta whimpered, scrambling to his feet, expressing his fear of dying but holding on to the hope that All Might would arrive to save them. Zu calmly pointed out that if the villains were this organized, they might have a plan to defeat All Might. They couldn't afford to wait. Izuku's mind raced as he pieced together Kurogiri's words, the breach of the barrier, and All Might's absence. He asserted that they had to act, as the villains had a strategy, knowing the USJ's layout and sending water-based villains to this zone. Villains with gills, fins, and claws began to circle the ship like sharks. Mineta screamed in panic, but Izuku urged him to be quiet and focused on the task at hand. He resolved that if the villains were there to eliminate All Might, they needed to fight back. In the landslide zone, Shoto Todoroki stood amidst frozen rubble, his half-ice, half-fire suit pristine. He encased a dozen villains in ice, rendering their weapons useless and dismissing them as pathetic. Meanwhile, in a secluded teacher's lounge, Toshinori Yagi, in his weakened form, slumped against a wall, BLD speckling his lips from overexertion. He muttered about having only 10 minutes left, struggling to maintain his hero form while his calls to Aizawa went unanswered. Principal Nezu entered, holding a tablet displaying a news article about All Might's pre-class heroics draining his strength. Nezu criticized Toshinori for his recklessness, reminding him of his responsibility to the students and expressing interest in Midoriya's device. Back at the USJ entrance, Shoji reported that all classmates were still present, albeit scattered. 13 instructed Ida to run to the main campus to alert the faculty, emphasizing the importance of saving their classmates. Ida hesitated, unwilling to abandon them, but Mina urged him to go, insisting it was for their safety. Kurogiri's mist surged, and he reached for Ida, but 13's black hole roared to life, skinging debris toward the villain to buy them time. In the shipwreck zone, the boat creaked as villains closed in. Mineta trembled, suggesting they hide and wait for the heroes. Izuku, standing at the railing with fierce determination, countered that the villains had made a mistake by underestimating them. Zu agreed, noting that if they knew her quirk, she would have been placed in the fire zone. Izuku explained the capabilities of the Omnitrix, which allowed him to transform his DNA into different forms, while Zu detailed her own strengths. Mineta, feeling insecure, lamented that his quirk was useless in a fight, but Izuku reassured him that it was strategic. Just then, a blade sliced through the hull, water gushing in. Mineta panicked and threw his sticky ball wildly, causing the villains to recoil in fear. Izuku realized that they were afraid of Mineta's quirk and saw it as their opening. Mineta, still anxious, protested that he hadn't signed up for danger, but Izuku snapped at him to focus. They were heroes, and there was a chance to fight back. The villains below laughed, one taunting that the kids were finished. Izuku stood on the railing, heart racing but resolute. He challenged the villains below, ready to leap into action. He knew he couldn't take them all on at once as a human, but in the water he had an advantage. With a twist of the Omnitrix, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 aquatic form emerged, his body transforming with a flash of green light. His skin shimmered in silvery blue scales, gills flared, webbed claws extended, and a sleek tail whipped behind him, eyes glowing like deep-sea lanterns. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 plunged into the water, a predator in his element, the transformation a display of alien power. He dove, spinning with incredible speed, his tail creating a whirlpool that ensnared the villains, rendering them helpless. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 struck with precision, incapacitating one foe after another, his movements relentless. As he breached the surface, he called out for Zu, who leaped into action, carrying Mineta in her arms. With a quick tap of the Omnitrix, Izuku transformed back into his human form. Mineta, inspired by the chaos, threw sticky ball at the villains, who became entangled in a mass of purple orbs. They had cleared the first obstacle, and Zu praised their teamwork. Izuku, breathing and determined, felt the Omnitrix pulse red on his wrist, knowing this was just the beginning. The water lapped at the rusted hull of the shipwreck, a stark reminder of the chaos surrounding the unforeseen simulation joint. Izuku, Zu, and Mineta stood on the deck, the villains. Below, trapped in Mineta's sticky creations. Tension filled the air, with distant sounds of combat echoing from the plaza where Aizawa faced a swarm of enemies. Izuku's dark green hero costume was soaked, but his eyes burned with determination, the Omnitrix glowing green, ready for action. Mineta, wiping sweat from his brow, boasted about his quirk, though his voice trembled. Izuku nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of strategy. They had been fortunate that the villains hadn't kept anyone in reserve. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. Zu reminded him to stay focused and move quickly, grounding him with her touch. They decided to avoid the plaza, knowing Aizawa was engaged in a fierce battle there. Izuku emphasized the need for caution, recalling the lessons learned from their earlier encounter. Zu agreed, suggesting they sneak along the shoreline, ready to retreat if necessary. As they crept along the flood zone's edge, Izuku contemplated his next transformation, weighing his options for speed or defense. Meanwhile, in the landslide zone, Shoto Todoroki effortlessly dealt with frozen villains, his pristine suit contrasting with the chaos around him. He dismissed the thugs as mere pawns, knowing the real threats lay with their leaders. In the mountain zone, Denki Kaminari sprinted in panic, pursued by a villain. He dove behind Momo Yororozu and Kyoka-Gyro, who stood back-to-back, ready to defend themselves. Momo wielded a steel staff while Gyro prepared to unleash a sonic attack. Denki hesitated, fearing he would harm his friends with his quirk. Gyro urged him to act, and in a moment of instinct, he unleashed a shock, taking down the thug without harming his allies. As the battle intensified, Momo crafted a bow staff to fend off an incoming attack. Gyro blasted another villain with a sonic pulse, shaking the ground beneath them. Momo instructed them to cover themselves as she created an insulating sheet. Denki wrapped himself and Gyro in it before unleashing a powerful electric surge that incapacitated the remaining villains. Momo, despite her torn costume, remained unfazed and promised to make more clothes. Back at the flood zone, Izuku, Zu, and Mineta continued their stealthy approach, determined to scout the area. They were aware of the dangers but remained focused on their mission. In the plaza, Aizawa fought fiercely, his scarf lashing out at the villains while nullifying their quirks. Tomura Shigaraki, with hands spread across his body, challenged Aizawa, revealing his knowledge of the hero's weaknesses. Aizawa fought back, but Shigaraki's powers were overwhelming, and he faced a monstrous creature known as Nomu, a bioengineered nightmare. Izuku watched from the shadows, horror gripping him as he saw Aizawa struggle against the creature. Meanwhile, 13 battled Kurogiri, her quirk creating a black hole to absorb debris. She urged Ida to escape, but he refused to leave her behind. Hantashiro and Shoji intervened, buying time for Ida to escape as 13 continued to fight. In the collapse zone, Bakugo and Kirishima fought valiantly, their combined efforts taking down thugs. Kirishima suggested they help the others, but Bakugo was determined to take out the villain's exit. He dismissed Kirishima's concerns, focusing on the task at hand. In the fire zone, Masahiro Jiro used his tail to strike a villain, while Koji Koda's birds assisted 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 Tokoyami's dark shadow in overwhelming their foes. Back in the plaza, Aizawa lay defeated, Nomu overpowering him as Shigaraki gloated about the futility of Aizawa's quirk against raw strength. The battle raged on, each hero facing their own challenges, but they remained united in their resolve to protect one another and overcome the odds. Izuku's heart raced with urgency. He had to save his friends. He glanced at Tsuyu and Mineta, fear evident in their expressions. If he acted, they might get hurt, but he couldn't just stand by. Kurogiri reformed, reporting to Shigaraki that the runner had escaped. Shigaraki scratched his neck, a bead of blood forming. He expressed frustration about the approaching heroes, contemplating the situation. Mineta hugged Tsuyu, but she quickly dunked him underwater, growling for him to keep his hands to himself. Izuku and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances, realizing that the villains were preparing to leave after everything that had happened. But then Shigaraki grinned, suggesting they leave a mark before departing. He sprinted toward Tsuyu, his hand outstretched, intent on causing harm. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Aizawa, battered but determined, lifted his head, his eyes flashing as he nullified Shigaraki's quirk. The villain cursed, but Nomu quickly overpowered Aizawa again. Izuku instinctively slammed the Omnitrix, a green light erupting as his body transformed. Muscles bulged, skin hardened, and 4 crimson arms sprouted, granting him the might of a 𝗵𝗃. 4 arms roared and leaped at Shigaraki, swinging his right fist with tremendous force. The air pressure shattered concrete, but Nomu shielded Shigaraki, absorbing the blow without a scratch. Shigaraki laughed, impressed, but confident in Nomu's capabilities. 4 arms dodged a claw swipe and seized Nomu's arm, executing a powerful suplex that cratered the floor. Dust billowed, and for a moment, Nomu lay still, its unblinking black eyes staring. Tsuyu noted that Izuku was slowing it down, perhaps giving the pros enough time to arrive. Mineta, holding Aizawa's limp form, expressed disbelief about Nomu's strength. Suddenly, a portal opened as Kurogiri reappeared, and Nomu surged upright, its ribs digging into 4 arms' side. Izuku groaned, feeling pain sear through him, but he refused to give in. Shigaraki cackled, declaring Nomu's strength unmatched. Just then, Katsuki Bakugo appeared, pinning Kurogiri with an explosion, followed closely by Shoto Todoroki, who encased Nomu's legs in ice. A hero Kirishima charged at Shigaraki, but the villain effortlessly dodged. 4 arms managed to break free, clutching his side as blood dripped. Tsuyu and Mineta reached the entrance, joining 13 and the others. Tsuyu hesitated, looking back at Izuku, who was fighting alone. 13, injured, urged them to let the others handle it, stating they were too hurt to assist. Shigaraki surveyed the chaos, mocking the students for allowing a child to gain the upper hand. His gaze locked onto Izuku, who spat blood but grinned defiantly, ready to face the challenge. Shigaraki signaled Nomu, which broke free from the ice, its wounds healing instantly. The realization of Nomu's regeneration shocked Todoroki and Kirishima. Shigaraki commanded Nomu to free Kurogiri and crush Izuku. As Nomu charged, Bakugo called out to Izuku, but before it could attack, Izuku moved like lightning, shoving Bakugo aside and taking the blow himself. Pain lanced through him, but he stood firm, determined to protect his friends. Shigaraki raved about All Might's potential demise, claiming it would send a message of freedom to reshape the world. Izuku's eyes blazed with determination, confronting Shigaraki about his chaotic intentions. The villain's chilling smile widened, acknowledging Izuku's insight. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo prepared to join the fight, but Izuku raised a hand, insisting they couldn't handle Nomu. He declared that he was the only one close to All Might's level, even if just for a few minutes. Bakugo protested, but Izuku insisted he was a hero, his eyes glowing green as the Omnitrix pulsed. Shigaraki ordered Nomu and Kurogiri to focus on Izuku while he lunged at the others. The Omnitrix beeped, its timer nearing 0, but Izuku's resolve burned brighter. He needed more power. His eyes flared, and the device hummed, green light intensifying as he transformed into something cosmic, his form radiating power. The transformation was fleeting, but it surged through him, snapping back to 4 arms as the Omnitrix strained. 4 arms charged, fists a blur, each strike creating shockwaves that rattled the USJ. Shigaraki taunted Izuku about Nomu's shock absorption, but Izuku roared back, asserting that there was a limit to how much Nomu could withstand. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, slamming Nomu, who struggled to fight back. As Izuku's blows intensified, Nomu staggered, its regeneration slowing. With a final, earth-shaking punch, he launched Nomu through the USJ's dome, shattering concrete as the creature vanished into the sky. Steam rolled off 4 arms as he glared at Shigaraki, challenging him to come next. The students watched in awe, struck by the display of strength and determination. Ashido stammered from the entrance, amazed by what she had just witnessed. Zu's tongue flicked in agreement, expressing admiration for Midoriya's incredible strength. Shigaraki froze, his habitual scratching of his neck ceasing as fear flickered in his eyes. The villains hesitated, the unforeseen simulation joint trembling under Izuku's defiance, his transformation as a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 redefining the battlefield. Yet, Izuku was aware that he wasn't finished. Despite gaining more time in his transformation, he could sense it wouldn't last. The air in the USJ crackled with the remnants of battle, the plaza a chaotic scene of cracked concrete and scattered debris. Izuku Midoriya, still in his 4 arms 𝗧𝗵𝗲 form, stood breathing, steam rising from his crimson skin, his 4 fists clenched, and his eyes glowing with determination. The Nomu was no longer a threat, having been launched through the dome's roof by his final, earth-shaking blow. Tomura Shigaraki stood frozen, his hand-covered face trembling, red eyes wide with disbelief. He muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration at the unexpected turn of events. Izuku, towering as 4 arms, stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath his weight. He challenged Shigaraki, daring him to make a move. Shigaraki stumbled back, his bravado fading. He accused Izuku of stealing his weapon, the Nomu, which was meant to defeat All Might. In another part of the USJ, a villain had Denki Kaminari in a tight grip, his spiked arm threatening. Momoyoorozu and Kyokujiro stood nearby, surrounded by enemies. The villain snarled, warning them not to move or he would harm Kaminari. Momo felt a pang of guilt for their oversight, while Gyro, determined to distract the villain, raised her voice, challenging him to fight fair. Back in the plaza, Shigaraki's frustration grew louder as he lamented his ruined plans. He pointed at Izuku, shaking with anger, insisting that he was not supposed to be this strong. 4 arms smirked, ready to face whatever came next. Katsuki Bakugo, Hiro Kirishima, and Shoto Todoroki watched from the sidelines, or etched on their faces. Bakugo's palms sparked with energy as he wondered how Deku had gained such power. Todoroki's curiosity was piqued by the device on Izuku's wrist, which seemed beyond any quirk. Kirishima grinned, impressed by Midoriya's performance. Shigaraki's panic escalated, his scratching drawing BLD as he realized his plan was falling apart. Kurogiri, nearby, reminded him that they still had advantages, noting Izuku's injuries. Shigaraki's trembling slowed, and a twisted grin spread across his face as he plotted his next move. 4 arms braced himself, BLD seeping from wounds inflicted by the Nomu. The Omnitrix beeped, its green glow flashing red. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted, and Izuku reverted to his human form, stumbling and clutching his side in pain. He collapsed to one knee, desperate for more time. Shigaraki seized the opportunity, rushing forward with his hand outstretched, ready to unleash his decay ability. Just then, gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through the air. Shigaraki jerked back, grazed by a shot, as more shots freed Kaminari in the mountain zone. The UA faculty stormed in, led by All Might, who charged forward with Tenya Ida at his side, announcing their arrival. The villains recoiled, fear overtaking their bravado. Shigaraki cursed, clutching his bleeding hand and demanding Kurogiri to get them out. However, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧's concrete wave slammed into Kurogiri, disrupting his warp. Shigaraki snarled a threat at Izuku before they barely managed to escape, bullets peppering their retreat. Izuku hit the ground, gasping and staring at the shattered dome. He whispered to himself, questioning if he had done enough. The teachers fanned out, ensuring the students were all right. All Might approached, his grin strained but proud, commending Izuku for his bravery. In the mountain zone, Momo crafted a makeshift blanket to cover her torn costume while J.I.R.O helped Kaminari stand, concerned about his condition. They discussed their narrow escape and the need to regroup. Meanwhile, in a dingy bar far from UA, Shigaraki collapsed, blood pooling from his wounds. He lamented his failure, reflecting on the strength of the students who had thwarted him. A voice from the flickering TV reminded him that he had underestimated them, offering a lesson in humility. Another voice expressed disappointment over the loss of the Nomu, emphasizing the need for better planning. Back at the USJ, police swarmed the area, ensuring the safety of the students. Toru Hagakure, invisible except for her gloves, complimented Ojiro on his stealth. Ojiro, flustered, thanked her while she recounted her own close call with Todoroki's ice powers. Todoroki, nearby, apologized for the chaos. Yuga Amar, eager for attention, attempted to draw focus to himself, but no one paid him any mind until Zu finally asked where he had been. He teased them with a secret. A police officer addressed the class, assuring them they were safe and instructing them to head back to campus. He mentioned that Recovery Girl was with Izuku, who was injured but stable. Relief washed over the students, though Bakugo lingered, his mind replaying Izuku's fight. In the nurse's office, Izuku lay bandaged, his green jacket folded nearby, the Omnitrix silent. Recovery Girl checked his chart, noting his injuries were not life-threatening. Izuku expressed his gratitude, though he winced in discomfort. Principal Nezu entered, curious about Izuku's performance. He poured tea and asked for details about the battle. Izuku exhaled, recounting his fight with the Nomu and the unexpected transformation he had experienced. Nezu listened intently, intrigued by the possibility of a new form. Izuku admitted his frustration at not fully understanding the transformation, but Nezu reassured him that his device was remarkable, just like his heart. He praised Izuku for saving his classmates and teachers, emphasizing that such actions were the essence of a hero. Izuku felt a surge of determination, knowing he had done his best. But Shigaraki was not finished. Izuku felt it. Nezu acknowledged the situation with a serious tone, stating that this was a declaration, but they had demonstrated UA's strength. He advised Izuku to rest, assuring him that he had earned it. As Nezu departed, Izuku's gaze fell upon the Omnitrix, its red glow presenting a silent challenge. The aftermath of the USJ incident lingered, a hard-won victory, a deepening mystery, and a hero emerging from the chaos, his 𝗵𝗲𝗏's power a testament to his unwavering will. The unforeseen simulation joint USJ incident left UA high on edge, its revered halls buzzing with tension. In a secure meeting room, Principal Nezu, All Might, and Detective 𝗍𝗲𝗄𝗧 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗁 gathered, their expressions solemn under the fluorescent lights. The scent of coffee and antiseptic filled the air, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous day. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗁 adjusted his notepad, his voice steady yet weighed down by the gravity of the situation. He reported that they had reached dead ends in identifying the League's leaders. Shigaraki was the face of the group, but his background remained elusive, nothing concrete. All Might, in his skeletal form as Toshinori Yagi, leaned back, coughing lightly. He remarked that Shigaraki was like a man-child, throwing tantrums like a spoiled brat while leading a villain group, barely holding it together. Nezu, with his gleaming white fur, sipped tea, his small pause precise as he considered the implications. He acknowledged Shigaraki's immaturity but noted that it was a concern. Like their students, he was raw and unpolished, with potential for growth. If someone was guiding him, a mentor with resources, his potential could become a serious threat. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 nodded, taking notes. He pointed out that Shigaraki's followers were the real puzzle. They were small-time crooks and petty thieves, yet they rallied around him. In a world dominated by heroes, Shigaraki's simplistic message of destruction appealed to the desperate and overlooked. All Might's gaunt face tightened as he recognized the new kind of danger this posed. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 affirmed that they would continue investigating, but Shigaraki's appeal was a symptom of deeper societal cracks. People felt abandoned, and he was exploiting that. Nezu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A man-child with a cause, backed by an unknown force, posed a significant challenge. They needed to prepare their students to confront that growth. The students, given a day off, struggled to relax. Izuku Midoriya stood on Dagobah Beach, the same trash-strewn shore where he had trained for months, the Omnitrix glowing green on his wrist. Waves crashed against the shore, the salt air stinging his cuts. He wore a black jacket over a green t-shirt, blue jeans, and his signature red shoes. As he scrolled through the Omnitrix-a's playlist, he considered the 10 aliens it contained: Heat Blast, 4 Arms, Diamond Head, Stinkfly, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, XLR8, Ripjaws, Grey Matter, and Upgrade. Each represented a tool of heroism, but none matched the cosmic surge he had felt against Nomu. He muttered to himself, questioning what had happened. A new alien seemed to be present, but it was not available. Suddenly, the Omnitrix flashed yellow, static crackling. Izuku froze, his heart racing as 𝗬𝗵𝗃 calm, alien voice greeted him. He expressed curiosity about Izuku's well-being. Izuku gasped, glancing around the empty beach, surprised to hear from 𝗬𝗵𝗃 again. He inquired if 𝗬𝗵𝗃 was closer to Earth. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 responded that he might be, but he sensed Izuku's unease and urged him to speak. Izuku hesitated, revealing that during the fight, he had transformed into something different, not one of the 10 forms. It felt like stars and power all at once, but only for a brief moment. 𝗬𝗬𝗃 was silent for a moment before he acknowledged the peculiarity of the situation. The Omnitrix was a prototype and should have locked onto 10 forms. This transformation should not have occurred. It might have been triggered by extreme need or a glitch. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of a glitch, wondering if it could unlock more aliens. 𝗬𝗬𝗃 explained that the Omnitrix scans DNA, and if a quirked human touched it, it might register a compatible alien species, expanding Izuku's roster. However, he cautioned that unstable activations could be dangerous. Izuku's mind raced with the possibilities. He realized he could gain more forms by meeting people with quirks. 𝗬𝗬𝗃 confirmed this but emphasized the importance of control. Until they met again, Izuku needed to hone his will. With that, the Omnitrix dimmed, leaving Izuku staring at the horizon, possibilities swirling in his mind. At home, Izuku lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, the Omnitrix red and silent. His All Might poster loomed above him, its grin a painful reminder of harsh words. He was a flight risk. Pain stabbed at his chest, not from physical injuries, but from feelings of betrayal. He stood up, tearing down the poster and another, watching his hero's image crumple. He whispered to himself that he respected All Might, but he felt that he had not been believed in. His mother, Inko, called from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready. He responded, tossing the posters aside, his resolve hardening. The next day, Class 1A's classroom buzzed with restless energy. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃, invisible except for her bouncing gloves, complained that the news barely mentioned her, while everyone else, especially Midoriya, received the spotlight. Mina Ashido grinned, her vibrant pink skin glowing as she recalled the teacher's impressive performances and Midoriya's incredible feat of punching a monster through the roof. Tenya Ida entered the room, commanding everyone to take their seats. Denki Kaminari smirked from his already occupied seat, teasing Ida about being the only one standing. Okako Uraraka giggled, assuring Ida not to worry. Ida flushed, finally sitting down, feeling slightly embarrassed. The door slid open, revealing Aizawa, bandaged like a mummy, his goggles absent, and his eyes red. The class gasped in surprise. Momoyoirozu expressed concern, noting that he had returned too soon. Tsuyu Asui asked if he was okay. Aizawa responded that his well-being was irrelevant. He would still teach even if he lost a leg. More importantly, he stated that the fight was not over. The class tensed, anticipating another attack. Aizawa's lips twitched slightly as he announced that the UA Sports Festival was approaching. The school intended to demonstrate that they were unbreakable despite the recent attack. Kaminari raised a hand, questioning the safety of holding a festival after such chaos. Aizawa explained that it was a strategic decision, as top agencies would be scouting there. It was their opportunity to shine and secure post-graduation employment. He emphasized that it was a once-a-year chance that should not be wasted. Kyokujiro nudged Kaminari, reminding him that with his current attitude, he would remain a sidekick forever. Kaminari shot back, feeling insulted. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, fierce despite his bandages, urging them to avoid procrastination in their field. He encouraged them to seize the opportunity and dismissed the class. Excitement erupted as the students began to discuss their plans, overriding any lingering fear. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 leaned toward 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗁, expressing her determination to stand out this time and not remain invisible in the news. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 encouraged her, assuring her that she would get there. 𝗎𝗪𝗃𝗁 strutted in, his cape glittering, declaring that 𝗪𝗃𝗁 should agree he would dazzle at the festival. Koji nodded shyly, his animals chirping in agreement. Kaminari grinned at 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗁, complimenting his arms and their potential to make him a star. J-Ro smirked, teasing Kaminari about his tendency to spark. Izuku and Ida walked together, feeling energized. Izuku noted that everyone was excited, and this was their chance to prove themselves. Ida agreed, emphasizing their determination to showcase their abilities. Okako joined them, her face radiating intensity as she declared her intention to excel, her fists clenched, determination radiating from her. Mineta blinked in surprise at Okako's sudden shift in energy. Tsuyu, with her tongue flicking, told him to mind his own business. At lunch, the trio sat with steaming trays, the cafeteria alive with chatter. Izuku poked at his rice, curious about Okako's motivations for wanting to become a hero. She blushed, hesitating before admitting that it was for money. Izuku was taken aback, questioning her reasoning. Okako explained that it might not seem noble, but her family's construction company was struggling, and they barely got by. With a hero license, she could use her quirk to help, floating materials and cutting costs. Ida nodded, recognizing the honor in providing for oneself. Okako smiled, her voice softening as she recalled a childhood promise to help her father. He had advised her to focus on her happiness, but she wanted her family to live without worry. Becoming a hero was her path to achieving that. Ida clapped enthusiastically, startling nearby students, and praised her resolve as inspiring. Izuku grinned, impressed by her determination. Okako thanked them, her eyes shining with gratitude. A flashback flickered in her mind, young Okako, with pigtails bouncing, offering to float bricks for her father, who smiled gently, encouraging her to pursue her dreams. After finishing lunch, Izuku stood, ready to face the challenges ahead. Izuku Midoriya had some important matters to attend to. When Ida inquired about the nature of this business, Izuku revealed that he was heading to the principal's office for a chess match. In Nezu's office, sunlight poured through tall windows, illuminating bookshelves filled with strategy books. Nezu, his white fur immaculate, poured chamomile tea while setting up the chessboard between them. He welcomed Izuku with enthusiasm, moving a pawn and teasing him about being ready to lose. Izuku chuckled as he slid his knight into position, confident that today would not be his defeat, as he had been practicing. Nezu responded with a bishop, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He noted Izuku's aggressive knight and asked if he was planning a Sicilian defense. Izuku, advancing a pawn, kept his strategy close to his chest, enjoying the challenge of keeping Nezu guessing. As Nezu sipped his tea and moved his rook, he drew a parallel between chess and heroism, emphasizing the importance of strategy, sacrifice, and foresight. Izuku paused, contemplating his recent performance at the USJ, where he had stepped up for Aizawa and his friends. Nezu captured a pawn, praising Izuku's remarkable device while highlighting how his decisions truly made it shine. Izuku countered with a bishop, explaining that it wasn't just about the Omnitrix. He needed to be smart, especially when it was on cooldown. Nezu acknowledged this, moving his queen forward and commenting on how adaptability was a key strength, just like in chess where every move could change the game. As the match progressed, the tension mounted with pieces falling and strategies colliding. Izuku focused intently, sacrificing a rook to lure Nezu's queen before striking with his knight, successfully pinning it. With a triumphant grin, he declared checkmate, leaning back in satisfaction. Nezu clapped his paws in delight, congratulating Izuku on his victory and promising to win next time. Izuku laughed, enjoying a sip of tea and thanking Nezu for the game. As he left, the Omnitrix glowed green on his wrist, a reminder of the mysteries that lay ahead. The upcoming sports festival was on the horizon, a chance for him to prove himself, not just to All Might, but to the world. The threat posed by Shigaraki loomed in his mind, yet Izuku felt a fire within him, ready to confront whatever challenges awaited. The sun shone brightly over Dagobah Beach, where Izuku had been training on the littered sands for a week following the 𝗎𝗍 incident. He sprinted along the shore, his black combat boots kicking up sand, his dark green hero costume jacket tied around his waist. Sweat dripped from his brow as he pushed through relentless drills, sprints, push-ups, lunges, all in preparation for the UA Sports Festival. The Omnitrix glowed green on his wrist, a constant reminder of the power he possessed and the secrets yet to be discovered. Azmouth's words echoed in his mind about the Omnitrix-a's ability to scan DNA and unlock transformations based on quirk similarities. Izuku paused to catch his breath, hands on his knees, contemplating the potential for more transformations. He believed that unlocking them would give him an advantage in the festival. His gaze fell on the Omnitrix, recalling the 10 silhouettes of various forms etched in his memory. He wondered about the cosmic form he had used against Nomu, which was not among them. Resuming his sprint, he felt the ocean's roar fueling his determination. He needed to be stronger, smarter, and ready. By mid-afternoon, Izuku trudged home, his red sneakers scuffing the pavement. His mother, Inko, was out shopping, leaving the apartment quiet. He grabbed a rice ball from the fridge and flopped onto his bed, the Omnitrix glinting in the light. Curious, he began to explore its interface, watching the green holograms flicker. Frustration mixed with excitement as he noted that it still only displayed 10 forms. He recalled Azmouth's mention of scanning quirks for new transformations, realizing the potential was immense but also risky. His phone buzzed with a group chat notification from Okako Uraraka, lighting up the screen with messages from Ida, Mina, Momo, Kyoka, Tsuyu, and 𝗬𝗄𝗧, his close-knit Class 1A friends. After a moment of hesitation, he typed a message asking if anyone was free to hang out the next day, hinting at an idea he wanted to try. Mina responded enthusiastically, eager to join and suggesting she would bring Kaminari along for more fun. Ida praised Izuku's initiative, emphasizing the importance of camaraderie. Okako expressed her excitement, asking where and when they should meet. Izuku proposed the park near UA at noon for a casual gathering. Tsuyu expressed her intent to join, curious about the idea he had in mind. Izuku kept the details vague, promising to reveal more tomorrow, feeling hopeful about testing the scanning capabilities of the Omnitrix. The next day, the park was bathed in warm sunlight, cherry blossoms dancing in the breeze as Izuku arrived in a green t-shirt, black jeans, and his signature red sneakers. He wore a black long-sleeved jacket to conceal the Omnitrix. His friends gathered near a picnic table, dressed casually, contrasting their usual hero gear. Okako wore a pink hoodie and denim shorts, while Ida sported a navy polo and khakis. Mina's pink CRP top matched her vibrant skin, and Momo's elegant blouse and skirt exuded poise. Kyoka's band tee and ripped jeans complemented her earphone jacks, while Tsuyu's green sundress highlighted her grace, and 𝗬𝗄𝗧's floating sundress marked her presence. Denki Kaminari, pulled along by Mina, wore a yellow hoodie and blue jeans, his hair sparking faintly. Mina greeted Izuku with excitement, eager to know about his big idea. Izuku smiled, scratching his neck and explaining that he simply wanted to hang out and catch up after a challenging week. Kyoka chimed in, recalling the chaos of the 𝗎𝗍 incident and praising Izuku for his impressive actions. Tsuyu added her admiration, sensing that Izuku had something special planned. Ida, adjusting his glasses, noted that Izuku's cryptic message suggested a purpose behind their gathering. Okako nudged him, urging him to share his plan. Izuku laughed, feeling the pressure lift as he decided to reveal more. He explained that it was about his support device, the Omnitrix, which he believed could do something new. He hoped that spending time together would inspire its capabilities. Momo expressed her curiosity, intrigued by the potential of Izuku's device. 𝗬𝗄𝗧 excitedly asked what new form he might discover. Just as Izuku was about to elaborate, Kaminari tripped over tree root, stumbling toward him. In the chaos, his hand brushed against Izuku's wrist, making contact with the Omnitrix. Green sparks erupted, shifting to yellow as the device's lid spun wildly. The group froze, eyes wide in astonishment. Izuku's heart raced, but he quickly raised a hand to calm everyone, assuring them that it was okay. The Omnitrix chimed, announcing that it had acquired a DNA scan and detected a transformation based on DNA similarity. The group stared in disbelief as Kaminari blinked, still sparking with energy, and wondered if he had caused this. Izuku gazed at the Omnitrix, noticing a new silhouette flickering, a small, electric creature with jagged features. The voice continued, announcing the transformation. 𝗨𝗧𝗵𝗃, with capabilities of electrical energy manipulation, rapid movement, and energy absorption. Excitement surged through Izuku as he realized it had worked. Mina's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, amazed that a simple trip could lead to a new transformation. Kaminari, grinning, joked about being a hero maker now. Ida declared the situation unprecedented, marveling at the device's ability to adapt to others' quirks. Izuku explained that the Omnitrix found similarities in quirks to unlock new forms, with this one being electric like Kaminari's. Momo's analytical mind sharpened, fascinated by the concept of a database syncing with genetic markers. Tsuyu expressed her intrigue but also caution, wondering if it could scan anyone. Izuku nodded, acknowledging the potential but emphasizing the need for caution, as too many forms could be overwhelming. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 eagerly volunteered to be tested, while Kyoka reminded everyone that Izuku shouldn't be treated like a lab rat. Okako expressed her concern for Izuku's safety, prompting him to reassure them that he would be careful. Izuku reflected on how special his classmates were to him, including everyone except Bakugo. Mina wrapped an arm around him, expressing her appreciation for his sweetness and excitement about their situation. The group shared a laugh, easing the tension as they gathered around the picnic table to enjoy snacks. Kyoka, munching on chips, mentioned the upcoming sports festival and asked if Izuku planned to use his new electric form. Izuku replied that he wasn't ready yet, needing to master the 10 abilities he already had, but knowing the new form was available gave him a boost. Ida nodded in agreement, emphasizing the strategic advantage it provided and urging everyone to train hard to excel. Mina enthusiastically declared her intention to outperform the competition, while 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 playfully stated her goal to be the invisible champion. Tsuyu reminded them not to get overconfident, recalling the lessons learned from the USJ incident. Momo agreed, noting that preparation was essential, and praised Izuku's leadership during the crisis. Izuku felt a flush of modesty, insisting he had only done what he could. Kaminari, sparking with energy, excitedly reminded everyone of Izuku's impressive feat of defeating a monster, predicting he would excel at the festival. As laughter filled the air, Izuku's thoughts drifted to the Omnitrix and its potential. He pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the camaraderie of his friends. 2 weeks had passed since the USJ incident, and the UA Sports Festival buzzed with anticipation. Outside the Grand Stadium, the concourse was alive with activity. Booths overflowing with hero merchandise, food stalls sizzling with delicious treats, and fans waving banners in support of their favorite heroes. The atmosphere was electric, filled with enthusiastic chatter. A vendor shouted about how this year was different, emphasizing UA's resilience after the villain attack. Nearby, newer heroes like 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃, and Kamu Woods enjoyed street food, with 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 expressing frustration about missing scouting opportunities due to security duties. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃, towering in her purple suit, voiced her disappointment about not being able to spot new talent, while Kamu Woods remained stoic, reminding them that their duty was to ensure the safety of the event. In the waiting room for Class 1A, excitement mixed with tension as students donned their Navy PE uniforms, leveling the playing field. Mina complained about missing her hero costume, while Momo calmly explained the importance of fairness in testing their raw skills. Ida burst in, urging everyone to head to the entrance as it was time for the event to begin. Before they could move, Shoto Todoroki approached Izuku, his intense gaze locking onto him. He acknowledged Izuku's strength and the power of his device, declaring his intent to defeat him. Caught off guard, Izuku questioned Todoroki's aggressive stance. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 intervened, trying to lighten the mood, but Todoroki remained focused on his goal of victory. Izuku recognized the conflict in Todoroki's eyes, pain and determination, and responded with resolve, stating he aimed for the top just like everyone else and accepted the challenge. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Izuku's words resonated with his classmates. Kaminari remarked on the intensity of the moment. In the arena, present 𝗵𝗃's booming voice welcomed the crowd to the UA Sports Festival, where future heroes would be showcased. Aizawa, appearing weary and bandaged, stood beside him, unimpressed by the hype. 𝗵𝗃 playfully encouraged Aizawa to join in, but Aizawa warned him against teasing. 𝗵𝗃, undeterred, introduced the first-year students. At home, Inko Midoriya watched the event unfold on TV, wishing her son good luck. Toshinori Yagi, in his slender form, observed from a distance, feeling conflicted about Izuku's immense power. Class 1A entered the field, greeted by a deafening roar from the crowd. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of spectators, while Ida wondered if the pressure would affect them. Kirishima embraced the energy, while Bakugo confidently declared he would surpass everyone. Zero commented on Bakugo's ego, and 𝗵𝗃 continued to energize the audience, introducing the other classes. Midnight made her entrance, captivating some and surprising others as she announced herself as the referee. She called upon Izuku to deliver the pledge, leaving him momentarily frozen with anxiety. As he climbed the platform, he spotted Okako encouraging him with a thumbs up. Gathering his courage, he began to speak, expressing their dreams of heroism and the importance of their experiences at USJ. He urged his classmates to give their all, not for fame or glory, but for those who believed in them. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Midnight expressed her admiration for his heartfelt words. 𝗵𝗃 announced the first event, an obstacle course, explaining the rules. Students lined up at the starting gate, and as the countdown began, Izuku contemplated using the Omnitrix but decided to rely on his intellect instead. When the buzzer sounded, chaos ensued as students surged forward through a narrow tunnel. 𝗵𝗃 encouraged the crowd, while Aizawa warned him to refrain from teasing. Inside the tunnel, students jostled for position, with Todoroki quickly taking the lead by freezing the path ahead. As he advanced, he expressed his expectation for a greater challenge, while others scrambled to avoid the frozen obstacles. Momo gasped at the sight of the unexpected robots, realizing the budget for the event had increased. Todoroki continued to push forward, freezing robots in his path, but warned his competitors to be cautious of the falling obstacles. 𝗵𝗃 cheered on Todoroki's 𝗬𝗵𝗃 as the first years navigated the challenges ahead. Aizawa contemplated the situation, noting its efficiency but also its recklessness. Izuku, trapped behind a wall of ice, felt his mind racing. He had faced these robots before, but this time he lacked the Omnitrix. He needed to think quickly, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. This was going to be an interesting challenge. The UA Sports Festival arena buzzed with electric energy, the massive stadium filled with cheers, flashing cameras, and waving banners. Present 𝗵𝗃's voice echoed through the speakers, providing rapid commentary that captured the chaos. He announced that they were live, with drones and cameras covering every angle of the epic showdown. In the commentary box, Shota Aizawa, wrapped in bandages, slouched beside 𝗵𝗃. He questioned the purpose of his presence there, his eyes half closed. 𝗵𝗃, with a grin, insisted that Aizawa was there for moral support, claiming he was the vibe of the event. Aizawa sighed, wondering how he had become friends with someone like 𝗵𝗃, who feigned mock hurt at Aizawa's bluntness. Below them, the obstacle course was in full swing. Todoroki's ice shattered the frozen robots, their massive frames collapsing with a loud crash. The crowd erupted in panic as a girl screamed that someone was trapped beneath the wreckage. Just then, a hero Kirishima burst through the ice and metal, exclaiming that he was alive and celebrating his survival. Moments later, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 from Class 1B emerged from the debris, echoing Kirishima's relief and adding that it could have been deadly. Kirishima, running alongside 𝗧𝗵𝗃, noted how similar their quirks were, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 challenged him to a race. A general studies student rallied his peers to team up and clear the robots, but his voice was drowned out as Katsuki Bakugo rocketed overhead, demanding that the others get out of his way. Hunter Zero swung past on tape, while 𝗵𝗃 Tokoyami glided with dark shadow. In the teacher's stand, Toshinori Yagi, the skinny All Might, leaned forward, observing Class 1A's swift movements. Nezu, sipping tea, acknowledged that while others were holding their own, Class 1A clearly had an edge. Aizawa remarked that the training at USJ had forged their instincts, allowing them to act without hesitation. Izuku sprinted through the wreckage, grabbing a jagged metal sheet from a fallen robot. He swung it like a club, smashing a smaller drone and sending sparks flying. He focused on moving forward, determined to conserve energy for the Omnitrix. He envisioned making an unforgettable entrance. Ahead, Momoyoe fired a massive cannon crafted from her own body, elegantly taking down a robot. Toshinori's attention shifted to Izuku, questioning whether he was holding back by not transforming yet. It was a smart strategy, but it came with risks. 𝗵𝗃 announced the next obstacle, a daunting chasm with tightropes. Students skidded to a halt, jaws dropping at the sight. Tsuyu leaped across the ropes effortlessly, while 𝗵𝗃 zoomed past with her jetpack, showcasing her impressive gear. Uraraka watched in awe, feeling envious of Mai's gadgets, while Mina Ashido complained about wanting her own toys. Shinso Hitoshi observed from the sidelines, his eyes narrowed as Todoroki and Bakugo led the charge, creating paths with ice and explosions. Tenya Ida zoomed across the ropes, dramatically shouting for his brother. 𝗵𝗃 laughed at Ida's attempt to look cool, calling it a fail. As the crowd cheered for Todoroki, Izuku balanced on a rope with the metal sheet slung over his shoulder. At home, Inko Midoriya clutched her remote, cheering for her son. Todoroki hit the minefield first, causing pink explosions to erupt. 𝗵𝗃 explained that the mines were designed for dramatic effects, not actual harm. Todoroki frowned at the mines, while Bakugo blasted upward, declaring himself the one to beat. The two clashed in the center, ice against explosions, sparks flying around them. Izuku assessed the situation, realizing he was behind but could use it to his advantage. He tossed dirt to map the mines while avoiding triggering them, as other students rushed past him, dismissing his efforts. Izuku piled the mines and placed the metal sheet beneath them, grinning as he prepared for his next move. He leaped aboard, stomping down hard. A massive explosion propelled him forward like a green comet, stunning Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku surged into first place, feeling the wind 𝗍𝗵𝗃 through his hair, but he knew he had to wait before using the Omnitrix. As he descended, he noticed Bakugo and Todoroki closing in. Seizing the moment, he flipped himself and landed on their shoulders, slamming the metal sheet down to trigger another mine. The blast sent them both back, allowing Izuku to gain ground. He tumbled across the dirt, adrenaline coursing through him as he urged himself to keep running. Bakugo exploded after him, furious at being outpaced, while Todoroki glided on icy ground, determined not to fall behind. 𝗵𝗃's voice boomed, questioning whether this was the moment an underdog would take first place, while Aizawa simply observed, noting that the students were pushing themselves to achieve their dreams. Izuku crossed the finish line first, his heart pounding with excitement. 𝗵𝗃 announced his victory, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku raised his fist in triumph, sweat stinging his eyes. At home, Inko sobbed with pride, celebrating her son's achievement. In a dark room, Tomura Shigaraki watched the screen, his red eyes fixed on Izuku with a hint of annoyance. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at the VIP stands, where Toshinori stared down, conflicted. Izuku clenched his fist, determined to prove his worth. Bakugo stormed up to him, furious about losing and vowing to crush Izuku in the next challenge. Todoroki walked away silently, leaving a trail of ice behind him. Okako tackled Izuku in a joyful hug, celebrating his incredible performance. Izuku grinned back, feeling warmth spread through him. Momo approached next, exhausted, with Minoru Mineta clinging to her back, excited about the view. Izuku's expression darkened as he ordered Mineta to get off. Mineta, recalling past events, quickly complied. Momo thanked Izuku for his help, and he responded with a smile, fulfilling his class president duties. As midnight strutted forward, 𝗍𝗵𝗃 cracking, the results of the competition were about to be announced. A mix of Class 1A and Class 1B prepared for the upcoming cavalry battle, filled with surprises. The teams were explained, with headbands assigned points based on their placements. The first place team would earn a staggering 10 million points, and the objective was clear: take down Izuku Midoriya's team to secure victory. All eyes in the stadium were fixated on Izuku, who felt the weight of their hungry gazes. He swallowed hard, gripping the Omnitrix tightly, feeling a surge of anxiety but also a determination to face the challenge ahead. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as midnight's 𝗍𝗵𝗃 cracked, announcing the stakes. The rules were laid out. Teams could consist of a maximum of 4 members, and the rider wore the headband. If they lost it, they were out of the game. Points from the previous obstacle race would carry over, with placements earning points that increased in increments. The first place team would earn 10 million points, and they had 15 minutes to steal, defend, and survive, with only lethal force prohibited. Students scattered to form their teams, and Izuku's mind raced as he sought speed, defense, and creativity. He approached 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃, who turned to him with a flick of her ponytail. He asked her to team up, and she agreed, impressed by his speed and ready to assist with her creation quirk. In the staff lounge, 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃 commented on modern heroics, while Mount Lady emphasized the importance of teamwork over ego. Camu Woods noted that this battle would reveal who could adapt. Back on the field, Bakugo was surrounded by hopeful classmates eager to join his team, but he dismissed them, not knowing their quirks or names. Kirishima pushed through, eager to join Bakugo, confident that his hardening quirk paired well with explosions. Minoru Mineta rushed to Nezu Shoji, pleading for him to be his horse, but Shoji initially walked away. Mineta quickly proposed a strategy involving his sticky ball, and Shoji reluctantly agreed. Izuku continued to scan the chaos, feeling like a target. He approached Masahiro Ojiro, but Ojiro bolted away. Momo reassured Izuku that they would find their teammates. Suddenly, a pink blur crashed into him, Okako Uraraka, floating mid-tackle. She expressed her longing to join his team, excited about the prospect of running and winning together. Izuku was skeptical but ultimately agreed, and Momo noted the importance of communication. They decided they needed one more teammate and spotted Tenya Ida. The trio called out to him, and he turned, surprised to see them. Izuku outlined their strategy, but Ida declined, stating he needed to grow independently and could not follow them forever. He joined Todoroki's team instead, leaving Izuku to realize that every team was now a potential enemy. Suddenly, Mai Hatsune approached Izuku with excitement, eager to join him and showcase her inventions. Izuku introduced himself, and Mai enthusiastically unpacked her gadgets, including a jetpack and hover boots. Izuku recognized the designs and was impressed. As the teams prepared for battle, the timer buzzed, and President MIC announced the start of the cavalry battle. Todoroki briefed his team on their strategy, focusing on ice walls and distractions. As the battle commenced, Okako donned the headband with determination, and Mai secured her jetpack. Izuku activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Wildmutt, a powerful creature ready for action. Momo secured a saddle on Wildmutt's back, and the girls climbed on. The arena erupted into chaos as teams charged at them, all vying for the 10 million points. Wildmutt surged forward, dodging attacks with instinctual agility. Okako encouraged Izuku to run faster, and he complied, weaving through the fray. Momo created barriers to deflect incoming grabs while Okako activated a mechanism that sent them soaring into the air. As they landed, Okako celebrated Mai's inventions, and the battle intensified. Mineta's quirk was countered by Wildmutt's agility, while Bakugo soared through the air, determined to claim the 10 million points for himself. The clash of teams continued, with Todoroki's ice powers surging forward, challenging Okako's team. The battle was fierce, and the stakes were high as they fought for victory. They decided to charge into the big fights, even if it seemed impossible. There was always a chance. They bolted toward the showdown, with Izuku transformed into Wildmutt, his orange fur bristling and claws digging into the ground, his anticipation vibrating through his beastly form. Todoroki's voice rang out with urgency, instructing Tokoyami to have Dark Shadow snag the bands. Dark Shadow lunged, claws slicing through the air. Wildmutt's senses heightened, mapping every shadow and vibration around him. He dodged with ease, a predatory smirk revealing his fangs. Momo, perched high with her staff, noted that an early clash with Todoroki indicated he saw them as a serious threat, even with Uraraka wearing the 10 million headband. Wildmutt growled low, his muscles coiling to keep his riders, Okako, Momo, and Mai, secure as he weaved through the chaos. Todoroki barked orders to close the gap and strike now. Okako glanced back, alerting the team to the incoming threats. Even Todoroki noticed the other teams closing in and nodded to Kaminari, instructing him to make a controlled jolt. Kaminari sparked with electricity, sending a focused beam toward the rival teams, zapping them and frying over 1,000,000 points. Todoroki followed up by encasing the stunned foes in ice. Aizawa's voice echoed through the MIC, noting that Todoroki had learned from past experiences and was employing a smarter immobilization strategy. Team Todoroki gained ground relentlessly. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow again, but Wildmutt evaded, his smirk widening and irking Todoroki's cool demeanor. Momo parried another shadow swipe with her shield, recognizing that Tokoyami and Kaminari were the real threats, pinning them down. Wildmutt halted at the edge of the field as an ice wall rose, with Todoroki closing in. Meanwhile, Bakugo faced off against Monoma, who warned him not to provoke the bomb. Monoma sneered, claiming that even if he didn't want to, 1A was overrated. Kirishima urged Bakugo to calm down, but Bakugo insisted he was fine, his eyes wild with determination. Team Bakugo, consisting of Bakugo, Kirishima, Zero, and Mina, charged forward. Bakugo launched a punch at Monoma, who dodged and briefly touched Bakugo's hair before firing an explosion back at him, taunting him about being hit with his own quirk. Another team intervened, but Mina managed to break free. Monoma laughed, claiming Bakugo had started it by thinking he could take first place when he was simply outclassed. Back with Uraraka's team, they had dodged for 5 minutes, with only 1 minute remaining. Okako eyed the jetpack, hoping to avoid losing their points. She expressed concern about the low fuel, asking Mai if it would be enough. Mai warned her that they could only manage a short burst. If they pushed too hard in midair, they would be in trouble. Momo prepared her creation as Wildmutt tensed, sensing Ida revving up for something incredible. Ida announced his full power, and the engine screamed as Todoroki's team rocketed toward Team Uraraka. Time seemed to crawl as Todoroki smirked in victory, ready to snatch the 10 million headband from Uraraka's forehead. However, he didn't anticipate that Wildmutt's senses would outpace his speed. Muscles bunched, and he leapt skyward. Todoroki's eyes widened in disbelief. Wildmutt growled, and as if Okako understood, she yelled for everyone to hang on as the jetpack fired, propelling the team upward. She was determined to keep them in first place, not just for herself but also for Izuku, who had entrusted her with this task. Todoroki clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Monoma's team gloated until Bakugo propelled himself forward, punching through a shield and snatching a few headbands. Zero secured him with tape, declaring they were set. Bakugo roared that they would either take first place or nothing at all, barking orders to his teammates to get the points and then go after the 10 million. Aizawa commented on the situation, noting that Bakugo had stripped Monoma of all his headbands. Todoroki, now enraged, saw that Ida was spent, and Kaminari wouldn't be much help. The only one capable was Tokoyami, but Todoroki leapt into action, using his quirk to create an ice platform and rise, chasing after the airborne Team Uraraka. Okako panicked as the jetpack's power faded, urging for more power as the team shot higher. Explosions erupted as they spotted Bakugo pursuing them, declaring that the 10 million was his. Wildmutt, midair, felt his senses dull without the ground beneath him. The jetpack sputtered, causing panic among Okako, Momo, and Mai as Bakugo and Todoroki drew closer. Izuku tapped his shoulder emblem, transforming back into human form mid-fall. Spotting the girls, he reassured them that he would handle it. Momo pleaded for him to hurry. Okako realized she was too far from the team, making her a target. She used her quirk to float, trying to evade Bakugo and Todoroki, who were closing in. Izuku slammed the Omnitrix, hoping for anything useful. A green light erupted as his body transformed, skin turning black-green and gooey. His limbs stretched into tendrils, a single glowing cyclopean eye appearing. He had become Upgrade, a liquid tech symbiote, sleek and ominous. He declared that this would work, stretching his limbs toward Okako and latching onto the jetpack, merging with it. Green energy surged, amplifying the thrusters and providing infinite fuel, ready for blast-off. Okako clung to him in surprise, calling out his name. Upgrade instructed her to grab Momo and Mai, pulling them close. Bakugo was furious as Team Uraraka began to escape, but he was relentless, as was Todoroki. The countdown began, and Upgrade skillfully dodged, weaving through the air. As they neared the ground, Tokoyami, Ida, and Kaminari lunged at them. Upgrade shielded the team as the countdown continued. The buzzer blared, and Bakugo face-planted comically while Todoroki exhaled frost, descending. Team Uraraka sighed in relief as Upgrade detached, his gooey form towering over them. Mai squealed in delight, excited about the upgrade to her jetpack, while Upgrade hesitated, suggesting they could discuss it later. The announcer declared Team Uraraka as the first-place winners, and Okako beamed with tears of joy. Team Todoroki claimed second place, with Tokoyami acknowledging it had been close. Ida slumped in exhaustion, and Kaminari wheezed, fried from the effort. Team Bakugo took third place, with Mina shaking from nerves while Zero grinned, declaring third was solid. Bakugo trembled with fury at their placement. The announcer continued, noting a mishap that led to Team Shinso taking fourth place, leaving the purple-haired boy smirking while his team looked baffled. Izuku tapped his chest emblem, reverting to human form, still glowing with Omnitrix energy. He felt he still had enough energy left. A lunch break was called, and Team Tetsu lamented their losses as Shinso passed by with a smug expression. Tsuyu high-fived Mina, congratulating her on a great job. Mina shrugged, unsure of her contribution but looking forward to showing more in the next event. Okako grilled Ida about his secret move, praising his strategic play. Ida defended himself, stating he had to do something strategic, even if the objective had failed. Kaminari staggered, his brain feeling mushy as he neared the ground. In an empty hallway, Todoroki cornered Izuku, demanding to talk. Izuku tensed, unsure of what this was about. The chapter ended. The hallway near the stadium exit was quiet, the distant roar of the crowd muffled by thick concrete walls. Izuku Midoriya stood with his back half-turned, the Omnitrix glinting green under the fluorescent lights. Shoto Todoroki blocked the path, arms folded, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on the floor. Izuku broke the silence, asking if Todoroki was going to say something. Todoroki remained quiet, frost creeping along the tiles near his foot. Izuku sighed, stating that if Todoroki was just going to stand there, he would head back to his friends, who were waiting for him and were starving. He took a step, but Todoroki's voice cut through the air, low and sharp. Izuku paused, slowly turning to face Todoroki. He acknowledged his opponent's words, recognizing the weight behind them. Todoroki continued, his gaze lifting as he spoke about Izuku's effortless use of support items and transformations, noting that Izuku was still holding back. Izuku narrowed his eyes, sensing that Todoroki had more on his mind than just the competition. It was clear this conversation was about Todoroki's own struggles. Todoroki's jaw tightened as he looked away, his glare fixed on the wall. Izuku stepped closer, his voice soft yet firm, urging Todoroki to share what was troubling him. He asked why Todoroki was so bothered by his power, questioning if it was due to his ability to transform or something deeper. Cold mist escaped Todoroki's lips as he spoke, suggesting that Izuku harbored resentment toward the symbol of peace. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the accusation. Todoroki pressed on, revealing that he could sense Izuku understood the burden of having a power move upon him without choice. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach, realizing Todoroki was right about the watch he had been given. He asked why Todoroki thought he hated All Might, to which Todoroki responded that Izuku only used half of his strength, just as he did. The silence that followed was thick and heavy. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, urging Todoroki to elaborate. Todoroki's fingers traced the scar over his left eye as he brought up the concept of quirk marriages. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. He was familiar with the term, which referred to arranged unions aimed at producing stronger quirks. He felt a dryness in his mouth as he acknowledged his understanding. Todoroki's voice dropped, revealing the raw pain behind his words. He shared the story of his father, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who had been obsessed with surpassing all might. When his own power fell short, he resorted to marrying Izuku's mother for her ice quirk, creating Todoroki as his perfect tool. Izuku felt a wave of horror wash over him as he listened. Todoroki continued, revealing the emotional toll this had taken on his mother, who had suffered under the weight of her husband's ambitions. He pointed to his scar, explaining that it was a reminder of the love that had turned into pain within his household. Izuku's fists clenched tightly, feeling the intensity of Todoroki's anger. Todoroki declared that he refused to use his father's fire, vowing to become number one using only his mother's ice. He expressed his confusion over Izuku, who possessed incredible power yet held back. Todoroki questioned why Izuku accepted his limitations so easily. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. He explained that he, too, had not been given a choice. For most of his life, he had been quirkless until he was 14, having been told he would never be a hero. The watch he wore was the reason he stood there, able to access his power. Each transformation was a testament to his growth, and he refused to revert to the powerless child he once was. He stepped forward, his determination evident. If he only used half of his strength, he could never call himself a hero or face his mother, friends, or those he wished to save. He acknowledged that he was still learning to harness his abilities, but holding back was not a sign of strength, it was fear. Todoroki stood speechless, unable to respond. Izuku's voice softened, yet the conviction remained. He reminded Todoroki that everyone was giving their all, fighting to be recognized. He could not allow himself to fall behind, so he would use every transformation available to him, as that was who he had become. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Todoroki rooted in place, frost spreading across the floor as he watched Izuku disappear around the corner. In the lunch area, bright and bustling, Izuku slid into the bench beside his friends, the tension dissipating as 𝗳𝗃𝗃𝗃 waved a rice ball at him, teasing him about being late. Momo smiled gently, asking if everything was all right. Izuku forced a grin, assuring them it was just a conversation among friends. Mai leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she praised Izuku's 𝗬𝗏, asking if she could borrow him for a science project after the festival. Izuku laughed, his cheeks flushing as he promised to negotiate. Across the room, Bakugo sat alone, his tray untouched as he replayed the cavalry battle in his mind, explosions crackling faintly around his fists. His teammates had scattered at the start of lunch, sensing his volatile mood. He observed Izuku laughing with their friends, a complex mix of emotions flickering across his face. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar in Kamino, the bluish light from the television flickered across cracked walls. Kurogiri polished a glass, glancing nervously toward a far stool where Tomura Shigaraki sat hunched over, gripping the remote tightly. His pinky finger hovered over the buttons, pressing them in a frantic rhythm. Play, reverse, play, reverse. The grainy footage looped, Izuku mid-fall, the Omnitrix flashing, his body transforming into a black-purple liquid metal, merging with a jetpack, green energy surging. Each swirl made Shigaraki's visible eye twitch, his breath shallow and filled with reverence as he whispered to the image of upgrade soaring. He was captivated, caught between fascination and hunger, as he wondered what kind of cheat code Izuku Midoriya was using. The sports festival was far from over. The stadium lights blazed down like 1,000 suns, the roar of 80,000 people vibrating through Izuku's bones. Lunch had ended, and the recreational games were about to begin, marking the final event of the UA Sports Festival. Present MIC's voice boomed across the arena, announcing the last game of the day. The crowd responded with a deafening cheer that nearly knocked Izuku off his feet. Before the main event, MIC excitedly shared that there would be recreational games for everyone who didn't make the finals, even mentioning that they had flown in real American cheerleaders. Suddenly, the Jumbotron zoomed in on the field, revealing every girl from Class 1A standing in perfect formation, dressed in bright orange cheerleader uniforms. The male audience erupted in excitement. MIC was taken aback, questioning what was happening. Aizawa's voice came through, sounding weary as he wondered about the situation. Midnight, filled with delight, commented on the unexpected fan service. Kaminari and Mineta exchanged smug thumbs-ups, proud of their prank. Momo dropped to her knees, her face burning with embarrassment as she realized they had been tricked. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖's frustration was palpable as she confronted the boys about their deception, while Momo buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by the situation. Okiko patted Yoromomo's back, her cheeks flushed but maintaining a positive demeanor. She encouraged her friend, reminding her that it wasn't the end of the world. However, she couldn't help but steal a glance across the field, where Izuku stood frozen, his green eyes wide and a blush creeping up his neck as he focused on her. Okiko's heart fluttered at the realization that he was looking at her. She twirled a pom-pom, feeling a mix of shyness and excitement. Gyro, frustrated, tossed her pom-poms to the ground, declaring that the others were doomed. 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗃𝗃 bounced on her invisible toes, rallying the girls to seize the moment before the finals. Tsuyu tilted her head, commenting on Toru's enthusiasm. Kirishima pumped his fists, thrilled at the prospect of finally standing on the stage he admired on TV every year. Mina questioned whether it had been a tournament last year, while Zero shrugged, explaining that it varied each year but always included a one-on-one round. Midnight strutted forward, holding a yellow box. She announced it was time to draw brackets, followed by recreational games for everyone else, and then the 16 finalists would clash. Masahiro Ojiro suddenly raised his hand to announce his withdrawal, causing gasps to ripple through the group. Izuku turned to him in surprise, questioning his decision. Tenya Ida insisted it was a rare chance for professionals to see him perform. Ojiro hung his head, his tail drooping as he explained that he barely remembered anything from the cavalry battle due to an opponent's quirk. His gaze flicked toward Hitoshi Shinso, who seemed indifferent. Izuku's expression sharpened at the mention of Shinso. Ojiro continued, expressing that he couldn't stand on stage without knowing what truly happened, as his pride wouldn't allow it. Toru attempted to cheer him up, while Mina empathized with his feelings. Izuku approached Ojiro and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, expressing respect for his decision and pride in his commitment to his beliefs. The area fell silent as everyone processed Izuku's unexpected support. Ojiro's eyes glistened with gratitude as he thanked Midoriya. Another voice emerged, announcing 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖's withdrawal for similar reasons, emphasizing fairness in the competition. Kirishima wiped away a tear, marveling at their bravery. Midnight expressed her admiration for youthful pride, while Kaminari questioned her choice of words. Kirishima whispered to just go along with it. Itsuka Kendo stepped forward, suggesting that any open spots should go to 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖's team, who had fought hard. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖 was taken aback, and the rest of Class 1B rallied in agreement, eager to show their strength. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖 expressed his gratitude to the sky. Midnight announced that 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖 and Ibara Shiozaki would advance, and then the brackets were revealed on the Jumbotron. The matchups were set, and Izuku's heart raced as he read the first line, Shinso, the one who had declared war on them. A shadow fell over him as Shinso approached, casually asking if he was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku confirmed, looking forward to their match. Shinso smirked before walking away, leaving Ojiro to warn Izuku not to engage with him during the match. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖 raised stone walls to create the tournament stage, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖's voice boomed, announcing the end of recreational games and the beginning of the real battles. Izuku entered the dark tunnel alone, rolling his shoulders and bouncing on his toes, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He reminded himself of his abilities, knowing he had the Omnitrix with multiple transformations at his disposal. The watch beeped, and Azmouth's voice greeted him, inquiring about the commotion. Izuku explained that it was the first match of the tournament against a formidable opponent. Azmouth wished him luck, reminding him that every transformation was a tool to be used wisely. Izuku expressed his longing for further training with Azmouth when he arrived. The watch clicked back to green, and Izuku clenched his fist, feeling a surge of determination. He promised himself that he would win the first match as he stepped toward the light at the end of the tunnel, the roar of the crowd echoing around him. The sports festival was just beginning. 4 towering pillars of flame erupted at the corners of the concrete arena, illuminating the sky in orange. The crowd's roar surged like a tidal wave as 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖 lowered his hands, satisfied with the stage. President MIC's voice thundered across the stadium, announcing the start of the UA Sports Festival tournament. The first match was introduced with excitement, highlighting Izuku's impressive performances in previous events. As he stepped out into the spotlight, fists clenched and heart racing, the cheers enveloped him like a wave. He was momentarily confused by the grand introduction but focused on the match ahead. 𝗵𝗃 continued, introducing Shinso, who walked out calmly with an air of confidence. The rules were laid out quickly, emphasizing the importance of safety and sportsmanship. Izuku rolled his shoulders, reminding himself to stay calm and not respond to Shinso's provocations. As the match began, Shinso taunted Izuku, hinting at a test of spirit. Izuku narrowed his eyes, determined not to take the bait. The tension in the arena was palpable as the battle was about to commence. Izuku felt a surge of anger at the thought of someone throwing away their chance. He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking, and before he could think, he found himself caught in Shinso's trap. His voice was abruptly silenced as he attempted to defend his friend Ojiro. Shinso's smirk revealed his triumph, declaring his victory. Izuku felt his body freeze, unable to move as he began to walk backward toward the white line. Present 𝗵𝗃's voice broke through the tension, expressing confusion over Izuku's strange behavior. Aizawa leaned forward, his eyes wide with realization. Shinso's quirk was brainwashing, and the moment Izuku had reacted, he had fallen into the trap. In the stands, Okako jumped to her feet, calling out to Izuku, while Ida urged him to fight back. Ojiro gripped the railing tightly, frustration evident on his face. Inside Izuku's mind, chaos reigned as dark and green swirled around him, revealing a tall, chained figure in the void, Ghost Freak. Chains rattled around Izuku's mental form, holding him down. Ghost Freak's voice hissed, taunting Izuku about his predicament. Izuku struggled to break free, but Ghost Freak only grew closer, mocking him for thinking he could control him. As Izuku's body continued to walk toward the line, Shinso's smirk faded, realizing the danger. Ghost Freak suddenly burst forth from Izuku, transforming into a menacing figure with grey skin and a single glowing eye. He floated above the arena, reveling in the sunlight, while Shinso's confidence crumbled. Ghost Freak moved with supernatural speed, appearing behind Shinso and teasing him. Shinso desperately commanded him to stop, but Ghost Freak only laughed, unaffected by Shinso's attempts to regain control. Instead, he seized Shinso by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Ghost Freak's expression turned cold as he prepared to turn the tables on Shinso. With a swift motion, black tendrils shot from Ghost Freak, ensnaring Shinso and forcing him into 𝗵𝗃. Shinso's body moved against his will, marching toward the edge of the ring, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded for release. Ghost Freak's voice echoed mockingly from within Shinso, relishing the irony of the situation. Finally, Ghost Freak burst out in a swirl of smoke, reforming in the air and casually flicking his tail to send Shinso flying across the line. The crowd gasped as Shinso hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. Midnight declared Izuku the winner, and the stadium erupted in cheers. Ghost Freak floated above the ring, laughing ominously as he taunted Shinso about the consequences of his actions. Inside the Omnitrix, Izuku fought back against Ghost Freak's influence, determined to regain control. Ghost Freak growled defiantly, vowing never to be controlled again, but Izuku's voice pleaded for understanding. Suddenly, the Omnitrix activated its fail-safe protocol, and with a blinding flash, Izuku collapsed onto the concrete, exhausted and trembling. The crowd's cheers faded as he struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed on the Omnitrix, now glowing green once more. As the stadium buzzed with excitement, Izuku leaned back in his seat among Class 1A, reflecting on the earlier match. The memory of Ghost Freak's takeover lingered, but he focused on the upcoming tournament. He turned to Momo, who confirmed that it was Ida's turn to fight. Izuku's mind raced with strategies for his own potential match. The match began with a burst of flames, and present 𝗵𝗃 introduced Ida, who charged into the ring, his engines revving. 𝗵𝗃 followed, bouncing into the arena with an array of gadgets. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as the two competitors prepared for battle. Ida, feeling indignant at being labeled middle of the pack, expressed his determination to fight honorably. Mai, brimming with confidence, showcased her enhancements, leaving Ida momentarily stunned. The match was set to be an exhilarating display of skill and ingenuity, and Izuku couldn't wait to see how it would unfold. Aizawa observed the scene with a deadpan expression, noting Mai's enthusiastic approach to marketing. Ida spun around in a dizzying whirl, while Mai floated effortlessly, her electro shoes humming with energy. She demonstrated her technology, proclaiming it to be electromagnetic induction for instant evasion. Ida, determined, propelled himself toward her, expressing his frustration at her tactics. Mai responded by firing a capture gun, ensnaring him in red nets designed for capturing villains, proudly announcing their specifications. Ida's voice rose in disbelief as he struggled against the nets, demanding to know who had created them. Mai confidently declared herself as the inventor, urging the support companies to remember her name. A man in a suit in the audience nodded, intrigued by her bold marketing strategy. After a brief PRD, Mai stepped out of bounds, breathing from exertion, and Midnight raised a hand to announce that Ida would advance in the competition. Ida, still entangled in the nets, lamented being tricked, while Mai walked away unapologetically, admitting she had used him. Ida's frustration boiled over as he shouted his disdain for her actions. In the stands, Izuku struggled to contain his laughter, realizing Mai's true intention was to showcase her gear rather than win. Momo acknowledged Mai's clever strategy, while Okako giggled at Ida's misfortune. Izuku, still chuckling, admired Mai's genius, though he felt a shiver at the thought of her acquiring powerful technology. As he strategized for his upcoming match against Ida, he considered his options for matching Ida's speed. The girls' seats were empty, prompting 𝗎𝗪 to note their absence as they prepared for their matches. Izuku's expression darkened when he realized he would face 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃 next. He abruptly left to find Ida in the player waiting room, where Ida appeared defeated. Questioning his naivety, Okako, seated nearby, greeted him with a furrowed brow, a stark contrast to her usual cheerfulness. Ida was startled by her appearance, noting her anxious demeanor. She revealed that her next match was against 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃, and Ida nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Izuku burst into the room, breathless as he called out to Okako, warning her of 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃's fierce nature. Ida expressed concern over whether 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃 would truly use his full power against her. Izuku's expression hardened as he reassured them that everyone was fighting for the top spot, and no one would hold back. Okako's hands trembled as Izuku presented her with a plan to counter 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃's explosions. She appreciated his effort but insisted she would be fine on her own. Izuku hesitated, taken aback by her confidence. She acknowledged his past achievements, admitting she had relied too heavily on him during their training. With a shaky smile, she declared they were all rivals now, determined to fight for their futures, and encouraged him to meet her in the semifinals. Izuku stepped forward, embracing her, and she initially stiffened before relaxing, feeling warmth from his support. He whispered encouragement, urging her to show her strength. After he released her, she felt a pang of longing for his warmth but resolved to prove herself. Ida observed Izuku's tense demeanor and asked if he was all right. Izuku's response was chilling as he expressed his determination to protect Okako, hinting at the consequences for 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃 if she were harmed. Ida stepped back, unsettled by the intensity in Izuku's eyes. The tournament loomed ahead, with stakes higher than ever. The crowd's roar filled the stadium as the next match approached, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Present MIC's voice resonated, introducing the next competitors. The spotlight illuminated Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B, her long green hair resembling living vines adorned with thorns. Her serene yet determined expression captivated the audience as she prepared for battle. Present MIC continued, introducing her opponent, Kaminari Denki from Class 1A, who bounded onto the field with his characteristic grin and striking hair. He playfully engaged the crowd, eager for an exciting match. However, Ibara interrupted, clarifying her intentions as a hero rather than an assassin, emphasizing her quest for victory aligned with heroic values. Present MIC quickly apologized for the misunderstanding, while Ibara expressed gratitude for his understanding. Denki, captivated by Ibara's presence, found himself distracted by her beauty and strength, contemplating asking her out after the match. With the referee signaling the start, Denki wasted no time, teasing Ibara with a playful invitation before unleashing a powerful electric attack, filling the arena with blinding energy. The ground trembled slightly under the sheer force, sparks dancing wildly in every direction. Ibara remained calm, turning swiftly as her vine-like hair burrowed into the earth like roots seeking water. In an instant, they erupted upward, weaving together into a thick, impenetrable barrier of thorns that shielded her completely from the electrical onslaught. Denki's attack fizzled against the natural wall, and in that moment of overexertion, his brain short-circuited. His eyes went blank, and his posture slumped as a familiar expression of confusion took over. Before he could recover, one of Ibara's vines snaked underground, unseen, and burst forth beneath his feet. It wrapped around him tightly, hoisting him high into the air and immobilizing him completely. Present MIC announced in disbelief that Denki was immobilized, declaring the match over in an instant. Midnight raised her hand decisively, advancing Ibara Shiozaki to the next round. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, the stadium shaking with applause for Ibara's swift victory. Ibara gently lowered her vines, releasing Denki safely outside the bounds. She clasped her hands once more, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity she had today. In the first-year stands, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 pumped his fist from Class 1B's section, cheering for Ibara. Over in Class 1A's seats, 𝗬𝗍𝗫 mumbled under her breath, acknowledging Ibara's skill. Tsuyu Asui nodded beside her, noting the unfortunate outcome for Kaminari. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar mocking voice. Nito Monoma's head popped over the dividing wall between the classes, a smug grin on his face. He pointed out that the match had ended in 10 seconds and questioned Class 1A's superiority. Before anyone from 1A could respond, Itsuka Kendo sighed heavily from behind Monoma. She walked up calmly and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck, knocking him out cold instantly. Kendo apologized to the glaring 1A students, sweat dropping along with the rest of her class. Meanwhile, in the pro-hero section of the stands, Mount Lady leaned over excitedly toward 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, suggesting that Ibara would make the perfect sidekick for him. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 watched the field thoughtfully and expressed a longing to see more of her abilities. Mount Lady insisted that Ibara was great for his brand, emphasizing the synergy between their quirks. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 let out a long sigh, urging her to get back to work. As the arena crew quickly reset the field for the next match, Shoto Todoroki made his way toward the player waiting room. His expression was as icy as ever, his dual-colored eyes fixed ahead. He wore his UAP uniform like the others, but there was a weight to his steps that spoke of deeper burdens. He turned down a quiet hallway, the cheers of the crowd muffled behind thick walls. That's when he stopped. A towering figure blocked his path, flames flickering faintly along broad shoulders, turquoise eyes burning with intensity. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, stood there in full hero costume, arms crossed. Shoto's heterochromatic eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. Endeavor continued, mocking his son and emphasizing that Shoto could have achieved overwhelming victories if he had used his left side's power. He insisted it was time to stop Shoto's rebelliousness. Shoto remained silent, his jaw clenched. Endeavor pressed on, stating that Shoto had a duty to surpass all might. Shoto finally moved, brushing past his father without a word. The dismissal only fueled Endeavor's anger, who called after him, insisting that Shoto was different from his siblings and his greatest masterpiece. Shoto stopped abruptly, turning just enough to glare over his shoulder. His voice was low, filled with raw emotion as he expressed his disdain. Endeavor's flames surged higher, casting harsh shadows. Shoto declared that he would win the tournament using only his mother's quirk, refusing to give Endeavor the pleasure of seeing him use his father's abilities. Endeavor's expression twisted into something ugly, pride mixed with fury. He warned Shoto that even if that worked in the tournament, he would soon find the limits of that power and would come crawling back to the flames he despised. Shoto did not respond. He simply turned and walked away, leaving a chill in the air. Ice crystals formed faintly on the wall where his right hand brushed against it, a silent testament to the storm raging inside him. The tension between father and son hung heavy in the air, thicker than any flame or frost. Shoto's resolve hardened with every step. This festival was not just about victory, It was about defiance and proving he was more than Endeavor's creation. Back in the stands, the crowd's energy never waned, oblivious to the personal conflict brewing beneath the surface. The sports festival continued, but for Shoto Todoroki, every match from here on carried the weight of breaking free from the chains his father had forged. The next battles loomed, each one a step toward shattering those expectations, or succumbing to them. But Shoto would never succumb. Not again. The stadium buzzed with lingering excitement from Ibara Shiozaki's decisive victory over Denki Kaminari. Whispers rippled through the audience, praising her swift control and unbreakable vine barrier. Cheers still echoed faintly as workers scrambled to prepare the arena for the next bout. Present MIC's voice exploded over the speakers once more, igniting fresh anticipation. He introduced the next players, starting with 𝗵𝗃, who stepped onto the field with a casual wave, his UP uniform fitting snugly over his lean frame. He flashed a confident grin despite the jab about his appearance. Present MIC continued dramatically, introducing Shoto Todoroki as 𝗬𝗪's opponent. Shoto emerged from the tunnel, his dual-colored hair partially shadowing his mismatched eyes. He stared downward, expression unreadable, the weight of his earlier confrontation still clinging to him. As the match began, 𝗬𝗪 exhaled sharply, feeling uncertain about his chances of winning. Without warning, he launched rolls of tape from his elbows, the adhesive strips shooting forward and wrapping around Shoto instantly, binding him tight. However, 𝗬𝗪 declared with fierce determination that he did not feel like losing either. He yanked hard, spinning Shoto around the arena in a dizzying whirl before hurling him toward the boundary line. The crowd leaned forward, breathless with anticipation. Shoto's face twisted into anger, eyes flashing with irritation as he prepared to respond. In that instant, he slammed his right foot against the ground. A colossal glacier erupted outward, massive walls of ice surging across the entire arena. The stadium shook violently from the sheer force. Jagged spikes towered high, encasing everything in frozen brilliance. The audience gasped in unison, even seasoned pro heroes rising to their feet in shock at the overwhelming display of power. Shoto calmly shattered the frozen tape binding him, stepping forward unfazed. 𝗬𝗪 stood completely immobilized within the ice, shivering uncontrollably, his body locked in place. He managed to express his concern about the intensity of the situation through chattering teeth. Midnight stood nearby, half her body encased in frost, trembling yet maintaining composure. She questioned 𝗬𝗪's ability to move. 𝗬𝗪, shivering harder, confirmed his predicament. Midnight raised her arm decisively, declaring that 𝗬𝗪 had been immobilized and that Todoroki would advance to the next round. Silence blanketed the stadium for a heavy moment before sympathetic applause broke out, with voices overlapping in encouragement. Shoto approached the trapped 𝗬𝗪, his expression softening slightly. He apologized for the overwhelming display of power and pressed his left hand to the ice, flames flickering gently to create warming steam that melted the prison around his classmate. He quietly admitted that he had been angry before turning away. In Class 1A's section, Momoyo Orozu watched with a saddened frown. Tsuyu Asui croaked softly beside her, noting that Todoroki didn't have to go that far. Mina Ashido crossed her arms, her horns glinting under the lights, commenting on the intensity of the situation. Izuku Midoriya muttered thoughtfully to himself, scribbling notes furiously, reflecting on how, despite the crowd's encouragement for 𝗬𝗪, Todoroki had looked very sad. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 and other staff worked tirelessly, reshaping the arena and melting away every trace of ice until the field gleamed pristine once more. Present MIC returned with renewed energy, announcing the next competitors. He introduced Yuga Ayama from the hero course, who strode out dramatically, sparkling under the lights and greeting the crowd. Present MIC then announced Mina Ashido as Ayama's opponent. Mina bounced onto the field with a playful giggle, confident in her abilities. Ayama posed elegantly, suggesting that Mina would regret her words. In the stands, Tsuyu cheered loudly, encouraging Mina, while Kyokujiro nodded beside her, expressing her support. Izuku smiled warmly, wishing both competitors good luck. Mineta, ever the creep, leaned forward with gleaming eyes, making an inappropriate comment that was abruptly cut off by Izuku's sharp reprimand. Present MIC ignored the commotion and signaled the start of the match. The match ignited instantly as 𝗬𝗲𝗄 fired a brilliant naval laser straight at Mina. She leaped backward gracefully, dodging the beam and declaring the match's beginning. Acid seeped from her feet, allowing her to slide effortlessly across the ground like an ice skater. She weaved around each laser with stunning agility, recalling their previous teamwork during combat training and her knowledge of 𝗬𝗲𝗄's quirk. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 fired again, and Mina reminded him of his past complaint about stomach pain from overusing his laser. She danced through his attacks, waiting for the perfect moment. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 announced he was charging his strongest beam, but Mina sidestepped effortlessly, closing the distance. With a smirk, she flung acid directly at his decorative belt, melting it instantly. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 cried out in dismay as his breaths dropped, leaving him wide open. Mina seized the chance, rushing forward and delivering a powerful uppercut. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 crumpled, unconscious. Midnight declared 𝗬𝗲𝗄 had fainted, and the winner of the match was Mina Ashido. The crowd roared with approval, and present MIC celebrated the impressive victory. Attention shifted in Class 1A as Mineta stared downward, face twisted in frustration. J-Ro groaned at his reaction, while Izuku sighed deeply before walking to 𝗬𝗪, who was eager to help. 𝗬𝗪 launched tape that wrapped Mineta into a tight cocoon, muffled protests coming from within. Present MIC refused to let the momentum fade, announcing the next match featuring 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 Tokoyami from the hero course, who entered silently with dark shadow hovering ominously. His opponent was Momo Yoriyorozu, who stepped forward confidently but was caught off guard when the match began abruptly. Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to attack, and the shadowy beast lunged, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes. Momo reacted swiftly, creating a large shield to block the onslaught. She attempted to form a polearm next, but Dark Shadow circled rapidly, striking the shield and disrupting her concentration. Another swing knocked the shield from her grasp entirely. Momo produced a second one instantly, but Dark Shadow charged again, ramming with unstoppable force. The impact sent her stumbling backward, straight out of bounds. Momo blinked in confusion, already creating a staff to counter as Dark Shadow retreated calmly into Tokoyami. Midnight's voice rang clear, announcing that Yoriyorozu had been knocked out of bounds and that the winner was Tokoyami. Shock painted Momo's face. She hadn't even realized she'd crossed the line. Tokoyami bowed respectfully before departing. Present MIC marveled at the overwhelming victory, pondering whether Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was the greatest quirk ever. Tokoyami murmured quietly, expressing uncertainty. In the stands, Tsuyu's expression fell, while Izuku nodded seriously, acknowledging Tokoyami's power. Mina frowned sympathetically, feeling sorry for Momo, who was clearly upset about her loss. The arena reset once more, tension building toward the final first-round clash. Present MIC's voice thundered again, announcing the last match of the first round. He introduced a hero Kirishima from Class 1A, who pounded his fists together, skin hardening into sharp crimson armor. He declared his intention to make it a real man's fight. Present MIC continued, introducing 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 from Class 1B, who charged onto the field, transforming his body into gleaming metal. The two stared each other down, grins fierce and determined, mirrors of unyielding resolve. Midnight signaled the start. Both activated their quirks simultaneously, their bodies turning into impenetrable fortresses. They collided in the center with earth-shaking force, fists meeting in a thunderous clash that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Kirishima laughed wildly, complimenting 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, who grinned back, returning the sentiment. They traded blows relentlessly, hardened punches, elbows, knees, each impact ringing like hammer on anvil, sparks flying as steel met unbreakable stone. Neither combatant yielded an inch, their feet digging into the concrete. Kirishima let out a fierce roar as he swung a powerful right hook. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 blocked it, countering with an uppercut that snapped Kirishima's head back. Kirishima, with blood trickling from his lip, felt excitement blaze in his eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 matched his intensity, charging forward with a flurry of strikes. Kirishima met each one, their arms locking in a test of pure strength. The crowd watched in awe as the battle continued, minutes stretching with no sign of fatigue. Fists blurred, bodies collided, and determination burned brighter with every exchange. Present 𝗵𝘃 commented breathlessly, noting that the two were evenly matched in a full-on slugfest, raw power and heart with no strategy involved. Kirishima head-butted forward, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧 met him head-on. Their foreheads crashed together with a resounding impact that echoed through the stadium. Both staggered but refused to fall, breathing heavily, their smiles fierce. Again and again, they clashed, punching, grappling, pushing each other to their absolute limits. The arena trembled beneath their feet. Sweat poured from their bodies, yet neither backed down. Finally, in one last explosive exchange, they unleashed simultaneous full-power punches. Their fists connected perfectly, the impact creating a massive shockwave that knocked both combatants off their feet. They flew backward, crashing out of bounds at the exact same moment. Silence gripped the stadium before it erupted into deafening cheers. Midnight stared at the scene before announcing carefully that both competitors were out of bounds simultaneously, declaring the match a tie. The stadium thundered with the aftermath of the intense clash. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧 lay motionless on the cracked concrete, their bodies slightly smoking from the sheer force of their final punches. The shockwave had hurled them both backward, crashing out of bounds in perfect unison. Dust hung thick in the air, and for a long, breathless moment, no one moved. Present 𝗵𝘃's voice cracked over the speakers, initially subdued. He expressed his astonishment at the intensity of the battle, questioning if it was truly over and who the winner was. The crowd held its collective breath, eyes wide and hearts racing. Midnight strode forward with purpose, her 𝗵𝗃𝗃 coiled at her side. She knelt beside Kirishima first, checking his pulse, then moved to 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧, pressing her fingers to his neck. Both boys were unconscious, their chests rising and falling shallowly but steadily. Midnight stood, glancing at the referee booth before announcing clearly that they were both out, resulting in a draw. A ripple of murmurs spread through the stands. She continued, her voice firm yet fair, stating that when the contestants awakened from this battle, they would compete in a small tiebreaker, perhaps arm wrestling, to decide who advances. In the pro-hero section, whispers erupted immediately. Mount Lady tilted her head toward 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏, noting how identical the two were in spirit and quirk type. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏 nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging their impressive durability and resolve. Death Arms crossed his arms, reminiscing about old-school hero brawls, appreciating the pure grit without fancy tricks. Present 𝗵𝘃 regained his energy, booming once more to rally the crowd while they waited for 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧 and Kirishima to recover. The arena crew worked frantically to clear the debris, patching cracks and resetting boundaries. Tension rebuilt as the crowd's eyes fixed on the tunnels. In Class 1A's section, Izuku Midoriya stared down at the field, worry etched on his face as he clenched the armrest tightly. Beside him, Mina Ashido gently squeezed his hand, her warmth a comfort against his anxiety. She expressed her concern for Uraraka, and Izuku offered a small, reassuring smile despite the knot in his stomach, silently urging her to do her best and be careful. The spotlights flared, and Present 𝗵𝘃's voice exploded with hype as he introduced the next match. Bakugo, with his intense red eyes, stalked onto the platform, hands shoved deep in his pockets, explosions crackling faintly around his palms. Uraraka stepped out opposite him, her face set in quiet determination, cheeks flushed with resolve. Bakugo grumbled low, expressing disdain for her quirk. Uraraka's brow furrowed at his words, and Bakugo smirked, taunting her about giving up. Her eyes flashed with determination as she declared she wouldn't back down. In the stands, Tenya Ida leaned forward, questioning the wisdom of Uraraka's strategy against Bakugo's unmatched aggression. Izuku shook his head slowly, explaining that Bakugo's strength in close combat left little room for openings. Mina gripped his hand tighter, suggesting that if Uraraka could touch Bakugo, she could make him float and send him out of bounds. Izuku agreed, emphasizing the challenge of landing that touch. Present 𝗵𝘃 hyped the start of the match, and the whistle blew. Uraraka charged forward without hesitation, declaring that giving up was not an option for her. Bakugo reeled his right arm back, palm glowing, and unleashed a massive explosion. Uraraka's eyes widened as she realized she needed to dodge. The blast roared toward her, and when the smoke cleared, it had only scorched her jacket, which she had thrown as a decoy. 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁 excitedly noted her quick thinking. Uraraka seized the opportunity to make Bakugo float, but he spun instantly, igniting another explosion that hurled her backward. She tumbled but quickly rolled to her feet, coughing. In the stands, Zero winced at Bakugo's reaction time, while Kaminari expressed disbelief at Bakugo's insane reflexes. Gyro worriedly covered her eyes, and Mineta sneered, commenting on Bakugo's aggressive nature. Back on the field, Uraraka charged again, weaving low. Bakugo bellowed, firing another blast that she narrowly dodged. She lunged from the side, but Bakugo pivoted, exploding again and forcing her back. Tsuyu croaked worriedly, asking if she was okay, while Gyro continued to express her concern. Explosion after explosion rocked the arena, with Bakugo's blasts tearing chunks from the concrete. Uraraka pressed on relentlessly, dodging and attacking without pause, declaring that it wasn't over yet. Another blast sent her skidding, but she rose, blooded yet unbroken, coming from behind. Bakugo sensed her and whirled, with another explosion that launched her into the air. 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁𝗍's voice tightened as he noted her determination to keep fighting despite the relentless attacks. Uraraka hit the ground hard but pushed herself up again, ready to continue the battle. A powerful explosion erupted, creating a crater on the stage. Izuku remained tense, arms crossed and eyes narrowed in concentration. The audience murmured, with one spectator questioning whether a teacher should intervene. Another voice chimed in, agreeing that the situation was becoming too intense. Amid the smoke, Uraraka knelt, clearly exhausted, while Bakugo loomed over her, his palms emitting smoke. She rose again, charging forward without hesitation, only to be rocked by another explosion. A professional hero stood up, visibly frustrated. He called out that it was shameful for Bakugo to continue this way, urging him to end the match if he was truly strong. Bakugo unleashed another blast, prompting the pro to demand that he stop toying with Uraraka and finish the fight. The crowd began to boo, their discontent growing louder. 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁 hesitated, acknowledging the crowd's reaction and expressing his agreement with their sentiments. Aizawa, with a sharp thwack of his capture weapon against 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁, growled into the microphone, questioning the pro who had instigated the uproar. He suggested that if they were serious, they should reconsider their career choices. Aizawa continued, explaining that Bakugo's aggression was a testament to his acknowledgement of Uraraka's strength, as he recognized how far she had come and was determined to keep her at bay. Uraraka staggered forward, battered but not defeated, and declared that they were not finished yet. Bakugo's eyes narrowed in frustration, realizing she was still standing. Uraraka managed a smirk despite her pain, thanking Bakugo for keeping his focus on her. Bakugo blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend her words. In the Class 1B section, Monoma chuckled, noting that Bakugo's oversight was embarrassing for the watching professionals. He pointed out how Uraraka had stayed low, using Bakugo's blasts to create weapons from the torn-up ring floor, while keeping his attention diverted with her relentless attacks. Gasps filled the air as the audience's gaze turned upward, where massive chunks of concrete floated above, suspended by Uraraka's quirk. She released the debris, which fell like a meteor shower. 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁 announced the impending chaos, warning everyone of the meteor shower. Tenya gasped in disbelief, realizing he had been mistaken about Uraraka's chances. Izuku sharply interrupted him, feeling a deep sense of regret. He wished he could have done more to help her find a real way to win. Amid the chaos, Uraraka dashed forward, determined to find an opening amidst the debris. She leaped toward Bakugo, feeling the weight of her aspirations. However, Bakugo's palms ignited with tremendous energy, and one massive explosion shattered the falling rocks, sending Uraraka flying backward in a cloud of dust. She hit the ground hard, struggling to rise, while Bakugo remained unscathed. Bakugo acknowledged her strategy with a snarl, noting that she had a plan, likely influenced by Izuku. Uraraka weakly mumbled that she had given it her all, but it still wasn't enough. 𝗵𝘃𝗺𝗁 gravely announced that Bakugo had demonstrated immense power, obliterating Uraraka's finishing move without sustaining any damage. Bakugo flexed his wrists, feeling the strain of his last attack. He glanced down at Uraraka, who lay whispering to herself about her failure. Tenya turned to Izuku, urgently asking how he had known what would happen. Izuku's expression twisted with anger and sorrow, revealing his own painful experiences with Bakugo's explosions. Uraraka forced herself upright, determined to keep going. Bakugo smirked, declaring it was time to get serious. He charged at her, but she struggled to meet him, thinking of Izuku's unwavering spirit. Just as she gathered her strength, her legs buckled, and she collapsed. Bakugo unleashed a final explosion, sending her crashing against the outer wall. Present MIC announced that Uraraka was down, and Midnight confirmed that she was out of bounds, declaring Bakugo the winner. Sparse cheers mingled with lingering boos as recovery robots rushed in to gently lift the unconscious Uraraka on a stretcher. Present MIC sighed, expressing his disappointment but reminding everyone to remain unbiased as the first round concluded. Izuku stood abruptly, weaving through the dispersing crowd toward the waiting rooms, his heart heavy with concern for Uraraka. He longed to rush to the infirmary, check on her, and apologize for not doing more. However, he knew she needed rest, and he had his own match approaching. His thoughts were interrupted when he collided with Bakugo. Bakugo snarled at him, demanding he watch where he was going. Izuku didn't stop or look back, but Bakugo called out to him again. Izuku turned, glaring fiercely, and Bakugo accused him of being behind Uraraka's desperate plan. Izuku's voice was icy as he clarified that it was Uraraka's strategy, not his, that had made the match challenging for Bakugo. Bakugo dismissed Uraraka as weak and pathetic, igniting Izuku's anger. He told Bakugo to be quiet, but Bakugo exploded with rage, demanding to know what he had said. Izuku stepped closer, his voice low and filled with venom, reiterating his command for Bakugo to shut up. Bakugo's palms sparked with energy, challenging Izuku's defiance. Izuku closed the distance, glaring with raw fury, feeling the Omnitrix on his wrist flicker in warning. He warned Bakugo to make it to the finals, promising that he would make him regret hurting someone he cared about. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Bakugo seething. The break stretched on, but the weight of the battles lingered heavily. Friendships were tested, limits shattered, and hearts bruised. The sports festival had only begun to reveal its true cost. Izuku stormed away from his confrontation with Bakugo, his heart racing with unresolved anger. The hallway echoed with his footsteps as he sought solitude before his upcoming match. Suddenly, he heard a soft, broken sound, muffled sobbing. He peered around the corner and saw Momo Yorozu slumped against the wall, her ponytail partially undone, tears streaming down her cheeks. She whispered to herself about feeling useless, expressing her doubts about being a hero. Izuku's heart tightened at her words. He approached her slowly, careful not to crowd her, and asked if she was okay. Momo wiped her eyes frantically, but more tears replaced them as she lamented her defeat to Tokoyami, feeling she hadn't stood a chance. Izuku sat beside her, maintaining a respectful distance. He recognized the hollow defeat in her eyes and wanted to offer her comfort. He had worn it for over 10 years, staring at empty notebooks and dreaming of a power he had never possessed. He gently told Momo that she had done her best out there. She shook her head vigorously, expressing her frustration. She felt useless and pathetic, especially after her encounter with Tokoyami. Her words struck Izuku deeply, prompting him to assert that she was not weak. Momo froze, her eyes wide at his sudden intensity. He reached out, gently taking both her trembling hands in his. Using her first name for the first time, he spoke with steady earnestness, affirming that she was not weak or pathetic. He highlighted her courage, brilliance, and skills, emphasizing that he saw her as a friend and teammate. The entire class believed in her. Momo stared at him in shock, a faint smile breaking through her tears as memories flooded her mind. Times when Izuku had encouraged their class, analyzed quirks with passion, and pushed everyone to improve. He wiped her tears away with his thumb, understanding how it felt to think one was not enough. He reassured her that life was about failing and making mistakes, but what mattered was how one got back up. No one could say she wasn't incredible because she truly was. She searched his face, finding sincerity in his determined green eyes. He encouraged her to express her feelings, promising he wouldn't leave her alone. Tears welled up again, but this time they were different. Momo leaned forward, and Izuku instinctively wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close as she buried her face in his chest, sobbing openly. He held her steadily, stroking her hair and promising that everything would be okay. Amidst her sobs, she expressed her apologies for failing their class, their team, and her parents, revealing her longing to prove herself. Izuku tightened his embrace, assuring her that she had not failed anyone. She still had time to grow and become the hero she wanted to be, and he was certain her parents were proud of her. He reminded her that she had been amazing out there, always. Momo pulled back slightly to look up at him, her cheeks flushed from crying and something else. His words warmed her unexpectedly, stirring feelings deeper than gratitude. A small, shy giggle escaped her as she thanked him, using his first name. Their eyes met, both blushing at the intimacy of the moment when 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐺𝗵𝗃's voice suddenly boomed through the stadium speakers, breaking the silence. He announced the next match, and Momo and Izuku jumped apart, their faces burning red. On the field, a concrete block had been set up for the arm wrestling tiebreaker. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵, both fired up, locked hands across it, their determination evident. Kirishima grinned, teasing 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 about losing, while 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 smirked back, ready for the challenge. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and with a sudden surge, Kirishima slammed 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵's hand down, shattering the concrete beneath. Midnight declared Kirishima the winner, and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 celebrated his advancement to the next round. Izuku stood slowly, his expression shifting to serious focus. Momo watched him, a soft blush lingering as he acknowledged that it was time. She apologized for taking up his preparation time, but he reassured her that it had helped him clear his head. Now, it was time to win, for her, for Uraraka, for everyone on the team. Her eyes shone with renewed spirit as she wished him good luck, promising that they would all be rooting for him. He nodded firmly and headed toward the arena entrance, glancing at the Omnitrix on his wrist, contemplating his strategy for the upcoming match. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵's voice thundered again, announcing the start of the second round. The bracket flashed on the massive screens. Izuku Midoriya vs Ibara Shiozaki. The crowd erupted as Ibara emerged gracefully, her vine swaying gently, her expression serene yet resolute. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 introduced Izuku, recalling his shocking reveal against Shinso and the excitement surrounding his potential. Ibara bowed slightly as they faced each other, acknowledging Izuku's talent. He scratched his cheek with a sheepish grin, wishing her good luck while expressing his intention to win. She remained calm, stating her own determination. Midnight checked if both fighters were ready, and Izuku took a deep breath, hand hovering over the Omnitrix dial, having decided on a strategy to counter Ibara's vines. As the match began, Ibara's vines surged toward him, moving with blinding speed. Izuku's hand raced for the dial, but the vines were faster, wrapping around his wrists and pinning his right arm away from the watch. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 excitedly announced Ibara's initial strike, noting that she had completely bound Midoriya. Ibara's composed voice declared that his trial ended here, tightening her vines to lift and hurl him out of bounds. However, Izuku refused to yield. He strained against the restraints, eyes fierce, determined to break free. The vines had coiled around the Omnitrix, blocking the dial completely. With every ounce of strength, he forced his bound right hand inch by agonizing inch toward his left wrist, muscles burning and veins bulging as the crowd held its breath. Finally, he slammed his palm down on the dial with desperate force. Green sparks erupted outward as a robotic voice announced the acquisition of a new DNA sample. A brilliant flash enveloped Izuku, and his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin turned a vibrant green, resembling plant life, while his limbs elongated into flexible vines. Seeds appeared on his back, and eyes formed on a pod-like head. He had become what he would call Wildvine, a 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵, a plant-based alien with complete control over his new form. Ibara's eyes widened in astonishment as she questioned the nature of this transformation. Now Wildvine, Izuku flexed his new limbs, instinctively mastering this form. With ease, his vine arm sliced through Ibara's restraints, freeing him without effort. The stadium erupted in gasps and cheers as the audience witnessed this extraordinary transformation. In the commentator booth, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵 leaned toward Aizawa, asking if he had any details about Midoriya's new form. Aizawa sighed, admitting he was just as clueless, noting that this transformation was entirely new. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 grinned, eager to see what this green powerhouse could do. Ibara quickly regained her composure, sending her vines plunging into the ground. They tore up massive chunks of concrete, hurling them like projectiles. Wildvine leaped high, his body stretching fluidly to evade the debris. In midair, he extended his arms, vine-like tendrils shooting forward with incredible speed. Ibara raised a thick barrier of thorns to defend herself, but Wildvine smirked as his vines pierced through the barrier, wrapping tightly around her before she could react. Surprised by the strength and flexibility of his vines, Ibara acknowledged his power. With a gentle yet firm pull, Wildvine lifted her out of bounds, and the crowd roared with excitement. Midnight raised her hand, declaring that Ibara was out of bounds and that Midoriya advanced. Wildvine carefully lowered Ibara to the ground outside the ring, releasing her. He transformed back into his human form in a flash of green, breathing heavily but smiling. He expressed his gratitude for the thrilling match and the new transformation. Ibara, smoothing her vines, offered a faint smile, appreciating the battle and wishing him luck in his future endeavors. As Izuku walked off the field, waves of cheers followed him. The second round continued with relentless energy, each clash resonating deeply with the audience. The next match featured Shoto Todoroki against Tenya Ida. Ida launched from the starting line like a rocket, engines blazing as he declared his determination not to disappoint his family. Shoto remained still, his expression as cold as winter, apologizing to Ida before unleashing a glacier with a single stomp of his foot. Towering walls of ice surged across the arena, engulfing the field. Ida's engine screamed as he attempted to leap over the frozen wave, but it caught him midair, encasing him completely. When the frost cleared, Ida was frozen solid up to his neck, shivering but unharmed. Midnight raised her hand, announcing that Ida was immobilized and Todoroki advanced. Sparse applause rippled through the stands, as only two members of the original Big Three from the entrance exam remained, Todoroki and Bakugo. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃's voice echoed, introducing the third match of the second round, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 Tokoyami vs Mina Ashido. Tokoyami stood calmly, dark shadow looming behind him, while Mina bounced on her toes, her determination shining through. The whistle blew, and Dark Shadow lunged immediately, claws slashing in wide arcs. Mina twisted and slid, using her acid to enhance her agility. She boasted about her training as she dodged strikes with grace. Closing the gap, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, but Tokoyami blocked her attacks. Mina spun low, firing a stream of acid that grazed Dark Shadow's arm and splattered on Tokoyami's cloak. Momentarily stunned, Dark Shadow recovered with a roar, slamming a massive fist that sent Mina flying. However, the blow only caught her jacket. Dark Shadow gripped it tightly, dragging her toward the boundary line at terrifying speed. Wind whipped across Mina's face, and she resolved not to lose. With determination, she secreted a thick handful of acid, sharp and stinging on contact. Dark Shadow swung at her repeatedly, but Mina twisted midair, evading each strike with desperate agility. Planting her hands on the ground, she flipped backward, landing on her feet. With excitement, she announced her finishing move, an improvised acid geyser. She slammed both palms down, unleashing a powerful burst of viscous acid straight upward. The force rocketed Tokoyami skyward, while Dark Shadow flailed to stabilize him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 exclaimed over the speakers, marveling at Mina's incredible move and the potential shift in the match. Tokoyami plummeted back down, crashing HRD on his back. When the dust settled, half of his body lay clearly past the boundary line. Midnight cracked her WHP, declaring Tokoyami out of bounds and that Mina Ashido advanced to the next round. Tokoyami rose slowly, brushing off debris, and approached Mina with a respectful nod and a faint smile, wishing her luck in the semifinals. Mina beamed, catching her breath and complimenting Tokoyami on his performance. Meanwhile, in the shadowed streets of Hosu City, a different kind of tension brewed. Ingenium, Tenya's older brother Tensai, raced down a dimly lit road, engines humming. He skidded to a halt after passing a narrow alley, spinning back to confront a hooded figure. He leaped high, blocking the figure's path and declaring that he had found the hero killer. The figure turned, eyes narrowing beneath the mask, revealing Stain's cold gaze. Back at UA, the final quarterfinal ignited. 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃𝗃 versus 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 charged fearlessly, swinging a hardened fist in a powerful hook that grazed 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's cheek. Drawing a thin line of BLD, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 dodged the follow-through, countering with a point-blank explosion aimed at 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's side. Present MIC hyped the crowd, noting 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's counterattack. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 laughed through the smoke rising from his scorched uniform, confident in his resilience. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 growled low, wiping BLD from his cheek, aware of 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's unwavering strength. From the stands, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 cheered for 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁, urging him to aim for 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's chin. Kendo, beside him, noted the unexpected support. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 pressed the attack, throwing relentless punches that forced 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 into a defensive stance. Present MIC announced 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's struggle to evade 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's fierce onslaught. Izuku watched intently, noting 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's unusual position on the defensive. Tenya approached, adjusting his glasses and expressing concern about his brother's earlier situation. He mentioned he would speak to him soon but shifted the focus to the semifinals, where Izuku would face Todoroki. Izuku's expression darkened as memories of Todoroki's past flooded back, the scars, the abuse, and the vow to never use his fire. He resolved to help Todoroki, even if it was risky. Tenya noticed Izuku's silence and asked if he was all right. Izuku blinked, seeing the worried faces around him, and reassured them that he was fine, simply lost in thought. A plan was forming for Todoroki. On the field, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Present MIC's voice rose with excitement, announcing 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's counterattack. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 appeared to be in trouble this time. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 wore a vicious smirk as he taunted 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 about straining to maintain his hardened form throughout the fight. Overusing his quirk had taken its toll, and cracks began to spread across 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's skin. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 pressed on relentlessly, declaring that the finishing blow was coming. A massive explosion erupted, overwhelming 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's defenses and sending him crashing across the arena, where he lay unconscious. Midnight announced the outcome firmly, declaring 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers, while 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 slumped in disappointment, questioning 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's resolve. With that fierce move, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 advanced to the third round, and the massive screens displayed the final four competitors: Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁, and Mina Ashido. Izuku stared at the bracket, his heart racing as he prepared for the next challenge. He noticed that Shoto was not with their class, likely preparing alone. Before Izuku could leave, his friends gathered around him, urging him on. Ida emphasized that it was time for him to step up. Uraraka floated slightly, expressing her support for him. Tsuyu tilted her head, reassuring him that they believed in his abilities. Zero encouraged him to show what he was capable of, while Mina bounced forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement, expressing her longing to face him in the finals. Momo took a deep breath, stepping closer to Izuku. Without warning, she leaned in and kissed him softly on the cheek, wishing him good luck and thanking him for his earlier support. Uraraka and Mina exchanged glances, neither appearing pleased. Mina dramatically declared that if that was how it was going to be, she would do the same, planting a kiss on Izuku's other cheek. Uraraka, not wanting to be left out, quickly kissed both of his cheeks in rapid succession, wishing him luck as well. Izuku's face turned bright red, rivaling 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's hardened skin. The boys stared in shock, while Tsuyu remained calm. Flustered, Izuku stammered that he had to go, rushing down the hall. In a dark, unknown location, a television flickered with the festival broadcast. A raspy voice spoke from the shadows, instructing Tomura Shigaraki to pay attention to Izuku and Todoroki, as they would become obstacles in the future. Tomura scratched at his neck, his decayed fingers twitching as his red eyes focused intently on the screen, particularly on Izuku. At the Midoriya household, Inko watched her son on television, tears of joy streaming down her face as she cheered for him. Back at the stadium, Izuku walked through the quiet hallway toward the arena entrance, his mind racing with strategies and thoughts of how to connect with Shoto. Turning a corner sharply, he collided with a towering figure. He quickly apologized, only to freeze upon recognizing Endeavor, the number 2 hero, whose turquoise eyes bore down on him with intense scrutiny. The air around them grew oppressively hot, and Izuku felt a chill run through him as he realized the significance of this encounter. 𝗵𝗲 acknowledged Izuku, noting his impressive abilities and comparing him to All Might. The comparison struck Izuku like a bolt of lightning, causing him to clench his fists. He had never wanted to be compared to All Might, especially after their previous encounter. Izuku managed to respond nervously, but 𝗵𝗲 continued, stating that his son Shoto needed to surpass All Might and become the #1 hero. He insisted that the upcoming match would be a perfect opportunity for Shoto to measure his training progress and urged Izuku to push Shoto to use his full power. Memories of Shoto's quiet confession and the scars of his past flooded Izuku's mind, igniting a simmering rage within him. As 𝗵𝗲 concluded his remarks and turned to leave, Izuku's voice broke through the tension, asserting that he was not All Might and that Todoroki was not 𝗵𝗲. He vowed to give everything he had in the match, not for 𝗵𝗲, but for Shoto himself. With determination, Izuku strode away, his resolve burning brighter than any flame. The stadium erupted as the semifinals began, with Present MIC's voice booming over the speakers, heightening the excitement. The first match of the semifinals was about to commence, and the massive screens displayed the competitors. Shoto emerged from his tunnel, his expression stoic as he ignored the roaring crowd. Izuku stepped out to thunderous applause, his pace steady and serious as he climbed the steps opposite Shoto. The two locked eyes, the air between them charged with unspoken tension. As the match began, Shoto struck instantly, ready to unleash his power. He slammed his right foot down, unleashing a colossal wave of glittering ice that surged across the arena like a frozen tsunami, aimed directly at Izuku. Izuku dropped to one knee, palm striking the ground just as the ice reached him. A burst of green light erupted through the frost. Shoto waited impassively as the ice encased the flash. Present MIC exclaimed with excitement, noting that Todoroki was trying to end the match before Midoriya could even transform. Shoto stepped forward cautiously, examining the melting glacier. Suddenly, the ice erupted in a pillar of intense orange flames that retracted inward, revealing a blazing figure. 𝗵𝗃 stood tall, his molten rock body glowing, flames dancing across his form, the very first alien Izuku had ever unlocked. He declared that it would take much more than that to stop Todoroki, his voice echoing with fiery confidence. Present MIC cheered, noting that Midoriya was getting fired up, literally. He asked Aizawa what the kid called this form. Aizawa flipped through Izuku's loaned notebook, explaining that this one was 𝗵𝗃, one of Midoriya's most versatile transformations, capable of generating and controlling fire from any part of his body. The crowd's cheers doubled at the sight of the flaming alien. Shoto narrowed his eyes, contemplating the challenge of fire against ice. 𝗵𝗃 clenched his fiery fists, asserting that Todoroki wouldn't defeat him using only his right side. If he truly wanted to win, he needed to use his full strength. He raised one hand casually, melting an incoming secondary ice wave before it could fully form. Shoto's expression hardened as he resolved to end the match quickly. He dodged two fireballs hurled by 𝗵𝗃, then crafted a towering ice ramp behind himself, sprinting up it for an aerial strike. 𝗵𝗃 smirked, countering with a sweeping flame blast that melted the ramp mid-stride. Shoto leaped at the last second, avoiding a fall, and launched himself at 𝗵𝗃 with ice-encased fists. The fiery alien sidestepped fluidly, countering with a blazing uppercut that sent Shoto crashing hard to the ground. 𝗵𝗃 hovered slightly on jets of flame, urging Shoto not to give up so easily. Shoto rose slowly, a trickle of blood at his lip, and without a word, he stomped again, sending another massive ice glacier roaring forward. 𝗵𝗃 cupped his hands, charging energy, and declared that he was eager to see how this would hold up. A concentrated fire blast collided head-on with the ice, creating a massive cloud of steam that obscured the ring. As visibility returned, 𝗵𝗃's voice cut through, taunting Todoroki about his trembling state. He reminded Shoto that quirks were physical abilities with limits, and his body couldn't handle endless cold without consequence. He suggested that Shoto could fix that by using the heat from his left side. Shoto gritted his teeth, sending sharper, faster ice spears, but 𝗵𝗃 raised his body temperature dramatically, causing the projectiles to melt into harmless mist before reaching him. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 continued passionately, explaining that everyone was giving their all to chase their dreams of becoming number one. He challenged Shoto to win using only half his strength, noting that he hadn't laid a finger on him yet. Frustration mounted in Shoto as he wondered if his father had bribed 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 to make him use his fire. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 firmly denied any bribery, insisting that he simply wanted Shoto to use his flames because they belonged to him. Shoto demanded to know why, his voice cracking with years of pain. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 shouted back that he wanted to live up to everyone's expectations and become a hero who could smile and fulfill their hopes. He urged Shoto to show him his fire. Shoto's left side trembled as he resisted, stating that he wouldn't use his father's quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's fists ignited hotter, exasperated by Shoto's refusal. Steam hissed from Shoto's left arm, and then flames erupted, engulfing his entire left side in brilliant orange and red. The heat washed over the stadium like a summer blaze. Aizawa's eyes widened in realization, understanding Shoto's true aim. In the pro-hero section, Endeavor rose slowly, eyes gleaming with excitement, urging Shoto to awaken and fulfill the purpose he had created him for. Neither boy heard him over the roar of their own power. Shoto stared at his flaming hand, then met 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's gaze and smiled, small but genuine. He declared that he wouldn't hold back anymore and urged Izuku to give it everything. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 laughed joyously, flames surging higher as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 reacted instantly, slamming his hands together to create massive concrete walls between the fighters. He called urgently for Midnight, who nodded and ripped her sleeve for better movement, aware that if they continued like this, their bodies wouldn't hold up. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 raised both arms skyward, flames coalescing into a massive inferno wave. Shoto mirrored him, his left side blazing while his right foot iced the ground for stability, unleashing a torrent of fire. The two attacks collided catastrophically. Just before impact, Shoto whispered his gratitude to Midoriya. The Omnitrix symbol on 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's chest flashed red urgently, indicating that time was running out. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's walls finished rising, but it was too late. The combined explosion of fire and superheated steam shattered the barriers like glass, creating a colossal shockwave that ripped through the stadium, kicking up dust clouds and hurricane force winds that nearly unseated spectators. Midnight flew backward, her 𝗎𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗏 flailing in the chaos. Kaminari gripped his seat in disbelief, while Midnight landed hard but quickly rose, astonished by the raw power displayed. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 shook his head in awe, recognizing that these kids would be incredible pros, though the display was terrifying. Silence gripped the stadium as dust slowly settled, and everyone rose, straining to see. President MIC's voice trembled with excitement as he announced the epic clash, questioning the situation. Of the fighters. As visibility returned, Shoto lay unconscious, clearly outside the boundary line. Izuku, reverted to human form with singed clothes, remained just inside the ring, on his knees but conscious. Midnight raised her arm decisively, declaring that Todoroki was out of bounds and that the winner of the first semi-final match was Izuku Midoriya. Class 1A erupted in celebration, with Kaminari jumping up in joy, Mina cheering wildly, and Momo exhaling in relief. Uraraka smiled brightly, believing in Izuku's potential for the finals. 𝗬𝗎 whooped in excitement, and Tenya proudly commended Midoriya for his performance. Izuku remained on stage, breathing raggedly but grinning ear to ear. He collapsed onto his back, laughing breathlessly at the sky. Raising his left arm, he stared at the red-flashing Omnitrix, exhaustion pulling at him. He murmured that he had one down and one more to go, as sleep claimed him, with the certainty that the finals awaited him against Bakugo, and that he would win. As consciousness returned in slow waves, Izuku groaned softly, rubbing his throbbing head and trying to clear the fog from his blurry vision. The infirmary lights felt too bright, and the air was thick with the faint scent of antiseptic. Recovery Girl's gentle but firm voice came from his left, and he turned toward her, blinking rapidly. She adjusted her glasses and glanced at the chart, ready to inform him of his condition. Only a few minutes had passed, and Recovery Girl observed that Izuku and Todoroki had truly given their all. The stage had been completely transformed by the intensity of their combined attacks, resembling a battleground. Izuku winced as he sat up slowly, his muscles stiff and sore, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Despite the pain, He managed a weak chuckle as he wondered about the next match. Recovery Girl sighed, her tone a blend of exasperation and concern, explaining that the damage was being repaired and the semi-final was on hold. She advised him to avoid pushing himself too far, as the consequences of such extremes were often unpredictable. Izuku nodded sheepishly, acknowledging her words. Recovery Girl encouraged him to rest properly and conserve his energy for the finals, expressing confidence that he would be eager to face whoever advanced. Izuku nodded with determination, his eyes already sparkling with resolve despite his fatigue. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a wave of familiar voices filled the room. Tenya, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Zero, Momo, and Mina rushed in, their faces a mixture of worry and relief. They all expressed their concern for his well-being, with Uraraka floating slightly in her anxiety, while Zero excitedly praised his performance. Tsuyu tilted her head, noting how scared they had all been when he collapsed, and Momo clasped her hands tightly, relieved he was okay. Mina bounced forward, declaring that he had rocked it. Recovery Girl tapped her cane sharply on the floor, urging them to quiet down and leave so Izuku could recover in peace. With surprising strength for her size, she herded them toward the door, scolding them gently. Izuku chuckled weakly as his friends filed out, waving apologetically. The door clicked shut, leaving him in quiet once more. As Izuku continued to recover, crews worked tirelessly outside, reshaping concrete and patching cracks. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. President MIC's voice soon boomed again, reigniting the crowd's energy as he announced the final match of the semifinals, promising an explosive showdown. In the player waiting room, Mina Ashido stood before the mirror, adjusting her PE uniform, her horns glinting under the lights. Nerves danced in her stomach, but determination burned brighter within her. She muttered to herself that it was her turn. The door slid open, and Izuku led the group inside, followed by Tenya, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Zero, and Momo. Mina turned, her eyes widening in surprise at their presence. Izuku smiled warmly, still moving a bit stiffly, explaining that Recovery Girl had allowed him to come after getting enough rest. They couldn't miss supporting her. Zero nodded enthusiastically, affirming their presence for a friend about to compete. Uraraka floated closer, expressing their support, while Tsuyu calmly encouraged her to do her best. Momo offered an encouraging smile, reminding Mina that she had earned her spot. Tenya emphasized the importance of representing Class 1A with honor. Mina's eyes glistened slightly, touched by their support. Tsuyu then asked if she thought Bakugo would hold back at all, to which Momo expressed confusion. Izuku's expression turned serious as he stated that Bakugo would never hold back. Zero crossed his arms, affirming that Bakugo didn't pull punches against anyone. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar, slightly charred notebook filled with his detailed analysis of Bakugo's explosion quirk. He held it out to Mina, explaining that it contained everything he had observed about Bakugo's abilities, including strengths, weaknesses, and patterns in his fighting style. He believed he had a solid plan that could help her. Mina stared at the notebook and then at Izuku's hopeful smile, feeling touched by his offer. However, she decided to decline, explaining that she felt like she was falling behind everyone else. She admired her friends' backgrounds and dedication, feeling that her own quirk was not as grand and that she had struggled during real danger. Her voice wavered with emotion as she recalled feeling frozen during the USJ attack, terrified for her friends. Izuku stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. He reassured her that she didn't need to defeat Bakugo to prove anything to them. She had already shown her strength by making it this far in the festival through determination and skill, lifting everyone's spirits when times were tough. Tenya and Momo echoed his sentiments, emphasizing that she had nothing left to prove. Tsuyu affirmed that she was part of their class because of her unique strength, and Zero praised her style, recalling her impressive acid geyser move. Uraraka floated closer, encouraging Mina to show the world what they already knew about her abilities. Mina looked around at their sincere faces, tears slipping free as she felt their support. Izuku stood directly in front of her, his green eyes shining with unwavering belief, asking her to win and have fun out there. Mina blinked in surprise, then broke into a radiant smile, declaring her determination to see them in the finals. With a fist bump exchanged between them, Mina turned toward the door, her shoulders squared and confidence renewed. She strode out with purpose, heading down the tunnel toward the roaring stadium and her explosive showdown with Bakugo. The group watched her go, pride swelling in their chests as Izuku clenched his fist tighter, silently wishing her the best. The semifinals were about to begin, and the atmosphere promised to be electrifying. The stadium lights shone brightly on the freshly repaired arena, with the crowd's excitement reaching a fever pitch. Present MIC's voice boomed over the speakers, filled with uncontainable enthusiasm. He announced the last match of the semifinals, introducing the first contestant as an explosive force who had been dominating opponents since the start. From Class 1A, it was Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo strode to his side of the ring, arms crossed and face set in his signature scowl, sparks flickering from his palms, hinting at the power he contained. Present MIC continued, introducing the second contestant, a girl known for her bubbly personality and quick reflexes, making her a versatile and unpredictable adversary. Also from Class 1A, it was Mina Ashido. Mina bounced onto the platform, her energy contrasting sharply with Bakugo's intensity. Her confident grin and clenched fists radiated determination. She was ready for the challenge. Present MIC's excitement peaked as he signaled the official start of the match, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Bakugo wasted no time, calling out to Mina with a taunt. She responded with indignation, correcting him. He dismissed her with a sharp click of his tongue, declaring that she had no chance against him and suggesting she give up to avoid humiliation. Mina, undeterred, dropped into a low stance, acid already glistening on her palms, ready to charge forward. She surged ahead, preparing for Bakugo's inevitable attack. Without hesitation, Bakugo launched himself into the air, propelled by explosions, and aimed directly at her. Present MIC's voice rose in surprise as Bakugo initiated the match with pure offense. As Bakugo landed beside Mina, he moved his palm toward her, and a deafening explosion erupted. Mina stumbled out of the smoke, wincing from the pain radiating through her side, a scorched patch on her jacket a reminder of the blast. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, his expression unchanged, asserting that she stood no chance. He charged forward again, explosions following in rapid succession. Mina reacted quickly, secreting acid onto her feet and gliding backward to create distance. She recalled Izuku's training, reminding herself to stay away from Bakugo's hands, knowing he excelled in close combat. Bakugo maneuvered mid-air, landing directly in her path and blocking her escape. His palm ignited once more, and he declared his intent to finish her off. Mina ducked under the blast, feeling the heat singe her hair. Thinking quickly, she coated her fist in acid and swung upward, missing Bakugo's jaw but splattering droplets across his cheek. He hissed in response, swinging blindly in anger. Seizing the moment, Mina closed the gap, preparing to strike again. But Bakugo's instincts kicked in, and he unleashed another explosion at close range. The blast hit Mina hard, and from the stands, her classmates gasped in shock. Inside the smoke, Mina coughed, struggling to regain her composure. Bakugo stood outside the haze, low and aggressive, taunting her for not dropping out when she had the chance. He launched a wide blast toward a rustling sound, only to discover it was Mina's discarded jacket. Mina burst from the smoke behind him, now in her tank top, fist coated in acid. She drove it into Bakugo's chest with all her momentum, sending him stumbling backward, dangerously close to the boundary line. Acid sizzled against his uniform, burning through the fabric. Present MIC's voice erupted with excitement as the crowd cheered for Mina's clever maneuver. Her classmates celebrated her hit, expressing their admiration for her strategy and resilience. Izuku watched intently, knowing she needed to either knock Bakugo out or force him out of bounds to win. Down on the field, Bakugo steadied himself, his eyes burning with fury but a smirk tugging at his lips. The battle had only just begun, and the explosive semi-final was heating up. Bakugo felt the sting of Mina's attack, rubbing the spot where her fist had connected, the burn a blow to his pride. Across the ring, Mina skated forward, confidence radiating from her. She declared her determination not to back down easily, her voice carrying a fierce resolve that drew the crowd's attention. Bakugo glared, his palms crackling with energy, and unleashed a barrage of explosions aimed at Mina. She twisted and slid, using her acid trails to evade most of the blasts with remarkable agility. However, some caught her, sending her skidding backward, leaving her sprawled near the opposite boundary. Concern filled the stands as her classmates worried for her well-being, unsure if she could continue. The smoke hung thick in the air, obscuring visibility. J.Ro turned away, shielding her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Mineta expressed his discontent, noting that Bakugo was not just a JRK but also someone who took pleasure in others' suffering. The comment lingered in the tense atmosphere, unacknowledged. Mina shook off her disorientation, forcing herself to stand. With her acid fists glowing, she charged forward once more, only to be met by another explosion that sent her crashing to the ground. Kirishima, filled with concern, murmured for Mina to back down, his fists clenched in helplessness. Yet, Mina rose again, a trickle of blood running down her forehead, her eyes burning with determination. Izuku stood rigid at the railing, gripping the metal so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Each blast Mina endured resonated within him, echoing the pain he had known from childhood. Fear for her safety gripped his heart. Bakugo observed with a detached demeanor as Mina attempted another strike, only to be met with a close-range explosion that knocked her back down. He growled at her to stay down, admitting to himself that this match was draining him more than he had anticipated. Mina, gasping for breath and struggling to push herself up, insisted that she would not give up until she won and uncovered the truth. Bakugo, confused, questioned what she meant by answers. Mina slowly lifted her head, her expression fierce and unwavering, causing even Bakugo to flinch inwardly. She demanded to know why he had bullied Midoriya for most of his life. Izuku froze in the stands, shocked that Mina knew about his past. Bakugo's confusion turned into irritation as he dismissed her concern, insisting that what he had done to Midoriya was none of her business. Mina retorted that it became her business the moment she learned he had tormented her friend for years. She expressed her disdain for bullies, equating them to villains. The word villain struck Bakugo deeply, causing his world to blur as rage surged within him. He quietly insisted that he was not a villain, but when Mina pressed him, he erupted, launching himself forward with a powerful blast. Mina barely registered his movement before his fist struck her cheek, sending her head snapping to the side. Bakugo shouted again that he was not a villain, propelling himself over her stunned form. The shockwave from the explosion further disoriented her. He landed behind her, seizing her arm and flipping her over his shoulder with explosive force, slamming her into the ground. Spectators reacted with alarm, calling for someone to intervene. The crowd's murmurs escalated into protests as they expressed their horror at Bakugo's actions. Present MIC's voice trembled as he noted the audience's longing for the match to end. Aizawa remained silent, torn between his earlier belief that Bakugo was pushing Mina due to her threat level and the darker turn the match had taken. Present MIC grimly continued, stating that Mina was down and questioning if this was where her journey in the sports festival would conclude. Mina, battered and in pain, willed herself to rise, recalling Izuku's encouraging words to win and have fun. She envisioned his outstretched fist and warm smile, reminding herself of her promise. With great effort, she pressed her trembling hand against the cracked concrete and began to rise. Bakugo's fury intensified at the sight of her determination. He snarled, challenging her to get up from what he was about to unleash. He cupped his hands together, gathering energy as a blinding orange glow emanated from his palms. A colossal explosion erupted, aimed directly at Mina. She could only watch as the blast engulfed her, her body too battered to evade it. The ring shattered, concrete debris flying as Mina was propelled out of bounds, landing HRD on the grass. She rolled limply before coming to a stop, motionless. Midnight rushed to Mina's side, checking her pulse and finding it steady but weak. She gently lifted one eyelid, noting that Mina's gaze was vacant and unfocused. Midnight solemnly announced that Mina Ashido was unconscious and out of bounds, declaring Bakugo the victor who would advance to the finals against Izuku Midoriya. Cheers erupted, but they were subdued, many spectators unsettled by the brutality of the match. Medic bots quickly arrived, carefully placing Mina onto a stretcher for immediate treatment. Bakugo watched silently as they carried her away, his right hand trembling from overexertion and pain. He clenched it tightly, jaw set, before disappearing into the shadows. At the railing, Izuku's grip threatened to bend the metal as the Omnitrix on his wrist beeped urgently, its green light pulsing in sync with his rising anger. He vowed that this would be the last time anyone hurt someone he cared about. His eyes glowed with determination as he resolved that the upcoming final match would be Bakugo's end. As Izuku prepared mentally for the finals, the faces of his alien transformations flashed through his mind, each one a potential weapon and part of him. The finals loomed ahead, Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo. Only one would emerge as champion. Izuku sprinted through the stadium corridors, urgency propelling him forward as he raced toward Recovery Girl's office. Images of Mina's battered form haunted him, the way she had been thrown out of bounds, the lifeless roll across the grass. He could not wait another moment. He burst through the door without knocking, calling out for Mina. Recovery Girl, startled, nearly dropped her cane as she admonished him for his abrupt entrance. Izuku barely registered her words, his focus locked on the bed where Mina lay. Bandages covered her arms, a large patch on her cheek, and more wrapped around her torso. Her usually vibrant pink skin appeared pale and drained of its glow. Bruises peeked from beneath the wrappings, dark and angry. He crossed the room in 2 strides, hovering beside her bed, breath coming in shallow bursts. Recovery Girl sighed heavily, picking up her chart once more. She glanced at Izuku's stricken face before speaking about Mina's condition. She explained that Mina had sustained significant injuries from the explosive boy, including several scorch marks across her back and arms, cracked ribs, a bruised cheek, and a mild concussion likely from the final impact when she was thrown out of the ring. Izuku's stomach twisted with each word, the list of injuries echoing memories of his own past. Burns, bruises, and the pain inflicted by the same hands over years of torment. Recovery Girl continued gravely, stating that if the match had lasted even a minute longer, her condition could have worsened dramatically. Mina was stable now, but she would need extensive healing and rest. Izuku stared at Mina's sleeping face, guilt crashing over him in waves. He softly called her name, and her eyelids fluttered faintly at the sound of his voice. Slowly, painfully, they opened, adjusting to the harsh infirmary lights. When focus returned, she turned her head slightly and spotted the familiar messy green hair. She greeted him softly, her voice weak but warm. Relief flooded him, though worry lingered as he asked how she was feeling. Mina attempted a small chuckle, but it quickly turned into a wince as pain shot through her ribs and cheek. She admitted to feeling sore everywhere and acknowledged that even laughing hurt. Her gaze met his, searching, and she expressed her sorrow for a promise she couldn't keep. The words hit him hard, but he reassured her that he cared only about her well-being. Mina studied him for a long moment, taking in the genuine concern etched across his features. This boy always put others before himself, carrying the weight of everyone's dreams and pains on his shoulders. Her heart swelled with something deeper than friendship, something she had been feeling for a while but never voiced. She quietly called to him, wincing again as speaking tugged at her bruised cheek. He leaned closer, attentive, as she asked him for one thing. He nodded immediately, willing to promise anything. She reached out with bandaged fingers, gently taking his left hand, the one bearing the Omnitrix, and held it tightly. Her eyes locked onto his, fierce despite her exhaustion, as she whispered for him to win for her. That was all she managed before dizziness overwhelmed her. A small, peaceful smile curved her lips as her eyes drifted shut once more, slipping back into healing sleep. Izuku stared, processing her request. It echoed through his mind like a sacred vow. He didn't notice she had fallen asleep again, nor did he notice their hands remained intertwined in quiet solidarity. Recovery Girl cleared her throat pointedly, nudging him aside with surprising strength. She informed him that she needed space to prepare Mina's next treatment and that it would be best if he wasn't there crowding the room when she woke. Mina needed comfort and complete rest before Recovery Girl could work her quirk effectively. Izuku released Mina's hand reluctantly and stood, his voice sounding distant even to himself as he acknowledged her words. He left the office in a daze, wandering the empty hallways. Mina's words replayed endlessly in his mind. Win for me. The image of her bandaged, pale form burned behind his eyes, and guilt gnawed at him relentlessly. He felt deep remorse for encouraging her to face Bakugo, knowing what he was capable of. Tears pricked at the corners of his vision as memories overlapped, Mina's broken body merging with flashes of his younger self, small and bruised, looking up at a sneering Katsuki. But he promised himself he would win this for her. Eventually, he found himself in a quiet player waiting room, slumping into a chair at the small table. His gaze fell to the Omnitrix, its faceplate gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. He considered which form to use against Bakugo. Heat Blast might feed his blasts, Diamond Head could withstand them but would suffer in mobility, XLR8 for speed, 4 arms for raw power, or Wildvine to restrain. Each option cycled through his mind, weighed against years of knowing Katsuki's fighting style intimately. He felt bitter about having waited all these years for Katsuki to change, to become someone different. Once, Katsuki had been the closest thing he had to a brother, the person he admired most. His fists clenched on the table, and he resolved that he was done waiting and hoping Katsuki would become the hero he once dreamed of being with him. Katsuki had chosen his path, and now Izuku would end it. A soft knock interrupted his spiraling thoughts. The door opened to reveal Okako Uraraka, stepping inside hesitantly but with determination in her brown eyes. She approached the table and asked if he could scan her to unlock a transformation similar to her quirk. He nodded slowly, recalling the explanation he'd given to his classmates before the sports festival. Uraraka's voice held no hesitation as she insisted he give himself a form that could use zero gravity like she did, explaining that it would help against Bakugo, who relied on propulsion and mobility. Izuku saw the fierce resolve in her expression, the same selflessness she had shown before her own match. He couldn't refuse. Standing, he extended his left arm, and Uraraka placed her pads gently against the Omnitrix faceplate. A mechanical voice emanated from the device, confirming that a DNA sample was required and that the scan was complete. The device announced a new transformation had been acquired, but it warned that this transformation would cause the device's energy to deplete rapidly and advised caution against prolonged use. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the warning, but his jaw set with unbreakable determination as he stated firmly that he would still use it. He was resolved to win for Mina and for everyone Katsuki had hurt, willing to use every second it gave him. Uraraka smiled softly, pride shining through her worry. The finals awaited, a fated battle, a new power unlocked, and a promise to keep. The waiting room felt too small and too quiet as Izuku stood alone under the harsh fluorescent lights, staring at the Omnitrix resting on his wrist like a ticking bomb. Mina's words echoed relentlessly, "Win for me." Uraraka's new scan pulsed within the device, a dangerous gift ready to be unleashed. The moment had arrived. The roar of the crowd pulled him forward as he stepped out of the tunnel into blinding stadium lights, the concrete platform stretching before him like a battlefield. Across the ring stood Katsuki Bakugo, arms crossed, a fierce grin splitting his face as sparks danced from his palms. Present MIC's voice thundered through the speakers, whipping the audience into a frenzy as he announced the final battle of the UA Sports Festival, declaring that the top first-year student would be decided in this ultimate showdown. The crowd's cheers shook the foundations as Bakugo pounded his chest aggressively, working the crowd for the first time in the tournament. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a mix of boos and cheers. Izuku's red eyes were fixed on the tunnel, anticipation coursing through him. A chill ran down his spine as he realized Bakugo's gesture of rallying the audience signified his eagerness for this fight, a dream he had long held. This understanding solidified Izuku's determination. Present MIC announced the competitors with enthusiasm, highlighting Izuku's impressive track record throughout the festival. The crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, a wave of sound that nearly pushed Izuku back. He stepped forward steadily, his gaze locked on Bakugo, his resolve burning brighter than any explosion. Bakugo's voice pierced through the noise, filled with defiance. He declared that he would crush Izuku, regardless of what form he took. Izuku stood firm, responding calmly but with an edge of steel, reminding Bakugo of their previous encounter. He raised 3 fingers, stating that it would only take 3 minutes to put Bakugo back in his place. The name Kaken felt like a distant memory, belonging to someone who no longer existed. Bakugo's eyes flared with rage, veins bulging as midnight prepared to start the match. Izuku dropped into a fighting stance, activating his Omnitrix, which flickered with the warning of a costly transformation. Ignoring the warning, he focused on the battle ahead. Bakugo crouched low, his body crackling with energy. Midnight sensed the tension between the two fighters, Bakugo's wild energy contrasting with Izuku's controlled intensity. The crowd was on the edge of their seats as the match began. Izuku slammed the dial of the Omnitrix, and a brilliant green light enveloped him. The transformation commenced, his body morphing into a rocky, armored form that resembled a living planet, with a molten core glowing within. His new appearance was imposing, with a helmet-like head and glowing yellow eyes. As the light faded, Izuku stood tall as 𝗵𝗃, 𝗵𝗃 of gravity. Present MIC leaned toward Aizawa, curious about the new form. Aizawa sighed, noting that this transformation was entirely new, leaving them to wonder what Izuku was capable of. The crowd buzzed with excitement and confusion at the unfamiliar sight. Bakugo sneered, dismissing 𝗵𝗃 as a mere imitation. 𝗵𝗃 responded with a deep, resonant voice, challenging Bakugo to feel the power of his gravity. He slammed a massive hand down, causing the arena to tremble as Bakugo was pulled downward with immense force. Bakugo fought against the pressure, but 𝗵𝗃 only increased the intensity, allowing Bakugo to launch upward before reversing the force and slamming him back down. The fight quickly became one-sided, with Bakugo unleashing a series of explosions that 𝗵𝗃 effortlessly redirected. The crowd watched in awe as 𝗵𝗃 toyed with Bakugo, lifting him into the air and nullifying his explosions. Bakugo, filled with fury, charged recklessly, but 𝗵𝗃 caught him in a gravity field, rendering him unable to unleash his attack. With a flick of his hand, 𝗵𝗃 sent Bakugo soaring into the sky before slamming him down repeatedly. The cheers from the crowd grew thunderous as Class 1A erupted in excitement. 𝗵𝗃 raised one hand high, removing gravity from Bakugo, leaving him floating helplessly. Then, with a surge of force, he sent Bakugo rocketing toward the boundary, crashing down in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Midnight declared Bakugo out of bounds, announcing Izuku as the winner of the first-year UA Sports Festival. The Omnitrix beeped urgently, and Izuku reverted back to his human form amidst the celebration. He stood in the center of the arena, overwhelmed by the crowd's deafening roar of joy. Looking up, he saw his friends cheering, their faces filled with pride. Mina's grin shone brightly despite her injuries, and Uraraka jumped with excitement. Even Todoroki offered a rare thumbs up. Izuku raised his arm high, fist clenched, tears of triumph in his eyes as he smiled widely. Later, as the sun set over UA, the award ceremony commenced. Midnight addressed the gathered first years, celebrating their achievements in the festival. Platforms rose to reveal the winners. Third place went to Shoto Todoroki and Mina Ashido, tied. Second place to Katsuki Bakugo, who was restrained and visibly furious, and first place to Izuku Midoriya, standing proudly in the center. Kirishima winced at Bakugo's reaction, while 𝗧𝗵 noted his agitation. Tsuyu quietly expressed her concern. Midnight smiled as she prepared to present the medals, announcing that only one person was worthy of distributing them. All Might made a dramatic entrance, bringing excitement to the crowd. He warmly congratulated Todoroki and Ashido, hanging medals around their necks and offering hugs. Mina beamed with joy, while Todoroki acknowledged Izuku's impact on his growth. Approaching Bakugo, All Might cautiously removed the muzzle, attempting to encourage him despite his rage. Bakugo vehemently rejected the medal, demanding a rematch and expressing his frustration. All Might, undeterred, placed the medal around Bakugo's neck, despite his protests. Finally, All Might turned to Izuku, ready to celebrate his victory. Silence lingered between them, heavy and charged. Izuku no longer regarded All Might with wide-eyed admiration. All Might spoke softly, acknowledging Izuku's remarkable achievements. He expressed his surprise at Izuku's repeated successes and placed a gold medal around his neck, offering a brief hug and a pat on the back. Leaning in, he cautioned Izuku about the dangers of the power he possessed. Izuku's fists tightened as he resolved to surpass All Might, declaring his intention to be his own hero. All Might stepped back, turning to the crowd with his signature smile. He announced the winners of the sports festival, emphasizing that any first-year student could have stood on the podium that day. He praised the growth and challenges faced by the students, declaring this generation the most promising yet. He raised his fist high, inviting everyone to join him in a rallying cry that echoed through the stadium, followed by a spectacular display of fireworks. Later, as students began to disperse, Izuku spotted Mina waiting for him. He reached out his hand, and she took it, her bright smile radiating positivity. Midnight captured a few quick photos of the moment, Izuku and Mina together, with Todoroki nearby and Bakugo in the background, still restrained but visibly frustrated. The UA Sports Festival concluded not with resentment, but with hope. A new era of heroes was dawning, and Izuku Midoriya stood at its forefront. 2 days after the festival, the first-year students enjoyed a rare break, time to recover from injuries, fatigue, and the whirlwind of newfound fame. Most of Class 1A spent their time resting, training lightly, or responding to messages from excited family members. For Izuku, however, the break felt both precious and overwhelming. In the modest Midoriya apartment, Inko Midoriya had been unable to stop crying since the ceremony aired. Tears of pride streamed down her face as she hugged her son for the 20th time that morning, nearly filling the living room with her joy. She exclaimed how proud she was of Izuku for winning first place, praising his strength and bravery. Izuku chuckled softly, reassuring her that he was all right and expressing gratitude for her unwavering support. After a heartfelt moment, Inko released him to prepare a celebratory breakfast, complete with extra katsudon, his favorite dish. Later that afternoon, Izuku sought solitude on the familiar beach where part of his journey had begun. The same stretch of sand that once represented impossible dreams now felt sacred. Waves rolled in steadily, whispering against the shore as the sun began to set. He sat on a weathered piece of junk, gazing out at the endless water, allowing the salty breeze to clear his mind. The victory at the sports festival felt both real and surreal, like holding lightning in his hands while realizing it could still be dangerous. Suddenly, the Omnitrix emitted a soft green pulse, and a familiar voice resonated from the device. Azmouth greeted Izuku, expressing approval of his extraordinary accomplishments. He noted that Izuku's performance was quite impressive, especially his use of 2 previously inaccessible transformations. Izuku sheepishly acknowledged that Azmouth had watched the sports festival. Azmouth explained that monitoring the Omnitrix-a was standard procedure and highlighted Izuku's noteworthy match against an explosive opponent. Izuku inquired about the last alien he had used, 𝗲𝗵𝗃, which he could no longer access. Azmouth speculated that the Omnitrix was still calibrating to Izuku's biology and intent, suggesting that high-energy transformations might temporarily lock after initial use. Izuku realized he would need a reboot to access 𝗲𝗵𝗃 reliably. He expressed his longing to master his current transformations, wanting to understand them fully and push their limits. He also acknowledged the possibility of needing more power in the future to protect others. Azmouth chuckled, recognizing Izuku's determination. He informed Izuku that it would take several more days to reach his planet's atmosphere safely, but when he arrived, they would recalibrate the device. He wished Izuku well until their next communication ended. Izuku stared at the Omnitrix, then back at the horizon, a quiet laugh escaping him as he contemplated the exciting challenges ahead. Days passed in a blur of light rain and recovery, and soon the break came to an end as students returned to their routine. On a drizzly morning, Izuku boarded a crowded train to UA, an umbrella tucked under his arm. He yawned while scrolling through pro-hero highlight clips on his phone, admiring the feats of heroes like Endeavor and Hawks. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached him, eyes wide with recognition, and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. The man praised Izuku for his performance at the sports festival, and soon others joined in, expressing their admiration and excitement. Izuku felt his face flush with embarrassment as he thanked everyone for their support, promising to continue doing his best. As he stepped off the train, waves of encouragement followed him into the rain. Opening his umbrella, he walked toward UA's towering gates, reflecting on how many people recognized him already and how different things were becoming. A familiar voice called out to him from behind, and he turned to see 𝗍𝗫𝗍 approaching briskly, dressed in a bright yellow poncho and oversized rain boots. Izuku greeted 𝗍𝗫𝗍, who proudly explained the practicality of his attire. Ida urged Izuku to hurry, insisting that UA students should always arrive early. Izuku laughed and quickened his pace to catch up. Inside the school, Izuku shook off the rain from his umbrella while Ida changed into indoor shoes. As they walked, Izuku cautiously brought up Ida's brother, but Ida interrupted him gently but firmly. If it involved his brother, there was no need for concern. Izuku felt a frown tug at his features, but he nodded in understanding. They entered classroom 1A together, where the atmosphere buzzed with animated chatter as everyone shared highlights from the festival, viral clips, and newfound public recognition. One student excitedly recounted how a reporter had approached him for an interview, while another mentioned being stopped multiple times on the way to the store. Izuku received warm congratulations from his classmates, who swarmed him with praise for his first-place achievement. The energy in the room shifted abruptly when Bakugo entered. He strode to his seat, shooting a fierce glare at Izuku, who met the intense stare with equal resolve, the tension palpable. Nervous laughter rippled through the class as everyone sensed the underlying hostility, ready to ignite at any moment. The door slid open, revealing Aizawa, looking fully recovered without his bandages. He spoke flatly, instructing everyone to take their seats, and silence fell instantly. Aizawa greeted the class, and they chorused back a cheerful response. Tsuyu tilted her head, expressing her relief that Aizawa's casts were gone. He muttered about the old lady's overzealous treatment and then announced a special hero informatics class for the day. Excitement flickered across the students' faces. Kaminari gulped nervously, fearing a quiz, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 grimaced at the thought of hero laws. Aizawa paused for dramatic effect before revealing that they would be coming up with hero names. The room erupted with excitement as students expressed their enthusiasm for the task. Aizawa's hair floated slightly, and his eyes glowed red as he activated his quirk, prompting everyone to settle down immediately. He warned that the names were temporary, but if anyone took it lightly, there would be consequences later. Midnight then made a dramatic entrance, and the class gasped at her appearance. Aizawa sighed, explaining that many student names could become permanent professional aliases and that Midnight would ensure they were appropriate, as he had no patience for that kind of nonsense. He settled into his sleeping bag, emphasizing that names help solidify one's future image and aspirations, like All Might. Whiteboards were distributed, and Izuku accepted his, passing the rest along while his mind raced with possibilities. He pondered what name would best reflect the hero he wanted to become. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, markers scratching against boards as dreams began to take shape. The classroom buzzed with focused energy as students poured their aspirations into phrases that would define their futures as heroes. The air was thick with nervous excitement and determination, each choice carrying the weight of potential. After several minutes of intense scribbling, Midnight cracked her WHP against the floor, startling several students. She announced with a playful grin that it was time to present their names, encouraging anyone ready to step up and share their vision. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 felt a wave of shock at the thought of presenting in front of everyone. 𝗬𝗪, sitting nearby, wondered who would have the courage to go first. Without hesitation, 𝗬𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗃 rose from his seat, exuding confidence as he approached the podium with flair, holding his board dramatically behind his back. He declared himself the shining hero and, with a flourish, revealed his board, "I cannot stop twinkling." Sparkles appeared around him, glittering in the classroom lights as he struck a pose. The class stared in stunned silence, collectively thinking that it was more of a sentence than a name. Midnight tapped her chin thoughtfully before suggesting a refinement, shortening it to "can't stop twinkling." 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃's eyes lit up with joy at the change. Mina bounced up next, unable to contain her excitement as she skipped to the podium, announcing her codename, Alien Queen. She flipped her board proudly, her enthusiasm infectious. Midnight paused, tilting her head as she recalled a monstrous character from classic sci-fi films, expressing her disapproval. Mina's face fell, disappointment evident as she realized the implications of her choice. Izuku understood why Mina had chosen that name. It perfectly captured her quirk and bold personality. He couldn't help but smile fondly, thinking that he wouldn't mind the name for her. Tsuyu raised her hand calmly, expressing her readiness to present. She hopped to the podium with quiet confidence, revealing her long-held name, the rainy season hero, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Midnight's eyes sparkled with delight, praising the name for its approachability and friendliness. Cheers erupted from the class, celebrating Tsuyu's choice. Kirishima eagerly jumped up next, proudly declaring himself the sturdy hero, Red Riot. He grinned widely, his admiration for the classic hero evident. Midnight acknowledged the tribute to Crimson Riot, and Kirishima explained how much he respected the hero's values. Midnight's expression softened, recognizing the weight of the name he carried. Kirishima accepted the challenge of honoring it. Meanwhile, Kaminari lamented his inability to think of a cool name, resting his head on his desk. J-Ro leaned over, teasing him with a suggestion that made him light up at first, only to realize it was a playful jab at his quirk. She approached the podium with poise, presenting her name, the hearing hero, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏. Midnight praised her choice for its clarity and memorability. Next, Shoji revealed his name, Tentacle, earning a blush from Midnight. Zero followed with cellophane, which Midnight approved. Ojiro confidently presented Tailman, while Soto offered Sugarman, prompting Midnight to comment on its sweetness. Mina, undeterred, shouted out her name again, Pinky. Midnight encouraged her to make it work for her. Izuku smiled softly, thinking that while he preferred Alien Queen, Pinky suited Mina's energy perfectly. Kaminari finally recovered enough to present his name, Stun Gun Hero, Charge Bolt. Midnight winked at him, and Izuku felt a sense of unease at the implications of some of the names being presented. Toru bounced in invisibly, ready to share her own name as the classroom continued to buzz with excitement and creativity. Midnight admired the students as they presented their hero names. Momo introduced herself with grace, hoping to inspire others with her title, the Everything Hero, 𝗵𝘃𝗏. Midnight praised her creativity and sophistication. Todoroki simply displayed his board with his name, Shoto, prompting Midnight to blink in surprise. When she asked if that was really all he wanted, he confirmed it was. Tokoyami stepped forward with flair, declaring himself Jet Black Hero, 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗍, which Midnight acknowledged with appreciation, noting the connection to the night. Mineta, with a cheeky grin, announced himself as Fresh-Picked Hero, Grape Juice, earning a mix of reactions from the class. Koda shyly revealed his name, Petting Hero, 𝗓𝗛𝗏, which brought a warm smile to Midnight's face. Bakugo approached with an intimidating presence, declaring himself King Explosion Murder. Midnight quickly rejected the name, explaining that it would instill fear rather than inspire safety. The girls shared a knowing look, thinking about Bakugo's intimidating nature. Kaminari and Kirishima, barely containing their laughter, suggested Explosion Boy, which led to a high-five between them. Uraraka stepped forward nervously, her board trembling slightly as she presented her name, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Midnight's eyes lit up with approval, and the class applauded, bringing relief and joy to Uraraka. Izuku watched fondly, appreciating the moment. Midnight noted they were progressing quickly, with only Bakugo needing a revision, followed by Ida and then Midoriya. Ida sat frozen, his marker trembling in his grip as memories flooded back to him. The hospital room, the beeping monitors, and his brother's broken voice. He recalled the moment Tensai had looked at him earnestly, urging him to inherit the name Ingenium. Tears had stung his eyes then, and he felt a wave of grief wash over him now. Determined, he instinctively began to write Ingenium but halted, overwhelmed by his emotions. Instead, he wrote simply Tenure and presented the board silently. Midnight tilted her head, noticing he had chosen to use his real name. Ida nodded, his gaze averted, and Midnight accepted his choice gently. Midnight turned her attention to Izuku, asking if he was ready. Izuku stared at his blank board, marker hovering as ideas swirled in his mind. He sought a name that reflected growth and versatility, inspired by the infinite potential of the Omnitrix. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly and began to write with steady resolve. Once finished, he took a deep breath, determination igniting within him. He announced he was ready and rushed to the front, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. At the podium, he looked at his board one last time, heart racing, before flipping it to reveal the name Omni in bold letters. Gasps filled the room as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 exclaimed in surprise, and Kaminari whispered about the meaning of the name. Izuku met their eyes with a bright, unwavering grin, passionately explaining that his quirk was a gift, a reason to keep pushing forward and to save others at any cost. His voice grew stronger as he expressed his commitment to sacrifice everything for the safety of his friends and rivals, who inspired him daily. With conviction, he declared his hero name, the one amongst all, Omni. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment before applause erupted, heartfelt and overwhelming. Midnight wiped a tear, praising his choice as magnificent and full of potential. Aizawa, from his sleeping bag, offered a rare nod of approval. Izuku returned to his seat amidst cheers, his heart soaring as a new chapter began, not just for him, but for every hero name born that day. They were one step closer to their dreams. In Principal Nezu's office, the small yet brilliant principal sat at his oversized desk, surrounded by neatly organized files representing each first-year student. He flipped through pages with precision, noting their performances, quirks, and internship offers following the sports festival. His attention lingered on Izuku Midoriya's file, which was thicker than most, filled with offer letters from agencies across Japan and even a few international inquiries. Nezu found Midoriya fascinating, not only for his growth and unique power but also for their shared enjoyment of strategic chess games during rare free moments. He marveled at the sheer number of offers, over 10,000 for Midoriya alone, compared to Todoroki's 4,000 and Bakugo's 1,000. One name stood out among the rest, Azmouth. Intrigued, Nezu noted the lack of agency affiliation and the absence of a known hero alias, yet this individual had specifically requested Midoriya. Meanwhile, back in Classroom 1A, the presentations continued under Midnight's enthusiastic guidance. Bakugo stormed to the podium again, frustrated, and declared Lord 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗵𝗃, only to be met with Midnight's flat rejection. The class held their breath as Bakugo's palms sparked dangerously. Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag, announcing that now that most students had settled on their hero names, they could return to discussing internships. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 pointed out that Bakugo still needed a name, prompting Midnight to express her exasperation with his violent suggestions. Aizawa explained the internship process, emphasizing the importance of choosing wisely from the available agencies, which specialized in various areas. He and Midnight distributed personalized packets carefully, ensuring no mix-ups. Izuku received his stack, eyes widening at the volume of agency profiles and descriptions. As Aizawa instructed them to turn in their choices before the weekend, the students realized they had limited time. Midnight waved goodbye as she exited gracefully, while Todoroki scanned his list until one name caught his attention, Endeavor. Lunchtime arrived, the cafeteria buzzing with excitement as students discussed their agency choices. Mina eagerly asked if anyone had decided, while Mineta shamelessly declared his top choice. Tsuyu questioned his reasoning, and Gyro made her own choice known. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 proudly announced his agency, ready to take on the challenge ahead. He was a true man's man, Ojiro remarked, joining the conversation. He expressed surprise at Ashido's offers after only a few matches, calling it impressive. Mina beamed with pride, acknowledging that she had expected none but assumed they appreciated her fights. Uraraka, curious, turned to Izuku and asked which agency caught his eye. Izuku was already deep in thought, his papers spread wide as he muttered to himself about the over 9,000 offers and more than 40 specialized agencies. He needed to categorize them by focus, rescue, combat, support, investigation, and cross-reference debut histories and success rates. The group watched him with strained smiles, accustomed to his intensity. Feeling bold, Uraraka slipped behind him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders in a gentle hug. Izuku froze mid-mutter, feeling warmth spread across his cheeks as he acknowledged her presence. She smiled softly near his ear, suggesting he tone down the muttering a bit. It was cute but overwhelming. He chuckled nervously, instinctively touching her arm and thanking her for the advice, which made her blush at the warm contact. Tsuyu approached with the others, commenting on how deeply Izuku was thinking. He admitted that the many choices were exciting yet daunting. Uraraka encouraged him, sharing that she had already made her decision. When Ojiro asked which agency she chose, She proudly announced her selection of Gunhead's agency. The group blinked in surprise, noting that Gunhead was known for being a brawler. Izuku tilted his head, recalling that Uraraka's goal had been rescue-focused. She explained that after fighting Bakugo, she realized that becoming stronger in combat would open more opportunities for her overall. Izuku's eyes shone with respect for her insight. Tsuyu noticed Izuku trembling and pointed it out. He sheepishly explained that he had been hovering a few inches off his seat during class. Uraraka was taken aback by this revelation, while Kirishima laughed, calling it old-school dedication. Mineta chimed in, praising Izuku's insane commitment. Ojiro nodded approvingly, explaining that isometric holds build core strength without movement, making them smart and effective. Momo gently reminded everyone to avoid pushing too hard, emphasizing the importance of balance. Tokoyami spoke wisely from nearby, stating that knowledge, skill, and hard work were what truly guided success, not just raw talent or strength. Across the room, Ida sat in deep contemplation, marker hovering over his form. Flashbacks haunted him, hospital beeps and Tensai's broken voice, reminding him of his own struggles. Tears had burned in those moments, and he recalled the weight of his family's legacy. He hesitated, nearly writing Ingenium, but grief won out, and he chose to write tenure instead. He selected only one agency from his list, a Hosu City option. As time passed, school ended, and Uraraka smiled at the group, suggesting they walk home together. Izuku readily agreed, and Mina asked if there was room for two more, with Toru bouncing invisibly beside her. Uraraka laughed, welcoming more company, and Tsuyu joined in, asking if she could come too. Momo approached elegantly, mentioning her driver was on sick leave and asking if she could tag along. Izuku welcomed everyone, then called out to Ida, but found his desk empty. Uraraka wondered where he had gone, and Mina guessed he had probably submitted his form already, which made sense to Izuku. As they filed out, a small figure waited in the hall. Principal Nezu greeted them warmly, calling out to Izuku and asking if he would walk with him to his office for an important discussion. Izuku blinked in surprise but agreed, waving goodbye to his friends. In Nezu's office, tea steamed between them as they settled in. Nezu sincerely congratulated Izuku on his first-place finish, praising the festival and his growth. Izuku humbly acknowledged the compliment, stating he had given everything. Nezu slid a paper across the table, revealing an offer that intrigued him deeply. This individual, he explained, could unlock far more of Izuku's potential. As Izuku read the name, his eyes widened in shock. Azmouth. Nezu observed his reaction and confirmed that he suspected Izuku was familiar with the name, as he had created Izuku's support item. Nezu encouraged him to consider this path, and Izuku's heart raced at the thought of Azmouth's involvement. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Aizawa reviewed submitted forms. Snipe commented on the importance of internships, hoping the students had made wise choices. Aizawa paused at Ida's form, noting that only one agency was listed, Hosu City. Concern deepened as he realized that Ida had better offers and that Hosu was where the hero killer had struck Ingenium. Aizawa worried that Ida might be seeking revenge. Izuku walked home under clearing skies, his backpack slung over one shoulder and his gaze lifted to the clouds. A small, excited smile played on his lips as he thought about mastering the Omnitrix fully, helping everyone who needed it, and proving he could be the hero they deserved. The future stretched bright ahead, filled with incredible challenges, new powers, and unbreakable bonds. Izuku Midoriya's internship was chosen, and with it, a new horizon dawned. Later that night, Izuku slipped out of the apartment quietly, pausing to listen for any signs of stirring from his mother's room. The hallway lights hummed faintly, casting long shadows as he moved. He had waited until her breathing evened out into deep sleep, knowing she worried about him venturing out alone, especially after the intensity of the sports festival. But tonight, he needed solitude, the crash of waves and the salty breeze, to process everything. The city streets were empty, save for the occasional car splashing through puddles left from earlier rain, street lamps reflecting in the wet pavement like scattered stars. He pulled his hoodie tighter against the chill, hands stuffed in pockets, the Omnitrix a comforting weight on his wrist. The path to the beach wound through familiar neighborhoods, each step bringing him closer to the place where his true journey had ignited. Reaching the shore, Izuku kicked off his shoes, feeling the cool sand beneath his toes as waves rolled in with rhythmic persistence. This beach, once a junkyard of rusted dreams, now felt pristine from his months of hard work. He sat on a weathered log, gazing at the dark horizon where sea met sky in endless mystery. 2 days had passed since the festival, and the break felt like a gift. Time to heal, reflect on victories, and ponder what came next. Friends' faces flashed in his mind. Mina's resilient smile despite her injuries, Uraraka's determined punches, Ida's quiet strength masking deeper turmoil. New transformations unlocked, Gravitax's gravity mastery still locked away, but Wildvine's vines and Buzzshock's electricity hummed with potential. And soon, he would be interning with Azmouth himself. How had the Galvan genius managed to slip into Earth's hero system? A forged agency. Some interstellar loophole. Izuku chuckled softly, imagining the tiny inventor's schemes. He would need to ask, perhaps activate the Omnitrix-a's communicator function, if he could figure it out. But not tonight. Tonight was for breathing, for letting the ocean's whisper wash away doubts. Days blurred forward in a mix of rest and anticipation. Rain pattered steadily on the morning of the internship's start, turning sidewalks glossy as Class 1A gathered at the bustling train station. Suitcases bulged with hero costumes, umbrellas bobbed like colorful mushrooms, and chatter filled the air with nervous energy. Aizawa stood sentinel, his capture weapon coiled loosely, reminding the students to keep their costumes hidden until the proper time and to represent UA with DSPLN. The class chorused their agreement, voices unified, before dispersing toward the platforms, waving farewells amid hurried hugs and last-minute encouragements. Izuku and Uraraka spotted Ida striding away purposefully. They raced through puddles to catch up. Izuku called out to Ida, who stopped abruptly, his back tense, not turning right away. Izuku spoke earnestly, reminding Ida that if he ever felt hopeless, he should let them know. Uraraka added softly that they were his friends and encouraged him to reach out if he needed anything. Ida turned slowly, a faint, strained smile appearing on his lips as he promised to do so. He moved on, but Izuku reached out, gripping his arm firmly. Ida looked back with a questioning glance. Izuku urged him not to let anger lead him to irrational decisions and reminded him to send a message or call if he found himself in a difficult situation. Ida nodded solemnly and then walked into the crowd. Izuku turned to find not just Uraraka waiting, but also 𝗬𝗵𝗃, Momo, Kaminari, 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃, and Mina gathered nearby. Mina spoke lightly, but her eyes were serious as she reminded him to stay out of trouble during internships. 𝗬𝗵 added her concern, urging him to stay safe. 𝗃𝗃 suggested that he message them if anything felt off. Momo nodded gracefully, expressing that they were all rooting for his success. Kaminari grinned and joked about not blowing up. 𝗵𝗃 punched the air, encouraging him to make it manly. 𝗬𝗪 laughed, saying he should share all the cool stories later. Izuku felt a warm sense of camaraderie, especially noticing the subtle worry in the girls' expressions. He stepped forward and embraced each of them quickly, giving affectionate squeezes to the girls and solid bro hugs to the guys. After a lengthy train ride filled with quiet reflection and occasional dozing, Izuku stepped onto the platform at his destination. The rain had eased to a mist, and the air was crisp with anticipation. He checked the address provided by Azmouth once more, navigating unfamiliar streets toward what appeared to be an industrial district. The location resolved into a nondescript warehouse, its metal siding weathered but intact. Faint lights glowed through high windows, suggesting activity within. Pushing open the heavy door, Izuku entered an empty expanse with bare concrete floors and high ceilings, devoid of visible equipment or personnel. He called out for Azmouth, but silence answered him. Suddenly, a sharp whine pierced the air, and he instinctively dodged as a red laser beam scorched the floor where he had just stood. Drones hummed to life overhead, their red optics locking onto him like predatory eyes. Azmouth's voice crackled from the nearest drone, greeting Izuku and announcing that this was his first lesson, hoping he was prepared. Izuku shouted in alarm, tossing his suitcase and backpack aside as beams shot toward him. He rolled, ducked, and leaped, his heart pounding as the drones adjusted their trajectories with mechanical precision. Spotting a silhouette in the Omnitrix dial, he slapped it mid-dodge, feeling the surge of transformation. Green light flared as his body hardened into crystalline facets, arms sharpening and frame bulking into 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 indestructible form. The lasers bounced harmlessly off his surface, refracting wildly, and Izuku grinned fiercely, ready to test his abilities. He angled his body, reflecting beams back at the drones, shattering several in bursts of sparks and metal. The practice flowed naturally as he dodged residual shots, positioned for optimal rebounds, and efficiently destroyed clusters of drones. Soon, only one drone remained, hovering passively. Azmouth's voice emanated, congratulating Izuku on completing the first lesson and instructing him to follow the drone for an Omnitrix inspection. Izuku tapped his emblem, reverting to human form, retrieved his belongings, and trailed the drone deeper into the warehouse. The interior shifted as panels retracted to reveal a labyrinth of advanced equipment, holographic displays, humming consoles, and alien alloys gleaming under spotlights. At the center stood Azmouth, his tiny galvan form perched on a workbench, tools scattered around. Izuku knelt respectfully, expressing his pleasure at seeing Azmouth in person. Azmouth appraised him, noting that he seemed scrawnier than his festival broadcasts suggested. Izuku chuckled nervously, acknowledging the observation. Azmouth hopped gracefully onto Izuku's extended wrist, examining the Omnitrix closely and confirming there was no structural damage. He decided not to initiate recalibrations immediately, allowing Izuku to acclimate further to his current array, including the ectoneurite sample he referred to as Ghost Freak. Izuku shivered involuntarily at the thought, recalling past experiences. He expressed his longing to MSTR Ghost Freak advantageously, not wanting to be overpowered again. Azmouth nodded sagely, warning that controlling or negotiating with that entity would require exceptional willpower and strategy. On the second day of Izuku's internship with Azmouth, the transformed warehouse lab became a space for mental challenges rather than physical ones. Azmouth, perched on an elevated platform to match Izuku's eye level, projected holographic diagrams of distant galaxies and alien physiologies. His voice carried the weight of countless centuries of knowledge as he delved into the intricacies of each transformation in Izuku's arsenal. Starting with Heat Blast, Azmouth described the Pyronite's homeworld of Pyros, a blazing inferno where volcanic eruptions were daily occurrences and society revolved around communal fire rituals celebrating controlled destruction and rebirth. He emphasized how these cultural practices influenced the aliens' instinctive use of pyrokinesis as both a weapon and a tool for creation. Izuku leaned forward eagerly, taking notes on molten landscapes and the hierarchies based on flame intensity, which fostered a deep respect for emotional balance that mirrored his own struggles with power control. Transitioning to 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, Azmouth painted vivid pictures of 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲's crystalline caverns, where 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 communicated through vibrational symphonies across vast underground networks. He explained how communities were founded on harmony and unbreakable bonds, which clarified the form's defensive prowess as an extension of protective unity rather than solitary strength. Izuku's fascination grew with every detail, and he asked rapid-fire questions about how these cultural elements could enhance his combat strategies. Azmouth nodded approvingly at the boy's analytical depth while cautioning that true mastery required empathy for the species' ethos beyond mere utility. The session continued with stinkflies' lepidopteran hives on a world of perpetual twilight, where flight symbolized liberation from ground-bound limitations, and social structures emphasized aerial cooperation for survival against predatory swarms. This inspired Izuku to consider how the form's agility could be applied in team scenarios. Next was Ripjaw's aquatic domain on Pisces Volan, a realm of crushing depths and bioluminescent predators where adaptability was revered. Clans formed fluid alliances based on shared hunts, teaching Izuku the value of environmental integration in underwater rescues. Azmouth's narratives wove biology with history, revealing how 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 galvanic mechamorphs evolved from symbiotic tech parasites on mechanized worlds, their culture prizing innovation through fusion. This sparked Izuku's ideas for gadget enhancements during patrols. Grey Matter's Galvan intellect, drawn from Azmouth's own people, highlighted scholarly pursuits on a miniature scale, where knowledge was currency and inventions drove societal progress. Azmouth urged Izuku to leverage this form for strategic planning. Wildmutt's 𝗲𝗵𝗵𝗀𝗃 packs on a feral planet stressed sensory reliance and pack loyalty, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃's Nosodenian swarms emphasized electrical hive minds for collective power. Even Ghost Freak's ecto-neurite shadows touched on ethereal hierarchies of fear and intangibility. Izuku's notebook overflowed with insights, his enthusiasm palpable as he connected these alien cultures to heroic principles on Earth. He expressed gratitude for the depth that made each form feel alive rather than mechanical. Azmouth observed the boy's rapt attention, impressed by how quickly he internalized concepts that had taken others lifetimes to grasp. However, he reminded Izuku that knowledge without application was futile, setting the stage for practical tests in the days ahead. As evening descended, Izuku settled onto a makeshift cot, his mind alive with a newfound appreciation for the Omnitrix-a's vast array of worlds, dreaming of ways to honor these distant realms through his heroism. Day 3 began with environmental challenges designed to reveal weaknesses in Izuku's transformations, turning the warehouse into a dynamic testing ground under Azmouth's careful supervision. The climate simulator activated, enveloping the space in a biting Arctic chill that frosted surfaces and made breath visible, pushing Izuku to summon heat blast amidst swirling blizzards that howled like living beings. When the pyronite form emerged, flames flickered uncertainly against the cold. Izuku attempted a standard fire burst but instead produced jagged ice shards that harmlessly shattered against the walls, his body trembling from an unfamiliar internal chill that seeped through molten cracks. Azmouth's voice resonated from the observation deck, explaining that extreme conditions could alter physiological outputs, requiring adaptations where heat transformed into cryokinesis for survival. Izuku nodded through chattering teeth, experimenting with controlled bursts to generate warmth without overcompensation, realizing that prolonged exposure risked systemic failure if not balanced properly. Next, he transitioned to a sweltering desert simulation, where sand dunes rippled under artificial heat lamps that baked the air into shimmering waves. Diamond Head's crystalline structure absorbed excess warmth, causing facets to expand and crack under thermal stress, teaching Izuku the dangers of brittleness in high temperatures and the necessity for rapid form changes to prevent damage. Azmouth elaborated on how such vulnerabilities arose from evolutionary traits, explaining that petrosapiens thrived in stable, cool environments where crystals remained rigid but faltered in extremes that disrupted molecular bonds. Izuku practiced evasion maneuvers, using shards as projectiles while adjusting to the form's shifting weight. His inquiries delved deeper into how personal health influenced alien resilience, prompting Azmouth to reveal that fatigue or illness in a human state could amplify weaknesses, turning strengths into liabilities. Transitioning to wild vine in a simulated hurricane, the winds howled with debris-laden gusts. Vines anchored against the gales but risked snapping under relentless force, illustrating the limitations of flora in chaotic atmospheres. XLR8's speed blurred through quakes that cracked the floors, but friction burns emerged in humid setups, highlighting the environmental costs of velocity. Each trial layered understanding, and Izuku's initial frustration transformed into strategic insight. His body ached, but his spirit ignited with the revelation that heroism extended beyond battles to mastering unseen variables. Azmouth commended his progress, noting Izuku's intuitive adjustments as signs of a maturing bearer, while emphasizing the importance of not over-relying on any single form in unpredictable situations. By the end of the afternoon, wrapped in a thermal blanket, Izuku absorbed the lessons. Conditions were not obstacles but teachers, demanding harmony between wielder and world. Moving to collaborative ingenuity, Izuku activated gray matter for a complex assembly task, shrinking to galvan size amid scattered components on Azmouth's workbench. The diminutive form's hyper-intellect surged through him, synapses firing with unparalleled clarity as they constructed a temporal stabilizer, a device designed to extend Omnitrix transformation durations without risking feedback loops. Gray matter's nimble fingers danced across circuits, soldering nanoscale connections with precision beyond human capability, while Azmouth provided schematics and corrections, their collaboration flowing like a symphony of genius. Izuku marveled at the synergy, gray matter's innate engineering prowess complementing Azmouth's vast expertise, discussing quantum entanglement in alien technology and its parallels to Earth's quirk evolutions. Azmouth expressed genuine surprise at Izuku's quick understanding of multidimensional wiring, admitting the boy's adaptability rivaled seasoned Galvan apprentices, fostering a bond that transcended mentor and student. The build concluded successfully, the stabilizer humming to life with a soft blue glow, symbolizing Izuku's growing command over not just forms but their underlying mechanics. Azmouth contemplated the Omnitrix-a's hidden codes for evolutionary upgrades, acknowledging that such power required unyielding control, a discussion for when Izuku demonstrated absolute readiness. As evening approached, Izuku requested pure physical conditioning without alien assistance, determined to strengthen his baseline human capabilities. Azmouth activated the drone swarm once more, calibrating lasers to low-intensity stings, mere incentives to evade rather than injure. Izuku navigated the open space with focused agility, dodging beams that crisscrossed like a web, his breath steady despite mounting fatigue. Rolls evaded ground sweeps, leaps cleared aerial patterns, and precise timing allowed counters with improvised deflections using lab debris. Azmouth offered intermittent guidance, advising him to anticipate trajectories and read angles. Hours blurred into a rhythm of sweat and motion. Izuku's muscles burned, but his reflexes sharpened, each near miss a lesson in spatial awareness. The session concluded with Izuku collapsing, chest heaving, but satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Azmouth remarked on the day's training, noting Izuku's commendable performance by terrestrial standards, though perhaps only a 4 out of 10 by his own. Izuku groaned theatrically, prompting a chuckle from Azmouth. Night deepened as Azmouth turned to a holographic interface, scrolling through global crime feeds, muggings, thefts, and minor villainy flickering across the screens. Observing analytically, Azmouth noted the erratic patterns of incidents in Izuku's world, acknowledging the admirable interventions amid persistent disorder. Intrigued, Izuku expressed his longing to step in and help. Azmouth regarded him thoughtfully, affirming that Izuku possessed the device, the acumen, and the ability to discern right from wrong, encouraging him to proceed with expedience. Determined, Izuku felt a surge of motivation, ready to embrace his role as a hero. He knew which alien he needed for the task ahead. Before that, he made his way to a revitalizing bath in Azmouth's engineered facility, emerging refreshed in his hero gear. He selected XLR-8, shifting into the blue-black speedster. With a sonic whoosh, XLR-8 blurred away, city lights 𝗧𝗵𝗃 passed as Azmouth's voice guided him toward minor infractions, ensuring he faced no severe threats. Izuku continued his nighttime patrol through the quieter districts of the city, utilizing XLR-8's incredible speed while being mindful not to deplete his energy reserves too quickly. In just an hour, he had already stopped 3 separate incidents, each handled with precision and care to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from professional heroes likely monitoring the area. In the first case, he intercepted a group of thieves attempting to break into a small electronics store on a dimly lit street, using rapid circular runs to create a vortex of wind that disoriented them completely before tying them up with nearby cables and leaving an anonymous tip for the authorities. The second incident involved a lost child wandering near a busy intersection, where Izuku gently scooped the boy up and delivered him safely to a nearby police box, reassuring the frightened child that everything would be all right and that his parents were likely searching for him at that very moment. The third situation demanded even greater restraint as he diffused a heated argument between 2 drivers involved in a minor fender bender. He blurred around them to slightly separate the vehicles and calmed the escalating voices with quick advice about patience and the importance of safety on the roads. Throughout these actions, he maintained a steady pace, occasionally checking in with Azmouth through the earpiece to confirm that no major threats were developing nearby and that his transformation timer remained comfortably within safe limits. The cool night air rushed past his streamlined form as he decided it was time to head back, the warehouse calling to him like a beacon of further growth and discovery after a productive evening of quiet heroism. Upon returning to the warehouse, Izuku reverted from his XLR-8 form with a soft green flash and immediately joined Azmouth at the central workbench. The brilliant Galvan inventor had prepared an extensive array of educational materials focused entirely on sharpening the young hero's intellectual capabilities in his human state. They spent the next several hours engaged in deep discussions and problem-solving exercises that tested every aspect of Izuku's analytical mind without relying on any of the alien transformations stored within the Omnitrix. Azmouth projected complex holographic schematics of advanced engineering principles onto the walls around them and encouraged Izuku to break down the underlying mechanics of each one, prompting him to voice his thoughts aloud so they could explore the concepts together in real time. Izuku responded with enthusiasm, describing how certain circuits could be optimized for energy efficiency and suggesting modifications that might make the devices more adaptable to unpredictable field conditions. Azmouth listened carefully, offering corrections or expansions drawn from his vast galactic experience. They moved from engineering topics to strategic planning scenarios, simulating various hero versus villain encounters on a digital battlefield where Izuku had to predict enemy movements and allocate resources without the benefit of superhuman abilities. This led to lengthy discussions about the value of foresight and the dangers of overcommitting to a single approach. Azmouth praised the boy's quick grasp of multidimensional problem-solving but pushed him further by introducing ethical dilemmas that required balancing immediate action against long-term consequences. Izuku explained his reasoning in great detail, defending his choices against the inventor's probing questions. The session steadily built in intensity as they tackled advanced mathematical models related to probability and risk assessment, with Izuku scribbling notes furiously and asking clarifying questions that demonstrated his genuine hunger for knowledge and his longing to become a more complete hero both in body and mind. After a particularly challenging exercise involving the prediction of cascading events in a simulated urban crisis, Izuku leaned back in his chair and looked directly at Azmouth with a thoughtful expression. He expressed a longing to know something important and wanted to interact with one of his aliens, asking if that was possible. Azmouth paused, considering the request with the full weight of his centuries of scientific wisdom, then confirmed that it was indeed a possibility, though it required a specialized device he possessed in the warehouse. He explained that the process would allow Izuku to enter a controlled mental interface connected directly to the Omnitrix-a's core DNA repository, but he cautioned that such connections could be unpredictable depending on the sample involved. With the decision made, they began preparing the equipment without delay. Azmouth positioned Izuku comfortably in a reinforced chair at the center of the workspace while carefully attaching a sleek metallic apparatus to the side of his head and connecting it seamlessly to the Omnitrix on his wrist through a series of glowing energy conduits. The device hummed softly to life as Azmouth made final adjustments, ensuring every connection was secure and calibrated to Izuku's unique physiology. Azmouth informed Izuku that he knew which alien he wished to interact with and emphasized that this would be tricky because the entity possessed a particularly strong will of its own. He asked if Izuku was prepared for what may come during this encounter. Izuku took a deep breath, meeting Azmouth's gaze with unwavering resolve, and affirmed his readiness. With that affirmation, Izuku closed his eyes and allowed the machine to activate, sending a gentle wave of energy through his mind that transported his awareness away from the physical world and into the vast internal realm of the Omnitrix itself. Inside the Omnitrix, Izuku found himself floating in an endless expanse of deep black space illuminated by swirling patterns of vibrant green light that represented the countless DNA signatures stored within the device, each one pulsing like a living star in the cosmic darkness. He oriented himself quickly, recognizing the familiar architecture of the watch's inner dimension from previous brief exposures during calibrations, and instinctively knew what needed to be done to initiate contact with the specific sample he sought. The silence around him was profound at first, broken only by the faint hum of energy flowing through the structure. Then he heard it clearly, the subtle whispering laughter echoing from the shadows, carrying a chilling familiarity he had come to associate with one particular transformation. He acknowledged the presence, knowing it was Ghost Freak. Silence lingered until the figure materialized slowly from the darkness, its single eye narrowing as it fixed its gaze upon Izuku. The entity spoke in a voice dripping with resentment, expressing its disdain for the name. Izuku folded his arms across his chest and responded without hesitation, acknowledging the entity's longing for control but asserting that understanding was necessary for collaboration. Ghost Freak chuckled darkly and lunged forward, but the chain surrounding him pulled him back into place, forcing the entity to remain at a distance. After a moment of glaring at Izuku, it expressed a longing to tear him apart. Izuku chuckled lightly in return, emphasizing the importance of understanding each other first. Ghost Freak grumbled before requesting a different name. Izuku tilted his head slightly and offered the name Zepha. Upon hearing the suggestion, the entity paused and reluctantly acknowledged it as acceptable. The newly named Zepha expressed its approval, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as he extended the conversation, expressing his pleasure in meeting Zepha and inviting further discussion. From that moment onward, the conversation between Izuku and Zepha unfolded in what felt like an eternity within their mental space, allowing them to explore each other's perspectives in great detail while only 2 minutes passed in the outside world. Izuku began by inquiring about the nature of Zepha's existence within the Omnitrix, eager to learn how the 𝗳𝗿𝗄𝗧 species experienced time and consciousness when stored as genetic code. Zepha responded at length, describing the cold isolation of being reduced to data and the constant awareness of potential freedom that accompanied each activation. They discussed Zepha's fears of permanent imprisonment in the device and how those fears sometimes manifested as attempts to seize control during transformations. This led Izuku to share his own vulnerabilities regarding the responsibility of wielding such power and the nightmares he still had about losing himself to any one of the alien forms. Zepha listened intently and then shared stories of his kind's ancient history among the stars, explaining how 𝗳𝗄𝗧 had once thrived in realms of perpetual shadow where fear was not a weakness but a survival tool that allowed them to navigate unseen dangers. Izuku absorbed every word, asking follow-up questions about specific abilities like intangibility and possession to better understand how they could be used cooperatively rather than adversarially. The conversation shifted to strategies for future battles, with Zepha suggesting ways to combine his phasing capabilities with Izuku's tactical thinking to create surprise advantages against opponents who relied on brute strength. Izuku proposed training regimens that would build mutual trust so that Zepha could lend his power willingly without the risk of rebellion. They also delved into personal motivations, with Izuku revealing his dream of becoming a hero who saves those in need and never gives up, while Zepha admitted a lingering longing for autonomy that could be channeled into protective actions if given the proper respect. Throughout their exchange, the conversation remained open and honest, gradually transforming their relationship from one of suspicion to tentative partnership. Zepha even shared a rare moment of vulnerability, confessing that the name Ghost Freak felt like a label imposed by others, stripping away his individuality. Izuku reassured him that Zepha represented a fresh start, where he could define his own role in their shared journey. The discussion covered numerous topics, from the ethics of using fear-based powers in heroic contexts to the importance of balancing darkness with light to protect the innocent, creating a profound connection that left both of them with a deeper appreciation for what the other brought to the table. When the session concluded and Izuku opened his eyes back in the warehouse, a genuine smile spread across his face as he removed the device from his head and disconnected it from the Omnitrix. Azmouth observed him closely and inquired if it had worked. Izuku chuckled warmly and confirmed that it had. He stretched his arms and legs to readjust to his physical body after the intense mental immersion, noting that the evening had deepened into full nighttime and that a PRD of relaxation and sleep would serve him well after such a demanding day of both physical patrols and intellectual pursuits. The two shared a few more words about the success of the interaction, with Azmouth expressing satisfaction at the progress and Izuku thanking him profusely for providing the opportunity to bridge the gap with Zepha, emphasizing that their teamwork would become stronger as a result. Just as they were preparing to conclude the evening's activities, an urgent alert suddenly blared from one of the large monitoring screens mounted on the far wall of the laboratory. Azmouth turned his attention to the display and examined the incoming data streams, which showed live footage of chaotic scenes in Hosu City where bright flames danced wildly through the streets, indicating that some destructive force was unleashing widespread disorder. Izuku stepped closer to view the images and stated his intention clearly, expressing his longing to check the area even though professional heroes might already be on the scene. Azmouth considered the situation for a moment before responding, allowing Izuku to proceed but advising him to exercise caution and remember the lessons they had covered that day. Izuku nodded and moved toward the exit, reaching for the Omnitrix to select an appropriate form for rapid travel. Before he could activate it, his phone began to ring insistently from within his pocket. He pulled the device out and saw Ida's name displayed on the screen, prompting him to answer immediately. Upon answering, Izuku was startled to hear an unfamiliar adult voice that sounded strained and urgent. The stranger confirmed that he was pro-hero native and that Ida was hurt, urging Izuku to get help and providing a location in Hosu City. Izuku's eyes widened as the full weight of the message sank in, his mind racing with worry for his classmate and friend while adrenaline surged through his system, propelling him into immediate action. Without wasting another second, Izuku pressed the Omnitrix dial lightly and deliberately, following Azmouth's guidance about avoiding randomization during critical moments. The device responded by enveloping him in a brilliant green light that reshaped his body into the sleek, blue, and black form of 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏. His visor slid down into position as the transformation completed, and he burst out of the warehouse with a powerful sonic whoosh that echoed through the industrial district. As he accelerated to incredible speeds toward Hosu City, the city lights blurred into streaks around him, and his thoughts focused entirely on reaching his destination. He reassured himself that he was on his way to help Ida. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 raced toward Hosu City at blinding speeds, his clawed feet pounding against the pavement and kicking up a massive trail of dust that swirled behind him like a storm cloud. The wind whipped past his streamlined body, and he pushed himself harder, the urgency building in his chest, a mix of fear and determination driving him forward. The city lights blurred into streaks as he shifted into overdrive, accelerating even more until the landscape around him became a hazy tunnel of motion. Soon, the outlines of Hosu City came into view, and in the distance, he spotted a massive fire raging, flames liking the sky and casting an orange glow over the buildings. He wondered what was happening, his voice echoing slightly under his visor as he continued to race forward. He veered sharply toward the source of the flames, his heart racing as he closed the distance in mere seconds. Upon arriving at the chaotic scene, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 skidded to a halt and lifted his visor for a clearer view, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Massive creatures lumbered through the streets, their grotesque forms crashing into vehicles and buildings while pro-heroes fought valiantly to contain them. The presence of Nomus was alarming, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏's mind raced to understand the villainous outbreak. These were the same bioengineered monsters he had faced before, mindless and powerful, serving some dark purpose. Before he could think further, a pro-hero nearby shouted a warning, urging him to look out. He spun around just in time to see a towering Nomu looming over him, its muscular arms raised high, ready to strike with tremendous force. The pro-heroes in the area watched in horror, anticipating the worst as the villain's attack descended. But 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 was too quick for that. In a flash of blue, he blurred out of the way, narrowly evading the strike that cratered the ground where he had stood moments ago. Catching his breath, he assessed the threat as the Nomu growled, turning its empty eyes toward him. Before it could launch another attack, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 dashed forward, sliding onto his back and positioning his powerful legs toward the creature. He unleashed a rapid barrage of kicks, each strike landing with incredible force. The kicks connected one after another, but the Nomu barely flinched, its regenerative body absorbing the impacts as it let out a low, menacing growl in response. The Nomu reached down and grabbed one of 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏's legs in its massive hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Struggling against the iron grip, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 realized the situation was dire. The villain swung him back like a ragdoll and hurled him away, sending him crashing into the roof of a nearby car with a loud thud. Groaning in pain, he blinked to clear his vision as a pro-hero rushed over to help him up, concern etched on his face. As 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 stood up slowly, rubbing his head to shake off the dizziness, he glanced around at the ongoing battle and asked if the pro-heroes could handle it themselves. The pro-hero nodded but then paused, recognizing something. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 realized the hero was 𝗵𝗃, the pro-hero Ida had been interning with. 𝗵𝗃 looked surprised and asked if 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 knew Ida. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 explained that he was Ida's classmate, and 𝗵𝗃's expression turned serious. He urged 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 to find Ida and get to safety, emphasizing that they were doing everything they could, but it seemed ineffective against the Nomu. Determined, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 promised to get Ida to safety but assured 𝗵𝗃 he would return. Before 𝗵𝗃 could protest, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 lowered his visor and sped off toward the location where Native and Ida were supposed to be. After running for what felt like an eternity but was only minutes at his velocity, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 found himself in a dark alleyway, the exact spot indicated by the call. His heart raced with fear as he ventured deeper, the shadows closing in around him. Then, he spotted the injured pro-hero Native leaning against a wall, waving weakly to get his attention. As 𝗬𝗪𝗏 approached, he heard the familiar beeping of the Omnitrix-a's hourglass symbol flashing red, signaling the end of his transformation time. Ignoring it for the moment, he rushed over. In a flash of red light, he transformed back into his human form, standing before the pro-hero. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at the grim sight of Ida lying on the ground, breathing heavily with a piece of fabric from Native's hero costume wrapped around a wound on his chest. Native explained that Ida barely had a pulse and needed a hospital. Izuku's voice shook with building fury as he demanded to know who had done this. Native sighed heavily, revealing that it was the hero killer responsible for the attack. As Native continued explaining the ambush, Izuku's ears began to ring, drowning out the words as he stared at his barely living friend. A rage he had never experienced before surged within him, his fists clenching tightly until his knuckles turned white. He asked where the hero killer had gone, his voice echoing in the alley with raw emotion. Native insisted on getting Ida to a hospital, but Izuku glared down at him, torn between vengeance and duty. He sighed deeply, unsure of what to do next. He wanted to pursue the hero killer and make him pay for this atrocity, but he knew that doing so would put Ida's life at greater risk if he delayed medical help. Looking at the watch on his wrist, he saw that it was still red, indicating cooldown mode. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he tried to transform into an alien anyway, pressing the dial desperately, but the light remained red. In his desperation, Izuku remembered the earpiece from Azmouth. He activated it quickly, urgently asking how he could activate the Omnitrix even if it was on cooldown mode. Azmouth's voice came through clearly, calm and advisory, reminding Izuku that his friend was his top priority. But Izuku couldn't stand it any longer. The fury clouded his judgment. Without thinking, he slammed the watch against the alley wall in frustration. Upon impact, the watch crackled with unexpected green energy, sparking to life as if the force had jump-started its systems. Izuku looked at the watch in surprise, noticing the light had turned green, fully recharged. He muttered to himself, not questioning the fortunate glitch. But Azmouth, aware of what was happening, urgently commanded Izuku to stop whatever he was doing. Izuku, overwhelmed by his emotions, removed the earpiece from his ear and crushed it in his hand, discarding the fragments. He understood what needed to be done, even if it meant disregarding advice. Without hesitation, he pressed the dial and transformed into Wildmutt, his body morphing into the orange, canine-like alien with enhanced senses. He required Wildmutt's acute sense of smell to detect any trace of the hero killer. Once he caught the faint, metallic scent of BLD and villainy, he growled in frustration. The scent trail pointed in a specific direction, but first, he needed to address Ida. Without further thought, he tapped the Omnitrix emblem on his left shoulder and transformed back into 𝗬𝗪𝗏. He lowered his visor and turned to Native, requesting assistance in placing Ida on his back. Native nodded and carefully helped 𝗬𝗪𝗏 lift Ida, who winced in pain from the movement. It pained 𝗬𝗪𝗏 to see Ida suffering, his friend's face contorted in distress. Once Ida was securely strapped to 𝗬𝗪𝗏's back with makeshift ties, he turned to Native, asking if he would be all right alone. Despite his injuries, Native straightened up and affirmed he would be fine, urging 𝗬𝗪𝗏 to go. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 nodded and sped off toward the nearest hospital in Hosu City, taking care not to jostle Ida too much. As he ran, the wind rushing past them, 𝗬𝗪𝗏's thoughts swirled with plans for confronting the hero killer. He had already picked up the scent with Wildmutt, but he knew he might need that form again to track it more effectively once Ida was safe. He couldn't allow that monster to escape after hurting his classmate. The image of Ida's wounds fueled his determination. Suddenly, Ida spoke weakly from his back, apologizing softly. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 glanced back slightly, seeing Ida's pale face and reassuring him that there was nothing to apologize for, but he would regret it if he didn't survive. Ida managed a weak chuckle, feeling a flicker of hope that he wouldn't perish just yet. However, deep down, he understood that time was running out if help didn't arrive soon. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 struggled to accept this reality, pushing himself harder to reach the hospital. He didn't want to believe it, but the truth was often harsh, and he had to fight against it. After navigating through the chaotic streets and avoiding debris from the fires, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 finally spotted a hospital, its lights shining like a beacon in the night. He burst through the doors, causing the staff inside to gasp in shock as the glass shattered around him. He called out for help, desperately explaining that 𝗧𝗧 was hurt. A nurse at the front desk rushed over, alarmed by the sight. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 pleaded for assistance, explaining that 𝗧𝗧 had been attacked by the hero killer. The nurse quickly ordered the other staff to prepare a room, and they sprang into action as another nurse took 𝗧𝗧 from 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏's back, wheeling him away on a gurney that appeared almost instantly. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 expressed his gratitude to the team, and the lead nurse advised him to clean himself up. Following her gaze, he noticed he was stained with 𝗧𝗧's BLD, the red smears stark against his blue and black form. Horror washed over him, quickly replaced by anger as he realized it was all the hero killer's doing. Before the nurse could inquire about his well-being, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 dashed out of the hospital, racing back toward Hosu City. He was far from finished. The hero killer had to face consequences for his actions, and Izuku's fury demanded justice. As 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 returned to the heart of Hosu City, weaving through ongoing battles, he tapped the emblem on his chest and transformed back into Wildmutt. Sniffing the air intently, he picked up the scent again, stronger now, and dashed toward where the hero killer was likely hiding or fighting. The trail led him deeper into the shadows, his growls echoing as he pursued his target with relentless determination. Izuku Midoriya, now Wildmutt, continued to sprint through the narrow alleyways of Hosu City, his powerful legs propelling him forward as he followed the distinct scent trail left by the hero killer. The chaos of the city surrounded him, with distant explosions and shouts from pro-heroes battling villains echoing in the background, but Wildmutt's focus remained sharp. He inhaled deeply, tracking the villain's path, each leap over obstacles bringing him closer, the rough pavement under his claws grounding him in his pursuit. His mind raced with thoughts of 𝗧𝗧's suffering, the image of his friend's injuries driving him to move faster, ignoring the fatigue building in his alien form. The scent intensified with each turn, a mix of sweat and the metallic tang of weapons, guiding him through the labyrinth of shadows. Suddenly, Wildmutt halted atop a building, having scaled it in a few bounds to gain a better vantage point. He scanned the area, his sonar mapping the surroundings, puzzled by the sudden absence of the scent as if the hero killer had vanished. The rooftop was exposed to the cool wind, carrying faint smells from the fires below, but there was no clear continuation of the trail. Confusion mingled with his anger, causing him to growl low in his throat, his body tense and ready for anything. Without warning, a small blade whizzed past him, narrowly missing his flank and clanging against the rooftop edge. Wildmutt tensed further, instincts kicking in as he spun around. He heard a voice, cold and calculating, expressing curiosity about his presence. As Wildmutt turned fully, he picked up the scent again, overwhelming and familiar, and he growled deeply, the sound rumbling through his chest. In his mind, he recognized the figure before him with burning anger. This was 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏. The realization ignited his rage, memories of 𝗧𝗧's pain surging forward, making his muscles coil in anticipation. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 crouched there, his scarred face illuminated by the city lights, studying the alien form with a tilted head. Then, recognition sparked in his eyes as he acknowledged Wildmutt's identity. Wildmutt reflected on 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏's performance, noting the villain's dismissive comparison of him to 𝗧𝗧, which felt like an insult to his friend. The arrogance in 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏's words ignited a fierce anger within him, a haze of fury that clouded his thoughts. He couldn't believe someone would dare to speak of 𝗧𝗧 in such a way, and that anger propelled him into action. With determination, Wildmutt charged at 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏, his claws slicing through the air. 𝗧𝗧𝗏, however, evaded the attack with a swift roll, his movements fluid from years of experience. The encounter quickly turned into a contest of agility, with 𝗧𝗪𝗏 leaping and twisting to avoid Wildmutt's relentless strikes. Wildmutt's mind was consumed with thoughts of justice, growling as he swiped at 𝗧𝗪𝗏 again and again. Fueled by the memory of 𝗧𝗧's near-death experience, Wildmutt pressed forward, refusing to let 𝗧𝗪𝗏 create any distance between them. His enhanced speed and strength allowed him to adapt to 𝗧𝗪𝗏's evasions, cornering him at the edge of the rooftop. Finally, Wildmutt managed to grab 𝗧𝗪𝗏 by the arm, sending him hurtling toward the alleyway below. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 reacted mid-fall, using his weapons to slow his descent and landing with a slight stumble, rolling to absorb the impact. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 stood up, brushing dirt off his face, and acknowledged Wildmutt's efforts with a smirk, claiming he would need to do better to stop him. Wildmutt, undeterred, chased after Stain, using the walls of the buildings to descend quickly, his claws digging into the brick as he vowed not to let Stain escape. Stain darted into the shadows of a narrow passage, hoping to blend into the darkness for a surprise attack. However, Wildmutt's keen senses allowed him to track Stain effortlessly, mapping his surroundings with sonar pulses and an acute sense of smell. Stain realized he was at a disadvantage, unable to hide effectively from an opponent who relied on more than sight. Frustration seeped into Stain's voice as he questioned Wildmutt's abilities, recognizing that he would have to resort to a more aggressive strategy. He aimed to land a blow that would allow him to activate his quirk, but Wildmutt's primal instincts and erratic movements made him a challenging target. Despite Stain's speed and experience, he struggled against Wildmutt's relentless endurance and raw power. Each charge from Wildmutt forced Stain to retreat, and he began to feel the pressure of the fight. Stain acknowledged that Wildmutt fought like a creature from another realm, sweat beading on his forehead as he attempted to parry the strikes. Wildmutt, still retaining his core identity as Izuku Midoriya, remained strategic amid the chaos, analyzing Stain's patterns. He recognized that Stain favored his right side for attacks and planned to exploit that weakness. With newfound clarity, Wildmutt surged toward Stain, forcing the villain into a defensive position. Stain, confident in close combat, prepared to counterattack, but Wildmutt was quicker, slamming into him with tremendous force that knocked the wind out of Stain. Wildmutt seized Stain's arm, dragging him across the rough ground, the villain's body scraping against debris. He slammed Stain against a wall, causing him to cough as he struggled to regain his composure. Stain, feeling the pain, resolved not to fall there. Wildmutt continued his assault, delivering precise strikes fueled by rage. In a desperate attempt, Stain pulled out a knife and lunged at Wildmutt, but the blade snapped upon contact with Wildmutt's tough skin, leaving Stain in shock. With that moment of surprise, Wildmutt delivered a powerful slap that sent Stain crashing to the ground, where he groaned in pain, his vision blurring. Stain weakly vowed that he would not lose, but Wildmutt growled fiercely, the sound echoing ominously. As the familiar beep of the Omnitrix signaled the end of the transformation, Izuku reverted back to his human form, standing there, breathing heavily, and glaring down at Stain, who lay battered and barely moving. The alley felt smaller now, the intensity of the fight leaving Izuku's body aching but his resolve unwavering. Driven by the lingering anger, he picked up what appeared to be Stain's long, damaged katana from where it had fallen during the struggle and approached the villain with slow, deliberate steps, his grip firm on the hilt. He expressed his frustration, questioning the harm Stain had caused and the twisted ideals behind it. Stain, with one eye open, looked up at Izuku, blood trickling from his mouth, and challenged him, suggesting that a true hero would not resort to violence for personal reasons. His words struck a chord, forcing Izuku to reflect on his actions and the essence of heroism. Overwhelmed by emotion, Izuku rushed toward Stain, raising the katana high above his head, the blade gleaming as he prepared to strike. He shouted about the true meaning of being a hero, but suddenly halted, his hands trembling as he held the weapon aloft. Tears mixed with sweat on his face as he battled his impulses. He whispered to himself, realizing this was not the path he wanted to take. With a surge of anger, he threw the katana away, the blade skidding across the ground with a loud clang. He stood there, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Acknowledging Stain's challenge, Izuku declared that he would not allow the villain to roam free any longer. With newfound determination, he approached Stain and delivered a powerful punch to the villain's face, the impact knocking Stain out cold. Breathing heavily, his clothes stained from the fight, Izuku grabbed Stain by the collar and dragged the unconscious body out of the alleyway, his steps heavy yet purposeful, leaving a trail in the dirt. Emerging onto the open street, he noticed several pro-heroes gathering nearby, drawn by the sounds of the battle, their costumes showing signs of their own struggles. One hero approached cautiously, asking what had happened and confirming that it was indeed Stain. The others joined, their eyes wide with admiration at the sight of Izuku having taken down the notorious villain alone. Exhausted but resolute, Izuku instructed them to take Stain into custody, affirming that he would no longer pose a threat. The heroes nodded, one of them radioing for backup, and they assured him they would handle the situation from there. As Izuku turned to leave, he felt the weight of his body protesting with every step, but his thoughts were already on his friend, the need to confirm Ida's safety overshadowing everything else. Despite the chaos of the streets, he navigated through emergency vehicles and crowds, his legs heavy from exertion. He reached the hospital where he had left Ida earlier, the familiar entrance a beacon of hope amid the turmoil of the night. He pushed through the doors, determined to check on his friend. Worry for Ida had fueled his earlier rage, but now it shifted to concern. He wanted to ensure he was all right and also needed to be checked by the doctors to confirm he was uninjured. Inside the sterile lobby, filled with the sounds of machines and quiet conversations, Izuku searched for someone who could assist him. His gaze landed on a nurse organizing charts, and he approached her with urgency, asking about Ida's condition. The nurse recognized him from the earlier frantic arrival and offered a gentle smile, reassuring him that Ida was all right. She gestured for him to follow as she led him through the corridors with efficient steps. When they reached the hospital room, the nurse paused outside the door, turning to him with comforting words meant to ease his anxiety before stepping away. Izuku took a moment to compose himself in the quiet hallway, releasing a breath he had been holding. He opened the door gently to find Ida sitting up in a hospital bed, wearing a plain gown and eating basic hospital food from a tray. Ida looked up, a soft expression crossing his face as he acknowledged Izuku's presence. Overwhelmed with relief, Izuku rushed toward Ida and wrapped his arms around him in a tight hug, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude for Ida's safety. Ida chuckled softly, returning the embrace with as much strength as he could muster, thanking Izuku for being there for him. Their bond, strengthened by the trials they had faced, brought a moment of healing amidst the chaos of the night. It had been about 2 days since the events in Hosu City unfolded, and during that time, Izuku had not left the hospital, staying by Ida's side to ensure he was recovering well from the injuries inflicted by the hero killer stain. The hospital room had become a temporary refuge for Izuku, who spent hours in the uncomfortable visitor chair, watching over Ida as nurses came and went, checking vitals and administering medications. Ida's condition had steadily improved, with doctors assuring them both that the wounds, while serious, were healing without complications due to prompt medical attention. Today marked Izuku's last day in the hospital, not only because Ida was stable enough to be discharged soon, but also because Izuku had not changed his clothes since his arrival, the fabric still carrying faint stains from the battle. He had started to notice a subtle odor of sweat and city grime that even he could detect when he moved. In the room where Ida rested, bright morning light filtered through the curtains. Ida wore casual clothing, a simple shirt and breathes provided by the hospital, looking ready to leave and meet up with his mentor, Manuel, once the final paperwork was completed. They began to converse, the dialogue flowing naturally after their shared silence during recovery. Izuku leaned forward in his chair, breaking the quiet first. He expressed his relief at Ida's recovery, admitting that seeing him in this state after everything that had happened had frightened him. He could not leave until he knew for certain that Ida would recover without lasting issues. Ida adjusted his position on the bed, carefully reaching for his glasses on the side table and placing them back on his face with a precise motion, the familiar accessory making him appear more like his usual self. He acknowledged Izuku's feelings, apologizing for the trouble he had caused. His reckless pursuit of vengeance had not only endangered himself but also burdened those who cared about him. He expressed regret for making Izuku worry so much during the past days. Then, Ida's expression turned serious as he let out a deep sigh, gathering his thoughts before continuing. He reflected on Izuku's words about not letting revenge consume him, drawing a parallel to what Stain had done to his brother, which had paralyzed him and ended his career as a hero. The thought of Izuku walking a path driven by anger terrified him, as he knew how close he had come to that edge himself. Ida placed his hand firmly on Izuku's shoulder, conveying support and brotherhood. He urged Izuku not to walk the same path he had, blinded by hatred and ignoring the true meaning of being a hero. He acknowledged that Izuku had stopped him from making an irreversible mistake, saving him not just physically but from becoming something he would regret forever. He paused briefly, his hand still on Izuku's shoulder, before adding that he wanted Izuku to walk the path of a hero, one that upheld justice with compassion and strength, not vengeance. He envisioned a future where they would grow stronger together, facing whatever challenges came their way. Ida smiled faintly, thinking of their classmates, emphasizing that Class 1A would support each other through every trial, even Bakugo, who, despite his rough edges, would overcome his struggles and become a great hero in his own way. Izuku listened intently, absorbing every word, and chuckled softly, the sound lightening the heavy atmosphere in the room. He affirmed his commitment to walking that path, expressing gratitude for Ida's words, which reminded him of their shared purpose as heroes, to protect and inspire without succumbing to darkness. He felt a renewed sense of purpose from their conversation. After their heartfelt exchange, Izuku finally left the hospital, stepping into the fresh air of the city streets. He sighed, knowing he would face a stern conversation with Azmouth back at the warehouse. The walk allowed him to reflect on the past days, the battles fought, and the lessons learned, as well as the potential consequences of his impulsive actions during the fight with Stain. It took him only a few minutes to reach the warehouse, the nondescript building looking the same as always from the outside, but inside filled with advanced technology and the presence of his mentor. Once inside, the door closed softly behind him, and he found himself face to face with Azmouth, the small Galvan inventor standing on a workbench with his arms folded across his chest, his expression a mix of sternness and amusement. He addressed Izuku calmly, expecting him to acknowledge his mistakes without needing to spell them out. Izuku sighed, lowering his head slightly in respect, and positioned himself on the ground in a knee-like stance, ready to accept whatever came next. He expressed his readiness for the consequences, acknowledging that he had acted rashly and was prepared to face any punishment or repairs needed due to his actions. Azmouth observed him for a moment before chuckling lightly, surprising Izuku and breaking the tension. He expressed his overall impression of how Izuku had handled the situation, noting his growth in abilities and decision-making under pressure. However, he also pointed out that some choices had been reckless, like risking the device's integrity in a moment of anger. He continued without pause, revealing that he had monitored the situation through his systems. Drones had captured everything from Izuku's transformation resets to the battle itself. Izuku pressed the Omnitrix against the wall, causing it to reset and granting him a bit more time in his forms. However, this action also led to a minor malfunction in the core systems, temporarily disrupting the energy flow. Azmouth explained this in detail, gesturing toward the watch on Izuku's wrist. Upon hearing this, Izuku nodded, understanding the technical implications and feeling a mix of relief and caution. He recognized the potential dangers, not just for the Omnitrix but for his safety in future uses. He extended his arm forward, trusting Azmouth's expertise completely as he encouraged him to proceed with the repairs. With agile precision, Azmouth hopped onto Izuku's wrist, his tiny tools already in hand. He began the repairs methodically, adjusting circuits and recalibrating components with expert care. The work was efficient and silent, save for the faint hum of energy, until the Omnitrix emitted a confirming sound, its interface glowing steadily. The device announced that the restoration was complete and that a recalibration sequence would be activated until further notice. Curious, Izuku tilted his head slightly and wondered why the recalibration was necessary. He asked if it meant he could not use certain functions right away, or if something specific was happening with the device. Azmouth hopped off Izuku's wrist gracefully, landing back on the workbench to face him directly. He reassured Izuku that he was more ready than he realized for the challenges ahead. The recalibration was intended to optimize the Omnitrix for Izuku's growing mastery, unlocking its potential safely as he proved himself. Azmouth emphasized his full support, ready to guide him from afar if needed. Turning toward the monitors on the far wall, Azmouth pulled up holographic displays of data and schematics with a few quick gestures. He reminded Izuku that they still had work to do, including lessons in strategy, understanding more forms, and preparing for threats beyond what he had faced so far. Energized by the conversation, Izuku chuckled warmly as he stood up and approached Azmouth, eager to dive back in, learn from his mistakes, and grow stronger under his guidance. In the warehouse where Azmouth had assisted Izuku, the atmosphere felt bittersweet as their internship drew to a close. The large space, once filled with holographic displays and humming machinery, now echoed with the sounds of packing as Azmouth meticulously organized his tools and gadgets. It was the final day of the UA first-year students' internships, a week that had tested Izuku in ways he had never imagined, from intense training sessions to real-world challenges that pushed his limits with the Omnitrix. Izuku watched as Azmouth worked, his small hands moving with precise efficiency to dismantle consoles and secure loose components. The Galvan inventor placed his equipment into a sleek, secure box that hummed faintly as it activated an internal mechanism, miniaturizing the contents to fit comfortably in his palm before slipping it into his pocket. Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the sight, impressed by the advanced technology that made such feats possible. He expressed his awe, marveling at how something so small could hold so much. Azmouth glanced up at him with a faint smirk on his amphibian-like face, explaining that an inventor must always be prepared for any situation, including quick departures and efficient storage. A moment of silence passed between them, allowing Izuku to reflect on the lessons learned, the alien's 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, and the bond formed with his unexpected mentor. He bowed his head toward Azmouth in a gesture of deep respect, thanking him for everything and for teaching him so much in such a short time. He acknowledged that Azmouth's guidance had made him stronger, not just with the Omnitrix but in understanding responsibility and strategy. Azmouth nodded appreciatively, crossing his arms as he considered the young hero. He expressed his pleasure in being able to teach Izuku, noting his remarkable potential and adaptability to challenges that would overwhelm most. He mentioned that he was contemplating something that could aid Izuku further in the future. Intrigued, Izuku looked up, waiting for Azmouth to continue. Azmouth suggested that he could provide the codes for the Omnitrix, allowing Izuku to better prepare for what lay ahead and unlock advanced features when needed. Izuku considered the offer, weighing the temptation against his longing for personal growth. He expressed his appreciation but suggested they hold off until the time was right, wanting to earn those abilities through his own efforts to ensure he was truly ready. Azmouth observed the determination in Izuku's eyes and chuckled softly, affirming that this mindset was precisely why he was worthy of the Omnitrix. He wished Izuku well and reminded him to remember the principles they had discussed. As Azmouth finished speaking, Izuku nodded and turned to leave, the warehouse door opening with a mechanical whir. Outside, the city bustled under the morning sun, a stark contrast to the high-tech interior he was departing. Azmouth took a small device from his pocket and placed it on the ground, where it expanded into a disc larger than himself, glowing with faint energy. He hopped onto it gracefully, positioning himself at the center. A white light began to surround him, building in intensity. He called out one last time, wishing Izuku good luck as the light enveloped him completely. In a flash, he disappeared along with the device, leaving the warehouse empty and silent. On Monday, inside Class 1A's homeroom at UA High School, the energy was palpable as the first-year students reunited after a week of internships. The classroom gradually filled with chatter and laughter, each student carrying the knowledge of what they had learned and experienced during their time with pro heroes across the country. Some appeared more confident, while others looked exhausted but wiser, sharing stories of rescues, battles, and personal growth that would shape their paths as future heroes. The desks were neatly arranged, the blackboard clean, and the morning light streamed through the windows, signaling a fresh start for the group. Izuku was on his way to school after a heartfelt breakfast conversation with his mother, where he shared some details about his internship while omitting the more perilous aspects to spare her worry. She listened intently, her eyes shining with pride as she hugged him tightly. She expressed her pride in him for pushing himself and helping others, reminding him to stay safe and take care of himself. Her words warmed his heart, reinforcing the support he had at home. He cherished her unconditional love, which served as a constant anchor in his chaotic life as a hero in training. As Izuku approached the campus, the familiar gates of UA came into view, filling him with a mix of excitement and nervousness about reuniting with his classmates and sharing their experiences. Inside the Class 1A classroom, the atmosphere was charged with amusement and tension as the students settled in. Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪 were laughing uncontrollably, their shoulders shaking as they clutched their desks for support. The source of their laughter became clear when Bakugo entered the classroom, his usual scowl deeper than ever, but his appearance was noticeably different from the last time they saw him. His hair, styled by best genists during his time at the agency, was tamed into a sleek, side-parted look that contrasted sharply with his explosive personality. Bakugo's annoyance grew as he slammed his bag down on his desk, sparks flickering from his palms while 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗧𝗵 continued to laugh, tears forming in their eyes. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 complimented Bakugo's new hairstyle, saying it looked great and made him appear ready for a fancy dinner. Despite the compliment, 𝗧𝗵 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 couldn't contain their laughter, pointing subtly at Bakugo's head. Bakugo, frustrated, explained that his hair had become accustomed to the new style and that it was now difficult to return to its usual spiky form. He demonstrated by running his hands through his hair, only for it to flop back into place. Despite his efforts that morning, from washing it multiple times to attempting to use small explosions, Bakugo found his hair stubbornly refusing to return to its original style. He glared at his classmates, who were still laughing, their faces flushed from the effort. He warned them to stop or he would take action, his voice rising as harmless explosions popped in his hands. 𝗧𝗵 teased him further, calling him pretty boy, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. His frustration reached new heights, causing his hair to explode outward dramatically, returning to its original spiky style. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗧𝗵 erupted into laughter at the sight, their amusement growing as the rest of the class trickled in, some joining in the light-hearted teasing while others shook their heads in amusement. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 burst into the conversation with her usual high energy, her pink skin practically glowing as she leaned over Tsuyu's desk, her eyes wide with excitement. She exclaimed about the thrill of fighting actual villains during the internship, expressing her jealousy towards J and urging her to share every detail. The three girls clustered together at Tsuyu's desk, animatedly discussing their internship experiences. 𝗃𝗃𝗁 twirled one of her earphone jacks. Absent-mindedly, her expression calm yet thoughtful as she recalled her week. She explained that her role was more about support, helping people evacuate from dangerous areas and coordinating logistics to ensure communication lines remained open during operations. Mina's face lit up with enthusiasm, recognizing the intensity of her contributions and praising her quick thinking. Tsuyu Asui thoughtfully placed a finger on her chin, recalling her own experiences. She mentioned spending her time training and cleaning the ship deck, but highlighted a significant moment when they caught drag smugglers attempting to import an illegal quirk-enhancing drag called Trigger. She described the stealth and teamwork required to successfully address the situation, her tone factual yet tinged with pride. Both Mina and 𝗃𝗃𝗃 expressed shock at Tsuyu's involvement in such an operation, their mouths slightly agape in disbelief. The excitement in the classroom continued to build as they shared their stories, each one adding to the vibrant tapestry of their experiences. That sounded like something out of an action movie, Tsuyu thought, imagining how much like a real pro-hero Mina must have felt out on the water. Tsuyu then focused on Mina, noticing some details that stood out. She asked why Mina had a band-aid on her cheek and bandages around her hands and forearms, her large eyes blinking with curiosity as she pointed gently. Mina had indeed wrapped bandages around both hands and up to her forearms, the white fabric slightly frayed from use, and a band-aid on her right cheek, covering what appeared to be a minor scrape. Mina explained that she had gotten them during intense training with the rabbit hero Mako. While the first day had been tough, leaving her with bruises and struggling to keep up, she eventually adapted. Mako pushed her to her limits with rigorous sparring and agility drills, but Mina felt she had improved significantly. She had developed better acid control and faster reflexes, and she flexed her arm to show off the muscle she had gained from the workouts. Tsuyu smiled warmly at her friend's progress, acknowledging that it was a sign of her fighting spirit, pushing through the pain to emerge stronger. Momoyorozu approached them, her posture elegant but her expression revealing a hint of disappointment as she joined the group. She remarked that while the others had enjoyed their internships, hers had not been as fulfilling, lacking the hands-on hero work she had hoped for. Toru Hagakure bounced into the conversation, her enthusiasm evident even in her invisible form. She inquired about Momo's experience, her voice cheerful. Momo sighed lightly, explaining that her internship with Uwabami had been disappointing. They had mostly served as her entourage, with their most significant task being to star in a commercial for a hair product, posing for cameras instead of learning combat techniques. Toru tilted her head, her tone upbeat as she pointed out the positive aspect of being on TV, where everyone would see Momo looking appealing and glamorous. Momo was surprised by the compliment, feeling that the experience had been more about appearance than actual heroism. Toru wrapped her arms around Momo's shoulders in an invisible hug, encouraging her to see the potential impact of the commercial, suggesting that someone who admired her might appreciate how she looked. Momo's thoughts drifted to Izuku, wondering how he would react to seeing her in makeup. Tsuyu then turned to the only other girl who had not yet spoken, asking Okako Uraraka about her internship. They noticed that Okako seemed different from her usual bubbly self, sitting at her desk with a serious demeanor and a focused intensity. Okako described her internship as very beneficial, teaching her combat skills she hadn't realized she needed. She demonstrated several jabs into the air, her fists moving with precision, which was somewhat intimidating to watch. Tsuyu noted that it seemed Okako had also found her fighting spirit. Kyoka agreed, mentioning that it was not surprising given that Okako had trained at Gunhead's agency, learning martial arts moves to complement her quirk. Denki Kaminari leaned over from his desk, commenting on how different Okako seemed after a week away, now fierce and ready for action. Minoru Mineta, beside him, dramatically shuddered, warning that all women were like demons hiding their true nature beneath masks of beauty. His exaggerated fear startled Denki, who raised an eyebrow and asked what had happened during Mineta's internship. Mineta slowly turned to Denki, his eyes filled with fright as he spoke of unspeakable things he would take to his grave. Denki attempted to lighten the mood, sharing that his own internship had been relaxed and enjoyable, focused on learning about electricity control in a laid-back environment. He briefly broke Mineta out of his state before shifting the topic to Ida and Izuku, suggesting they were the ones who had really changed, prompting the class to look toward Ida, who appeared well, while Izuku had not yet arrived. As concern arose for Izuku's absence, the door opened, and he walked into the classroom, slightly out of breath, apologizing for being late. There was a slight delay at the train station, which caused Izuku to arrive later than expected as he adjusted his backpack. His entrance drew everyone's attention, but before he could take a seat, Mina leaped into the air, calling out as she descended towards him. She landed on him, and they both tumbled to the floor with a soft thud. Izuku coughed slightly as he felt her arms wrap around him. Looking down, he noticed Mina hugging him tightly, and he felt a warm blush rise to his cheeks. Mina gazed up at him, her eyes glistening with playful tears as she expressed her concern. She was worried about the hero killer and feared for their safety, thinking they might have been seriously injured or worse. Izuku chuckled softly, trying to reassure her. He explained that he was fine and was just relieved that he had managed to reach Ida in time and ensure he received the help he needed. He chose to keep the details of his encounter with Stain private for now. Mina tilted her head, still concerned, and asked if he had any hidden injuries. Izuku nodded confidently, insisting that he was perfectly fine and jokingly claimed he was a one-man army, nothing could harm him easily. Mina laughed at his bravado, believing in his strength as she helped him to his feet, her grip friendly and supportive. Kirishima, having escaped Bakugo's grip, approached Izuku with relief. He expressed his happiness that Izuku was okay, noting how the news about the hero killer had made everyone anxious. Izuku smiled back, acknowledging that it had been a tough situation, but they had made it through. As he walked to his desk, he passed by Bakugo, who glared at him, but Izuku chose to ignore it and continued on. Momo spoke up from her seat, sharing her worry upon hearing the news but expressing her relief that Izuku was unharmed. Soto chimed in, agreeing with her and mentioning how impressive it was to see how Izuku handled everything in the video. Izuku, confused, asked what video Soto was referring to. Zero then pulled out his phone, revealing that someone had recorded Izuku taking down Stain, and the footage was spreading rapidly. Upon seeing the video, Izuku was taken aback by its high quality. He wondered if Azmouth had been behind it, knowing he had drones that captured everything. It was likely that Azmouth had shared the footage to either motivate him or as part of a lesson. Izuku felt a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected attention. He returned the phone to Zero, expressing his surprise at the existence of such a video. Ojiro noted that everyone had been discussing how Stain might be connected to the League of Villains, especially considering the Nomus that had appeared. He pondered how terrifying it would have been if Stain had attacked them during the USJ incident earlier in the year, and others shared his sentiment. Mineta shivered at the thought, finding it chilling. Kaminari leaned in, acknowledging Stain's frightening reputation but also admitting that he found him somewhat intriguing, especially after seeing the viral video. Izuku, curious, asked if there was another video. Kaminari confirmed that there was, explaining it detailed Stain's life and what led him to become the villain known as the Hero Killer, likening it to a documentary. Kirishima interjected, glancing at Ida, who seemed deep in thought. Kaminari quickly apologized, realizing he might have upset Ida. Ida raised a hand, assuring everyone he was fine, though he was still grappling with the near-death experience he had faced. He acknowledged that while Stain was a compelling villain with strong convictions, his actions had led to cold-blooded murder, affecting many lives, including his brother's. Ida emphasized that no matter the motives, such actions could not be justified. Izuku approached Ida and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to know that they were all there for him. He expressed their friendship and willingness to listen whenever Ida needed support. Ida smiled gratefully, thanking Izuku for saving him. Izuku suggested they organize themselves before their teacher arrived. Ida then turned to the class, adopting his usual authoritative tone, reminding everyone that class was about to begin. The others exchanged amused glances, some with comedic sweat drops on their foreheads, as Tokoyami remarked on Ida's return to form. Kyoka playfully jabbed Kaminari, expressing her annoyance at his earlier comments, which left him embarrassed and apologetic. Izuku smiled, pleased to see Ida back to his normal self. However, he glanced at the Omnitrix, realizing that the recalibration sequence would happen soon, though he was uncertain when it would occur. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated the Omnitrix and its current capabilities. He eagerly anticipated the possibility of unlocking more aliens before the recalibration began. Later that day, all the students donned their hero outfits and gathered at Battlefield Gamma, an expansive industrial training ground filled with towering factories, winding pipes, and intricate metal structures that simulated a chaotic urban environment. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the class assembled, their costumes reflecting the progress made during their internships, with some minor modifications for enhanced functionality. This session marked their first heroics lesson back at school, designed to integrate the skills they had developed over the past week into practical applications under All Might's guidance. The sun blazed overhead, casting long shadows from the machinery, and the group stood ready to engage in an exercise that would test their adaptability and speed. All Might, the symbol of peace, stood tall in his muscular form, his cape fluttering slightly in the breeze as the students gathered before him. He greeted them with his signature booming voice, a broad smile lighting up his face. He expressed his hope that they were prepared to resume their lessons, noting how it felt like ages since he had seen them. His eyes scanned the group with paternal pride, ensuring that no one bore unseen scars from their experiences. He discreetly observed Izuku, who stood among his peers, sensing the tension in the air. Izuku turned his head, avoiding All Might's gaze, the unresolved issues from their past conversations lingering unspoken. His modified outfit, a dark green hooded jacket that allowed for better mobility and concealment, paired with a simple black t-shirt, showcased his readiness for versatile transformations. He wore comfortable black cargo briefs that facilitated easy movement and storage, along with his signature red high-top sneakers, which provided excellent grip during high-speed pursuits. The Omnitrix glowed brightly on his left wrist, a constant reminder of his unique abilities. All Might cleared his throat to regain the group's focus, his enthusiasm unwavering. He announced the start of their lesson, emphasizing that they would revisit basic heroic rescue training. He explained that today's training would be engaging and competitive, incorporating everything they had learned from their internships into simulated scenarios. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the crowd, capturing attention. Ida, dressed in his PE clothes while his hero outfit underwent repairs, questioned why they weren't conducting the training at the USJ, a facility designed for large-scale disasters. All Might nodded in understanding, gesturing toward the sprawling field behind him. He clarified that while the USJ specialized in disaster training, today's exercise would be a fun and competitive race, adding an exciting twist to their rescue training. The class murmured in surprise at the mention of a race. Tsuyu, puzzled, tilted her head and asked how that related to rescue. All Might pointed to the field, explaining that Field Gamma contained factories and industrial buildings arranged in a complex maze, presenting challenges with tight corners and obstacles. He outlined that they would compete in groups of 5, starting from different locations on the outskirts of the city. When he sent a distress signal, they would need to use their quirks, skills, and ingenuity to navigate the terrain, with the first to find him declared the winner. He reminded them to minimize property damage, simulating real urban constraints. His gaze subtly shifted toward 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁, a reminder of past incidents, prompting 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 to gruffly acknowledge the unspoken message. All Might chuckled lightly before instructing the first group to take their positions. The group consisted of Tenya, Mina, Zero, Ojiro, and Izuku, who moved purposefully into the field. Just before they entered fully, All Might addressed Izuku specifically, asking him to position himself further away from the others on the east side to create a challenge. Izuku hesitated, narrowing his eyes in reluctance, questioning the reasoning behind this request. All Might explained that given Izuku's fast form, starting further away would level the playing field for the others, providing an extra challenge to enhance his adaptability. After considering the logic, Izuku sighed and agreed, albeit with a hint of disinterest. With approval, All Might instructed the group to take their positions and await the signal. As they entered the field, the observers gathered around a large monitor to watch the unfolding race. Moments later, Izuku stood on a beam, ready and waiting for the signal, while the others took their places at their designated starting points. The spectators watched the race from multiple angles on the monitor, engaging in lively discussions about who might emerge victorious. Kaminari suggested that Ida should refrain from participating to avoid worsening his injuries, concerned that pushing himself could lead to further harm. Kirishima pointed at the screen, noting that while everyone in their group had impressive mobility, Midoriya was positioned further east in the city, making it more challenging for him to reach the others. The monitor displayed Group 1's locations, with their faces represented in a playful chibi style. Momo analyzed the situation, stating that Izuku had a chance of winning due to having XLR8 and a flyer in his arsenal, which would allow him to cover ground quickly if he transformed into one of those forms. Kyoka chimed in, reminding everyone that Izuku's watch often selected forms on its own, sometimes landing on less advantageous ones. Momo acknowledged this uncertainty, recognizing that the watch could be a wildcard in the race. Kyoka leaned back, suggesting that it was a 50-50 chance for Izuku, who could either excel or struggle based on luck. They turned their attention back to the screen, where Izuku was stretching and preparing himself. Kirishima asked Kaminari who he thought would win, and Kirishima expressed his confidence in Zero, whose tape provided excellent mobility for navigating the factories. Kaminari agreed, placing his bet on Ojiro, who could easily leap over obstacles with his tail. Soto voiced his support for Ida, despite his injuries, citing Ida's speed as the second fastest in their class. Mineta chose Ashido, impressed by her athleticism and the potential surprise of her acid skating. Bakugo expressed his longing to see Izuku fail, believing he was not as great as he thought. Okako, on the other hand, remained optimistic about Ida's determination to succeed. Tsuyu nodded in agreement, while Shoto cautioned that the layout favored versatility over pure speed, prompting curiosity from Tsuyu. Shoto explained that the maze required quick thinking and adaptability rather than just rushing forward. He observed Izuku's positioning and sensed he had a plan. All Might raised his hand, signaling everyone to get ready, and then pressed the trigger, starting the race with a loud siren. Zero quickly wrapped tape around a pipe and launched himself into the air, swinging confidently toward All Might. Mina took off from her position, hopping onto a large pipe and using a non-acidic version of her quirk to glide smoothly along it. Ojiro utilized his tail to propel himself through the air, gaining a better view of the course. Ida, despite his injuries, was making steady progress, using his quirk to run toward All Might. The others watched as Zero swung above the obstacles, taking the lead. Kirishima commented on Zero's advantage of being airborne, while Shoji noted that it allowed him to avoid ground obstacles entirely. Zero felt confident, believing the course was designed for him, but then an electric streak zipped past him, startling him and causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Regaining his composure, 𝗬𝗪 looked ahead in shock to see a creature, one of Izuku's transformations, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗧, a nosodenian. This transformation was possible due to Kaminari's DNA being scanned by the Omnitrix. Izuku, filled with excitement, used 𝗵𝘃𝗃 to move swiftly, floating and harnessing the electricity around him. His exuberance was palpable as he reveled in the newfound energy. All Might and Class 1A, excluding Iida and Shoto, were astonished by Izuku's speed and agility, having never seen this transformation before. Mineta, Kirishima, and Kaminari shouted in amazement at Izuku's performance. Kaminari leaped up, thrilled that Izuku was using the transformation he had scanned. Kirishima's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Izuku zip through the course effortlessly. Tokoyami remarked that Izuku's unpredictability gave him an edge, while Shoto observed the way Izuku propelled himself through the air with impressive flips and bursts. Okiko pointed out the incredible jumps and flips, noting that Izuku seemed to be employing moves from their training, which left her and many others in awe. However, not everyone shared the same excitement, as someone felt a sense of ownership over those moves. As Bakugo observed Izuku propelling himself forward with impressive agility, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. He realized that Izuku's new transformation allowed him to move in a way reminiscent of Bakugo's own quirk. Bakugo clenched his fists, anger boiling within him as he thought about how he had wasted time at a pointless internship while Izuku had grown even stronger. Mina, perched on a wall, expressed her astonishment at Izuku's speed. She marveled at his abilities, exclaiming how incredible it was. 𝗬𝗪, trying to keep pace, swung through the air, exasperated by Izuku's new transformation. Ojiro, hanging onto a pipe with his tail, noted how Izuku seemed to improve with every challenge. Iida, looking up at Izuku soaring through the sky, couldn't help but smile, feeling inspired to push himself harder. Mina decided it was time to unveil her new technique to keep up with Izuku. She released acid from her soles, creating a deep hole in the wall. Once her feet adhered to the surface, she propelled herself upward, activating her wall-climbing ability. As she reached the rooftop, she rolled onto the ground and skated forward, using her quirk to gain speed before leaping off the building and landing on a railing. With exhilaration, Mina called out that she was catching up to Izuku, who was flipping and soaring through the air. Filled with excitement, he decided to increase his voltage, eager to amp up the competition. When Mina skated alongside him, she made a playful face and challenged him to catch her. Izuku, initially taken aback, grinned at the challenge and accelerated to match her pace. As he performed a daring move, leaping from an industrial factory and flipping in the air, he landed on a pipe and launched himself toward Mina's path. She looked up in disbelief as he executed aerial tricks. With a cheeky wink, he swung from a beam, urging her to keep up with his newfound power. Mina, undeterred, jumped off the pipe and onto a roof, declaring her acceptance of the challenge. With determination, she skated forward, leaving an acid trail behind her. Izuku, landing on another rooftop, felt electricity surge around him as he pushed himself to go faster. The two raced side by side, performing flips and acrobatics over the rooftops, unaware of how close they were to each other. Izuku, utilizing his transformation, executed a backflip, sparks flying around him as he reveled in the thrill. Meanwhile, Mina performed a spinning corkscrew in the air, her acid swirling around her as she grinned with joy. As they landed, they rolled and sprang back to their feet, racing toward the finish line. In the final stretch, they both unleashed their full speed, Izuku pulling ahead and leaping over the roof to land beside All Might, claiming victory. All Might cheered, announcing the end of the race and congratulating Izuku on his win. Mina arrived shortly after, exhausted but exhilarated, lamenting how close she had come to winning. However, she couldn't help but admire Izuku's transformation, calling him adorable and likening him to an electric mascot. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, insisted he was not cute but rather electrifying and powerful. Iida praised Izuku for surprising everyone with his new transformation, while Ojiro and 𝗬𝗪 looked on in astonishment. Ojiro asked Iida if he had known about this form, to which Iida clarified that he was aware of its existence but had not seen it in action until now. Izuku confirmed that this was indeed the first time he had used 𝗵𝘃𝗃, filled with excitement about its potential. All Might addressed the group, commending their improvements and encouraging them to continue working hard in preparation for their upcoming final exams. The students stood at attention, responding with enthusiasm as they acknowledged his words. With that, All Might announced that Group 1 could now leave the field. Group 2 was called to action as Group 1 exited the field. Izuku, still in his 𝗲𝗃𝗃 transformation, suddenly began to falter, prompting concern from Mina. She noticed his weary state and expressed her worry about him feeling drained. 𝗲𝗃𝗃 acknowledged her concern, admitting that the transformation was more exhausting than usual and left him feeling fatigued. Mina then proposed a solution, offering to carry Izuku. As she lifted him, he looked up at her, questioning her intentions. She reassured him, stating that she simply wanted to help since he seemed unable to revert from his transformation. Izuku hesitated but ultimately conceded, admitting that her support made him feel increasingly drowsy. With that, he surrendered to sleep in his 𝗲𝗃𝗃 form, while Mina smiled to herself, finding him adorable. Chapter end.